Orleans, it's Road Gang Radio with your host, the one-of-a-kind, truck-loving, fun-having Jimmy Mack.
My title gets longer every time. I think I'm going to be like the plenipotent at some point, by the way. Yeah. Good morning to you, Madison, with a T. Guys, I can't believe it. They're already, I haven't seen the chat fill up this fast, by the way. That's a kind of a crazy thing. Our good friend Chowder's out there, the Paranormal Pie Man, the Beach Bum is present, Joe J. Everybody's kind of mixing and matching and mingling. We've already got the likes beginning to stockpile over there. Folks are watching on the tube of you. They're listening on the Book of Face. You can find them with the audacity to be over at Odyssey. And, of course, they left their heart over at iHeart. Hey, guys, welcome to Road Gang Radio, where we make a living and then we make a life. And by the way, really funny, the buses are already rolling. The donuts are already here. Jerry Bowers, I'm not even going to call you by your handle anymore. He actually made the trip down from Lafayette. He heard 6. He's a Navy guy. I should have said 1800, right?
That's correct.
Can we get that mic going, man? Can we get his mic going? I need to hear my friend Jerry B. I need to hear Jerry B. in the house. That's what I got to have. And I got a couple of road team captains, Tim Melody and Teddy Butler, are alive and well. They've made their trip. Where did you guys come from, by the way, Tim?
I started out my home.
I need a hot mic for Tim, too. I got to get a hot mic for Tim. Hot mic, hot cakes, hot pies, and all kinds of other good stuff coming over here at Road Gang Radio. Need that to happen now. Let's see if we can get Teddy to talk. Let's see if you can talk.
Yes, good morning. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Hey, we got a hot mic.
Yes.
We got a hot mic like hot donuts from Tasty's. You're from Atlanta, Georgia. Go on.
Yes. Came here yesterday from Atlanta.
Yeah. How was that ride?
Well, I flew, actually, so it was a good ride.
How was Hartsfield?
Hartsfield was busy, as usual.
Madison, who's over there producing the show, is a graduate of the Savannah College of Art and Design. I'm a graduate of the University of Georgia. Mm-hmm. I used to love taking the plane home from UGA because it meant I would get home 10 minutes after I left.
After you left, exactly.
Yeah, because you got that jump, that hop, skip, and a jump.
Yes.
Talk to me as we get these other mics going and get these other mics hot and happening. Talk to me about what it is you guys do in your duties in the truck that you're driving. Talk to me about that.
Absolutely. So first off, my name is Teddy Butler, and I've been with the ATA now for over 3 years. Mm-hmm. Great life to be. I have over 2 million miles of safe driving, accident-free miles. When we do these things, we go to different places, talk about the share the road, try to teach the public about blind spots. When we do things like military stuff, we talk about my job when I'm not with the ATA, I'm with the ABF, and we have what you call a TMAP program, and just basically getting the military people that's coming out of the military and try to get them into the trucking industry.
It's a big deal, by the way. Our friend Brad Bentley of Fastport, and we're at the Fastport Studios, if you guys haven't figured that out from the signs that say Fastport Studios. And a quick reminder that they solve America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. That, by the way, is my sponsor, Ninja. That's what they do. It's important, isn't it? And
yes.
Jerry, by the way, is a veteran as well who joins us this morning. It's so important when people do that bit in the military that they know that there is a purpose-driven life. Right. Not just a job, but something that actually allows them to continue to be who they were.
Right.
Nothing worse than having an identity for 10 years, 15 years, 25 years,
yes.
and then being like, I wasn't supposed to do this. I wasn't supposed to ask people if they wanted fries with that.
Right.
That's not who I'm supposed to be. That's not who I was. And you got to get those skills matched up. You guys talk to kids as well, too. A lot of high school kids.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
I do a lot of from elementary on up because with them, you want them to know that you have to be safe about what you're in when you're in the vehicle. Put your seatbelt on and stuff like that. Make sure that everybody has that seatbelt on. Middle school all over to high school, because you got a lot of high school students that's coming out and don't know which way to go. They might want to go in the military, and they have options. And we want to try them, hey, you got open doors. So one of these doors of opportunity is you can do that. But as you get older, those doors start to close.
Well, that's a really good point, too. And there are avenues and venues as you get older where you can begin to reopen doors, but it's only when you go through one limited one.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's one of the, you have all these options as a kid, but if you don't choose, the options get smaller and smaller.
Absolutely.
And then you have to get through a door, and then maybe that door that opens up more doors. But at some point, you got to choose because that door becomes a more limited and limited doors. That's a really well way of putting it, by the way. All right, do I got working mics for these guys? In your headset, you should be good. Okay, Teddy,
Tim.
talk. Tim. Oh, well, Teddy. No, Tim. Tim, talk to me about where you're from and all about what's going on here.
I'm from the Great Northwest, currently in Pendleton, Oregon. I also drive for ABF Freight, but as a line haul driver, and been on America's Road Team since 2017 now. It's been a great honor.
Talk to me about getting that honor, about getting that honor, about how you were told, how it was kind of presented to you.
It started out, didn't really, I've read about it in trucking magazines for 30-some years, but first time I went to nationals, I had another road team captain that works for ABF talk about it and saying that I should get on it because I was doing pretty good in competition, and then got motivated and started, doing extra charity stuff and gotten on the ABF road team, which then is just a stepping stone, gets you nominated to go to have your name put in for the ATA, and got selected. Went to selection in, it was at Arlington at that time, and they did a great job. It was exciting. Unfortunately, I didn't get to make it. 3 other guys from ABF did. But it was a great learning experience. At first, it broke my heart because I was really in it 110%,
Right.
trying to get on the team, and didn't get selected. And at first I was like, no, I can't do this again. That hurt too much.
Oh,
But-
that's the hardest one, man, isn't that? I mean, Jared, that's the hardest thing, man. It's like when you try for something and you really want it and you don't get it. You really want it, but you don't want to go through the experience of being told no ever again.
Yeah, it was brutal. But it didn't take too long. Everybody talked me into it again. My wife supported me, and so tried it again next 2 years later, and fortunately made it. And it's just been exciting ever since.
Teddy, you have people that love you and care about you at home?
Yes.
What's going on with your family? Who you want to shout out to? Anybody out
Oh,
there?
my wife Michelle and my kids. We have a house full, and my kids Jesse, Julia, Jada, Jasmine, and Jordan, and Kristen. We all.
See, most people would be intimidated by all those names you just rolled off. I'm one of 32 grandchildren. I'm one of 5 myself, so I'm like, okay, I can relate.
Yeah.
That's a lot of weight to carry.
Yes, it is.
When
Yes,
you're
it
out
is.
there on the
Yeah.
road, man.
And I
I mean,
have
you
to-
must be thinking how much you miss those guys a lot of the time.
I have to give a shout out to my wife because she holds it down. She's a teacher. She's a mother. She got the S on her chest. So
My mom and my sister are both educators, and I was one for a while too. And I got to tell you, you think about these women who and some men who actually teach and then come home, deal with kids all day, and then come home and deal with kids all night. It's kind of remarkable because while you guys are in more or less quiet circumstances, I've always said if you want to know what a teacher does, imagine trying to explain something calmly with a 5-year-old screaming in
Yes.
your face for the
Yes.
better part of 7 to 8 hours, and you get a sense of it.
we had when I first started with the ATA. A quick story. My youngest daughter Jada, we was actually doing a event in Clearwater, Florida, and Elizabeth Bonner, she was our coordinator then. She said, "Can you bring that truck from Clearwater to the White House?" I said, "Yeah." So we trucked it from there. And when I got there, my youngest daughter, and my wife, they flew them in. And my Jada, she got a chance to meet the president. She had her own little lawn chair on the White House lawn, and it was a surprising thing for me, and it was absolutely just phenomenal for her. And I mean, she's been talking about it ever since. So
Elizabeth Barner's good people, by
Good
the
people.
way, isn't it? Really good people. One of has been a great friend as
Yes.
we've
Shouts out
transitioned
to
over
her.
to this studio as well. Talk to me a little bit about who you got waiting at home. I know your wife encouraged you to get back into the game, to have a fight. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I just have my wife at home. Don't even have a 4-legged buddy anymore at home, but she's a huge supporter of both my truck driving championships, always encouraging me and helping me study, and always supports me when I go out here to do the stuff for the ATA.
My good friend Jerry Bowers is here doing what I call mini co-hosting with me this morning. He's one of the truckers I've known the longest since I've been doing this job. I had told him we have a ribbon cutting party tonight from 6 to 10. I told a Navy guy the party was for 6. If I had simply told him it was for 1800, he would have been here on time. As it
time.
was, he got here really, really early. How long was that drive, by the way, for you?
About 2.5 hours.
You come across the Atchafalaya Basin?
Yes, sir.
Have you guys you've driven across the Atchafalaya Basin, right?
I have not had a chance to.
You haven't?
No,
You sure?
I'm positive.
Oh, okay. How about you?
Is that I-10?
Yeah, that's the one where you head across the
Where you're on a bridge for
forever.
forever.
Yeah.
I
mean,
haven't got a chance to drive
Yeah.
18-wheel on it, but
Yeah, well, I call it the science fiction drive. It's one of the most beautiful drives in America, but you feel like you're in a whole other planet at that point. You got some people at home you want to say hi to as well, too.
Yeah,
Right?
my wife Jessie.
Who's good people,
Yeah.
more good people kind of coming your way. Anybody else? Anybody over in Lafayette? You wanna say hi?
That's it.
How long are you guys going to be here? We'll start with you.
Just
Tim.
today, I got to fly out at 5 o'clock in the morning, go back home. So.
Oh,
And
wow.
Teddy, he's going to take the truck up to Atlanta here tomorrow.
I'll drive it back to Atlanta.
Here's the thing: if you ask me how long it gets to Atlanta in a car, I can tell you. How long is that drive taking that truck?
No, about 7.5, maybe 8 hours.
Any stops along the way, or straight back to Atlanta?
Probably straight back.
Talk to me a little bit, by the way, about what's going to happen next for the rest of your ride. I mean, in regards to what else is going on with you guys taking this truck.
Just getting it ready to travel, making sure that fuel, of course, the route, we can get the best route we can get back into Georgia, and from there just being safe about getting back.
It's kind of funny about being safe about getting back.
Yeah.
I realize that the whole game is safety, but that the whole game is the perfection of safety. And you guys know Herschel Evans, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so my favorite little thing of this true story, they put cameras all over him. He had so many safe driving miles that they wanted to collect data on how that was possible. So they put cameras everywhere, on him, in the truck, everywhere. And they said, I was told by not Elizabeth Barna, I was told by Rebecca Brewster of Attree, she said, it was incredible data. Every last bit of data was spot on. They got a lot of information, a lot of safety tips, a lot of stuff, except the one on his head. His head was moving so much.
Yeah.
He was literally, he never stopped moving his head that they couldn't.
You can't. You got to keep
Right.
eyes moving all the time.
Right. It couldn't fix. They couldn't get a fix. They couldn't figure out what the pattern was, and they actually thought that there might not be a pattern other than being cognizantly and constantly aware. And I don't think a lot of people, one of the jobs that you guys have as road team captains, Tim Melody and Teddy Butler are here with me this morning, along with my friend Jerry Bowers on Road Gang Radio. We'll get to the phones in 1 second here. But that's the thing, is that you have to make it both, you have to be completely aware of what you're doing and at the same time in a flow.
Yes, and don't get excited about anything, because you got to stay calm and in control of everything the whole time you're out there driving, and you just can't get excited. That's what the issue with road rage. Everybody gets all excited, their blood pressure gets up, and then get frustrated about everything. But when I start the day, I expect it to be a horrible thing, and then I'm just glad that it wasn't when I'm done.
It's called positive pessimism.
Yeah, and you just patience, and leave yourself room and space so you got an out all the time.
Yeah.
And then you're not having to make a panic decision if you're giving yourself an extra second or two.
It's amazing when you do something long enough how you're able to talk about that thing. You know what I'm saying? When you do something for a long enough time, you're able to talk about it in the micro. Yeah, that both of you and Jerry
I
as well.
suppose you get doing it for so long, you don't even think about it anymore. So it's hard. Somebody asks, well, what do you do? It's like, I don't know. I just drive the truck, but I know it's way more involved than it.
But you just did it, though. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what's so funny. You just before then, though, like you wake up, you've got to make a decision that the day is going to be probably pretty lousy. You've got to take a Zen approach to it as well. And I've always kind of been fascinated by how far down the road you look when you're driving.
Oh, yeah.
In regards to, I don't mean that metaphorically. I mean literally looking down the road
as
and going,
far as
okay,
you can see.
yeah, that red Ford over there, that Suburban is absolute trouble waiting to happen. And I make the joke on the show. These guys, Jerry knows it. My Quint joke. Remember in Jaws, right before the reel begins to turn, he just knows. He could just feel like something it's gotten a little bit too quiet. And I was kind of wondering how developed your spidey sense is. Like, how can you feel like
it is? It's
what?
amazing that you can see a car coming down an on-ramp, and most people see it's a car, it's moving, but just with experience, you can read what that car is going to do and whether or not they're going to be out in front of you and never look at you and pull right over, and whether or not you need to back out of it, or maybe you can speed up, or they do see you. Most of the time, you just develop that sense where you can read what another vehicle is going to do, even though it's a chunk of metal.
Yes, for me, that's like, I'm not psyching anything, but if I see a car swerving, I can almost think that, hey, this guy or this person, they may be, distracted by something inside their vehicle, doing something on the side or not looking straight ahead. But I call it, like you said earlier, I pack my patience, because when I know somebody's going to do something swerving or not, no seat belt. I mean, when you pass that person, that, hey, they're not doing what they're supposed to do, because they're not, that driving thing is second nature to them, which is wrong. That's the focus of your day. So having to know, like Tim said, expect the worst, but then when the best comes, then you can almost have your day pretty much planned out that way, because something's going to happen bad, but it don't happen. But you actually take care of it by taking care of yourself. So.
You have to be okay. The second nature comment is great. You have to be present in your second nature.
In your second nature.
Isn't that funny? Because it has to be you have to be reflexive about it, while at the same time being completely present in what's happening. Right. And you talked about the Zen, because there's a lot of longtime commuters, a lot of old guys out there on the road who actually do have that spidey sense as well. They can't control their road rage. How many times have you been in the car with some grandpa going, "Look at this guy, you know what he's going to do," and you're like, "Yeah, we all know what he's going to do, dude. Yeah. We've all got that developed spidey sense, but you got to take a chill pill, dude. You're the one controlling 2 tons of steel right now, dude. And for you guys, it's a whole lot more than that." My good friend Jerry Bowers came all the way from Lafayette. Tim Melody and Teddy Butler have joined us this morning. They're road team captains. I'm thrilled to have them on. We got to take a quick break. We'll come back, take a quick phone call as well, too. We'll get a little bit of a pledge, a little bit of a national anthem, and, of course, we'll get a good galvanizing word from the good Pastor John, get that bracing cup of Java. Most importantly, if you have a group of kids, by the way, who are in a Little League team or a Boy Scout, Girl Scout, Cub Scout troop, you want them to say the national anthem, just get a recording of them, send it in MP3 over to weekends@radionemo.com. And without further ado, or a don't, Madison, break me away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday. Good morning. Hey, I want to share with you something that I looked at a few minutes ago, and it kind of made me think a little bit, but it's found in John 16:33, and it says, "I have told you these things." Now listen to what he's saying. "So that in me you may have peace. In this world you will have trouble, but take heart. I have overcome the world." I'm gonna tell you why I was thinking about this thing, because I was dealing with a situation, and God brought this to my attention. He says, "Do you realize that I've never promised you that you won't go through something?" Let that sink in. He says, "I've never promised you that you won't have trials. I've never promised you that you won't have tribulation. I've never promised you you won't be broke. I've never promised you that you won't be sick." God says, "I've never promised that to you." He said, "But one thing I have promised you is this." He says, "You can overcome it. It is not in stone." He says, "I have told you these things so that in me you may have peace. In this world you will have trouble." So now he's made that clear. "But take heart." He said, "Get yourself together. I have overcome the world." He said, "If I've done it, you can do it." Because he says, "Greater is he that is in you and I than he that is in the world." So let's get up and be about our Father's business.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen. That was Java with Pastor John. He said we got to be about our business, Jimmy.
Being about our business is what we're kind of talking about this morning. We had a nice national anthem, of course, from my co-host, who shows up at 9 o'clock, Lindsay Lawler, where the second half of the show is about the life you have as opposed to just the living. I got a little birdie in my ear, speaking of people singing the national anthem. Tim told me that as far as having a life, you do a little singing yourself, do you not, sir? Teddy?
I do.
Okay, who do you sing for?
I grew up in the church, and my mom, my brother and I, so I'm basically I don't sing in a group. We just do it as a family.
There's a lot of famous families, but I don't know if you know this, but there's a family called the Jacksons. They
put me out the group like a long time ago.
I mean, well, and Brian Wilson just left us, but people always forget that the Beach Boys were a complete family mafia, right down to the fact that they had to throw their dad out as the manager. So have you had the chance to sing the national anthem in front of a large crowd?
I have. I did. ABF has a road team competition in Arkansas, and I got a chance to do it there too. And one of my goals is to try to do it in front of the Falcon fans.
In front of Falcons fans?
Yeah.
Are you a Falcons fan?
I am.
You know where you are, right?
I do.
You understand the city that you are in.
I really do.
You understand that Drew Brees and his wife still live here. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Our good friend Beach Bum is out there on the road saying good morning. Marshall Platter, by the way, is going to be here in an hour and a half. Tara says, greetings from the Nashville airport. Boarding my flight to NOLA now. See you guys soon. Our good friend Trucker Boson says he's sitting at Mount Vernon at the TXTA getting ready to deliver 20 minutes away. TXTA, of course, means the travel center. It does not mean that he's going to be at TXTA next week, which is where all of RadioNemo, including our general manager, Mr. Nick DeMeo. Madison is going to be, of course, keeping down the fort next week as we make our way over to Texas. That's a really, really groovy thing. Outstanding. You drove in, Jerry. You made the drive. I wanted to ask you about your spidey sense. How long do you think it takes behind the wheel before that second nature kicks in?
Man, I would say it varies by person, depending on the background they have, the maturity level of the person.
How long for you? 17 years.
Yeah. I've been driving for close to 10 years, and I'm still developing it. It never stops.
That's the other thing I kind of wanted to throw both at Teddy and Tim. What I'm curious about is once it becomes second nature, you then have to re-present yourself in it. Do you follow me? So once you finally get it down, once you finally feel like I got a real grip on this, a real grasp on it, you've then got to...
You can never really feel that you know the whole thing because, I've been out here 35, 36 years now. And just 5 years ago, I discovered multiple things new in 1 year I didn't know about just because I wasn't exposed to it. One of it had to do with long load stuff and oversized vehicles in Oregon. Didn't know that anything more than 5 axles technically qualified for it. And there's a lot of experiences you just may not see when you come out here. That's why I always didn't really agree with companies that used to train people. They'd put them on the road for 6 months and then allow them to be a trainer. You haven't even seen winter
crazy.
yet. How can you be training somebody in it?
It is. I will tell you, nothing drives me crazier than to hear that. I mean, we have a partnership with OIDA. I talk about with Todd Spencer all the time. The idea that mission creep of, hey, you've been driving pretty good. You got a pretty good driving record. How long you been out here? 8 months. You're a trainer now, and you're like, wait, what's going on here?
Yeah,
I mean,
just takes way longer than that to have enough experience.
It almost seems like sometimes, Teddy, that it seems sometimes as if the moment we think we've got it all figured out is exactly when we should go back to being doubly careful, right? Because there is a point where there are moments I think I got this job down, and then microphones go off and nothing is working the way it should. But it almost feels like the way you are present is by the moment you get confident is exactly the moment when you should really start thinking, okay, what do I need to do to get better at this point? And that becomes the reflex as well. Guys, unbelievable as it might seem, we have been on for the better part of 26 minutes. So we got to shuffle off this radio coil. I got friends and a whole bunch of sponsors and guests showing up today. Tim Melody, Teddy Butler, my good friend Jerry Bowers made the trip down. By the way, Tim and Teddy are road team captains. Really proud of what they do. I know Elizabeth Barner loves you guys. Yes. She speaks incredibly highly of you both. It's great to have you. Thank you for making time in your incredibly flippin' busy schedules to come spend some time with us this morning.
Thank you for having us, too. And congratulations on your thing here. It's great.
It really is really cool. It's a nice building outside, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
One step ahead of the sheriff, we remain. Road Gang Radio. And normally I'd say at this point, go to truckdown.com. Truck up, and get down. They've been serving all 50 states and 8 of the 10, 8 of the 12, 8 of the 13. I'm kidding, guys. I know how many provinces there are. I'm picking on Lisa Balfour, who's listening as well. There are 8 of the provinces they serve. Go to truckdown.com. Get your truck out of the ditch. They've been doing it since 1997. We'll be right back with our friends from Truck Down. Big thanks to the 3 drivers who sat with us this morning. Thank you all, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll be right back on the other side of this message. It's Road Gang Radio here on RadioNemo.com. Head on over there and give us a call, by the way. We'll drop phone calls in at 615-292-6366. Madison, without further ado or a don't, get me the heck out of here.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio, and let's rejoin your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the Big Easy.
I am going to drop my good friend Nick DeMeo in here just for a moment. Not for a moment, for actually a little bit of the ride. I want you guys to get a chance to know him better. Joe J says he heard Ridley earlier. Good to, by the way, tell Tim hello. If you guys ever call up, just say that we all say hello. That would be a really groovy thing to do. Our good friend Trucker Boson, as I told you guys before, is sitting at the Mount Vernon TXTA getting ready to deliver 20 minutes away. Our friend Tara is probably now on her plane. The Turtle, by the way, is saying morning sideways triple T. And the Beach Bum is also hanging out there. 4-Art has entered the thing. Good morning, y'all. Good morning, y'all, as well. Hey, Nick DeMeo, good morning to you.
Good morning, Jimmy Mack. Man, what a crazy dichotomy it is to be my second time in New Orleans and looking at the studio from 60 days ago to now has been nothing short of remarkable. So kudos to you guys holding down the fort here to make this place look amazing for today.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. We got so much more to do in the back room in particular. There's a lot of stuff we got to get set up. We got a band coming in tonight. Going to be back there. But we got Lindsay's new show at noon.
Exciting.
Explain to people what metadata is and why it is we all got our phones blown up all across the
all night long.
This is really, really cool, actually, and it does apply to all of our listeners out there because it's important to understand, that we're not just dried mac and cheese and blurry images.
That's right. We're way better than that. We got brisket on top of that mac and cheese, baby.
Talk about metadata.
No, technical nerd hour. No, so I think
But it's important for our listeners.
It is. So what you're hearing, if you're on, our website, RadioNemo.com, if you're on Odyssey, you might see in the past it said like no data, right? So you didn't even know like what you were listening to, what song was playing, whatever. We fixed that late last night, working with Dre and Madison to get that all together. And so now you can know what you're listening to, which I felt like was an important thing. But you're spinning the plates here. We're building something brand new, and you're picking what priority needs to happen next. And as Dave has been saying, 6 months of work in 6 weeks. Well, we're into week 10 now, and now we're cleaning up all the little pieces. So hopefully that's looking better for y'all out there, sounding better for y'all out there. I promise you, the people here are working late long hours to try to make these things better and more adaptable to y'all out there on the road, wherever you're listening.
Well, just to kind of show you the upgrade as well, too. Don't know if you guys noticed, we have our friend Jerry Bowers made the trip down. Tim Melody and Teddy Butler are here from the ATA. Big thanks to them, by the way, and their incredibly busy schedule for making time to get down here. We have 4 microphones.
We do.
And you say, well, you didn't before? No, we didn't, actually. If we had a guest in-house, we couldn't do that. And we knew that Lindsay was coming. We knew that she had folks coming. We wanted to make sure that Lindsay and Miguel, who, by the way, I got up this morning, guys. He was already getting ready to go jogging. What a great guest he was yesterday, huh?
Yeah.
What a great co-host. I mean, and we were set up for it for a change.
We were. It's really cool to see this all come together from my perspective of, I don't know, Jimmy, you and I talked about this even before I signed on about what our future plans were going to be. Obviously, that got upended midway through that process, but nothing short of incredible of the work here. To make something great for everybody listening. We have so many people that have found us, and that's been like the trademark, Jimmy, of the last couple of weeks.
That's the theme. Like I said,
found you.
Lost Boy found us.
I love that.
You got a phone call the day before from a guy who actually worked cross border. Got a chance to listen to Canada Calling. Gave us a terrific call talking about how much he loved the format on Nemo Nation, and also then gave the most erudite look. We often say there's a lot of truck shows out there. There are a lot of shows that cater to truck drivers. There's catering to truck drivers and there's pandering to truck drivers. If you're looking for some kind of place that's actually going to tell you exactly what you want to hear, regardless of whether it's the truth or not, we're not going to be those guys. If you're the kind of person that wants to get into the weeds and talk about issues, talk about engines, talk about rules and regulations, talk about the choices you make for your lifestyle, we're the guys for you.
And the other side of that, right on the back of what you said, the lifestyle thing, it's like, talking to people at Matt's was my first time really ingrained in the trucking community. You know, I came in, you asked me to come in to kind of help push Nemo into next gen, right? That's what we talked about. And so for me, getting to hear that, you know, this was eye-opening for me. And as somebody who just didn't know, right? And there's people that, you know, all of these people on the road and going places, well, they're camping on the weekends or they're spending time with their family at a park or they're going doing all these other things. Let's bring them that kind of stuff. What do you want to listen to? Okay, we're RVing, we're camping, we're boating, we're on bikes, we're on motorcycles. Like, we're doing all these things.
Motorcycles,
Not
man.
wrong.
It's a big deal. Jody, by the way, is listening right now. I know he's a motorcycle guy. And there's a lot of folks like me who have hung up their spurs.
That's right.
It's, you know, our good friend Morgan Short, used to be Morgan Biggs, is now Norman Short.
The irony there is funny.
Yeah, Morgan Biggs. And by the way, Morgan, it's really funny because her husband, Bailey, is 6'5". Morgan is 5.
Yeah.
Literally 5 feet tall. She went from Biggs to Short because he's a tall guy named Short. But, I mean, she's an old motorcycle rider, too, and she stopped doing it because there's a point where, man, your wife sometimes looks at Nick and goes, you ain't doing that anymore.
That's right. But we want to give all these people on the road who are also putting in incredulous hours something to listen to, no matter what it is. So I'm really excited to say that after Road Gang Radio today, Jimmy, we're pulling the archives. We've got all this content now from, 25, 30 years of Dave Nemo. You guys doing this for 10 years on Sirius XM. Now 2 months here in the new studio. We're going to start bringing back the old stuff. And so for the next hour after Road Gang Radio, before We Should Write, we got musical guests you can listen to from the interviews, which is really cool.
You know what I have to do during the hour between We Should Write? I won't even be able to be here and be supportive of Lindsay. I have to go to Mr. C's and pick up a bunch of pizzas for Fred LeBlanc's kids.
Amazing.
And, and then we got to get some tables set up back there because we got the band coming. I got to get water for folks who are going to be dropping into the studio. A whole lot of stuff is coming our way. Okay, so tell us about yourself. You're from Tampa, correct?
I am.
Is that where you're from?
No, by way of New Jersey. And so
with a name like DeMeo, I can't
you
understand.
you can't fathom why.
The association.
Yeah, the first generation Italian American. Family comes off the boat in 1956 on the Christopher
you're
Columbus.
That close.
Close.
1956.
Hey, I'm walking here.
Yeah, walking a little bit over here, swimming here.
By the way, our good friend Chrome Badger, as he likes to say, forget about it.
That's right. We moved down.
People didn't get here till 1956.
56 with $122 in my grandfather's pocket. Didn't speak a lick of English. Learned it. Built apartments. Built a little life for him and his 5 kids.
I got a funny one for you. So my uncle Dennis, my dad's brother, married a woman named Rosalie Testa, and her mom and dad were off the boat Italian, and they actually in Lakeview, not far from here. Their house in Lakeview looked exactly like you think it looked. It was red brick.
Yep.
It was beautiful.
I had red brick.
They had a pool. And all the furniture in the living room. Nobody sat in the living room.
No, you're not allowed to.
You know what that furniture was covered in, right?
The plastic.
Oh, the plastic.
I had that too.
Unbelievable. And she actually, I was actually spoiled. I thought I liked anchovy pizzas because she made them for us.
Right,
and let me tell you, somebody making an anchovy pizza for you as opposed to getting the anchovies at some restaurant is a very different
Very
experience.
different. The rec room and the dining room and the formal living room being so different up north was eye-opening to me coming down to Florida. Because I thought everybody had that. I thought the 2 rooms in the house you weren't allowed to be in was normal. No, we were the anomaly in that situation.
That's a New Orleans thing too, though. I don't know if you know that.
Good.
Well, look at it's Catholic because
it must be the Catholicism that causes this.
It's the immigrants, it's the Irish, it's the Italians. My people got here in 1847.
My God.
And actually, my dad's people got here 1847. My mom's people got here 1888. But my mom actually is de facto Irish to some degree because she spent so much time between here and Ireland. My mom lived in Ireland for 3 months at one point as a kid, no running water.
Wow.
In the 50s. No running water.
That's wild.
Isn't that great? What an adventure, though.
See, in Salerno, where my grandmother's from, there's a little mountain range at the top in the Campania region. They still, to this day, my family, all the way back, they don't have water in that village. They have to go down the hill legitimately to get running water and bring it back up to the village.
That's where rain, is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, you got to catch it. Yeah, buckets exist. That's crazy.
Yeah, big barrels.
Yeah.
Big barrels of rain. Okay, so your people by way of New Jersey. Now, did your people move to Florida, or did you move to Florida?
My mom moved to Florida when I was 12, so it's been. I always like to say I pretty much live there now, so it's my new home. And then even after, I've talked about it on the show when I've come on for my segments way back in the day. Even after the hurricane, we had a chance to reset and decide where we were going to take our life because we had nothing after Irma. People here in New Orleans know about that.
20 years, as a matter of fact, on the at the end
in
of
August, right?
At the end of August, August 27th.
Yeah,
it'll be 20 years since Katrina.
It'll be 9 years for me in September, so it's just weird to even say that out loud. But
can I say something really quickly? And you actually,
yeah.
I know you'll give a shout out too.
100%.
Everybody out there listening, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you from the bottom of everyone's heart in the city of New Orleans. The Walmart trucks on the road full of water. That was a fight, by the way. They wanted to roll in immediately, and FEMA wouldn't let them.
Yeah.
The Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, where I still have a few friends left, and stepped in and said, no, and they got them in immediately. The truck drivers of America. I was always aware of them. My family's been in politics forever, so we've got plenty of friends who are Teamsters at the local down here, plenty of friends who are involved in kind of shipping and services. I worked in grocery stores, made a lot of friends with a lot of truck drivers when I was working as a warehouse manager at the National Canalvillery over on what used to be Robert E. Lee Boulevard, is now out. Let me show you how New Orleans is connected. Robert E. Lee Boulevard is now Alan Toussaint, the great famous piano player.
Okay.
It's named after him. They named it after Alan Toussaint because he lived on Robert E. Lee Boulevard and was one of the few African Americans at the time that actually lived out in the white conclave of Lakeview. He was a beloved resident. So they thought it would be great to name it after him. The building next door to the Degas house has a piano that was brought in so that Alan Toussaint could play it.
David was telling me about that.
That's
the guy that runs
Toussaint.
this place.
So the connections here are always really
That's
strange.
wild.
Tom Bray, our good friend,
Yes.
is actually on the chat. English dad, American and Cherokee mom. Her family came to America from England in the early 1700s.
Amazing.
We had the front room no one could be in
No
except when visitors were over. Well said, Tom Bray. Good to have you on the highway out there keeping people safe.
I'll say, you said, the truck drivers 20 years ago, August, these are pretty big moments. All of that leads us to where we are today for us, which is, I just want to call this out. This is a pretty special moment today. What Brad Bentley has done, what you have done, what everyone in the studio has done, the work from all the Nemo team to get us here to really, start the new. This is our start the new moment. And what a great play. And none of this would have been able to happen had these moments not happened to us. And I really think about that synchronicity behind all of it all of this had to happen for me to have this happen, for you to have that happen, to all align here today. And I'll have all these people, and I'll just say the numbers, 20,000 of you all, 20,000 of Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and Lindsay Lawler fans on SiriusXM found their way here.
By the way, that's
in the last
enough
month
to take
and a
the
half.
Battle of Pelennor Fields.
That's right.
Straight up going to say that. By the way, 20,000, a cavalry of 20,000.
A cavalry. I just imagine 20,000 trucks on the road just tuning in and making the choice. This is what I want to call out. Making the choice to not flip through a dial, to not flip through a station, to actually have to go to an app or go to YouTube and download an app or type us in and favorite, do all the work. They chose to come. That says a lot to y'all of what you've done. I've just been the background orchestrator trying to keep it online. Y'all have got a great group of people, and I just hope that I'm doing right by them to bring you the content that you want to listen to.
I am going to talk really bluntly here, and this
Please.
is not an attack on anybody. Please don't assume it is. Dave built something extraordinary over at the former platform. They had 1,700 people over there when Dave actually jumped on with XM. And XM was the one that built the foundation. Sirius actually told Dave when he called them first, not interested. Why would we want to talk to truckers?
I remember
unbelievable. I mean, shows the kind of forward thinking going on there. But XM immediately went, oh, wait a minute. We actually can build a base pretty quickly. And they built it. So the house that those people live in right now, Jamie Jones of Landline Magazine called that platform the house that Nemo built.
Yeah.
And what's interesting here is the fact that we were not allowed in those last 6 weeks there to make any sort of push. We could not use the platform that we had built to actually make anybody come with us. We had 1 day to communicate that piece of information.
Yeah.
And we knew that if we communicated it in any sort of bells and whistles way before then, they could reach out and just simply pull the plug from under us.
Yeah, so I'll say the thank you. I mean, I'll speak on behalf of everybody that isn't on the mics every single day, Monday through Friday. Thank you. This could not be possible without you all. 20,000. That was the number when I pulled it up Monday. 20,000 unique individuals.
And millions of impressions.
We've broke the million impression mark, which is just how many times our stuff has shown up over the last 45 days, 90 days on people's radar.
And here's the thing, too, guys.
It's pretty cool.
And I'm going to keep on dwelling on this. I don't want to be a jerk about this. I'm not taking them on. But so much was denied us in those 6 weeks from a marketing standpoint. We couldn't take advantage of.
Yeah, and I get it. Like, I get business going to business, right? We did what we could.
And that's exactly it. I am not. Like I said, I'm not complaining about that. I'm talking about miraculous of miracles.
And I'll say this. My mother, God rest her soul, has always said this to me. She was the most Italian New Jerseyan on the planet, but she always had these weird attempts at Southern euphemisms. And she would always say, you catch more sugar for the flies. And I always meant, you know what that means. You catch more flies with honey.
Yeah.
But she never said it that way. You catch more sugar for the flies. I'm like, yeah, you do use sugar for the flies. But that's my approach, right? There's people that are always going to try to knock others down. We don't need to. Look how many people. Dre will co-sign this. I know I'm looking over to Dre. 5:30, we get here in the morning, and one of the drivers is like, I'm here, ready.
I got your keys.
I got your key fell down.
Wearing a road gang pin.
Yep. Wearing a road gang pin.
I got mine on my hat in the other room, but he's wearing a road gang pin.
To come here at 5:30, the show starts at 7. We're not really having everybody in until like 7:05, to kind of get settled. He's here
I got him a donut.
Because he's loyal and because he believes in what this is and he thinks it's the coolest thing ever. And there's so many more thousands of people out there that say the same thing. So all I'm going to ask here is continue to just be that voice for us. Share this with people. I promise you, if there's not something for you right now or something that you think your friend might be interested in right now, there will be very soon. We are growing rapidly, and it's pretty unreal what's in store over the next 3 months coming to this platform on Radio Nemo.
Really some fun stuff. What I like about the platform. My 6th great-grandma was kidnapped by Daniel Boone's daughter in 1776.
Oh, my God.
Paranormal Pie Man says, #founding YouTube listener. Yes, you are
Heck
Paranormal
yeah,
Pie
bro.
Man. Trucker Bosun says, great-great-great-parents settled in Canada from Ireland in 1864. By the way, Joe J says, Nemo Crew provides great content. Of course, we'll follow. It's even better now with the platform freedom.
Goosebumps, bro.
Amen.
Goosebumps.
Beach Bum. Grandparents on my father's side came over from Germany in the late 1800s. On my mother's side, early 1900s from Germany as well. Folks are listening. Folks are jumping into the chat. Our good friend Tom Bray is. But by the way, Tom Bray. And in some ways is all of you, because this is like. So somebody asked me, "What's your demographic?" And I said, "Well, if you got a guy who was a volunteer fireman, and an Army vet, a former truck driver who is now a truck driving consultant, perfect." If you are an owner-operator who has multiple skills and are a leader in your community, you're the guy, you're the gal that we want. These are the folks we want. And the people who aspire to that, too. Yeah. Not just the people who are, but the people who want to become. By the way, he continues to hit the like button. Our good friend, Dog Walker, has yet to make his appearance. Where's he at? We want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. 10 Ring eventually made his way into the conversation and has, made the call. Now made 2. He's a rare caller. As he likes to say, he only calls when he has something to say. That's what I also like about the platform, too. We have a number of people that I wasn't aware of, Nick, who are regular, loving listeners, who really enjoy, who actually I meet them and I go, you guys know everything about the show. I didn't even know you were out there. Now I do.
You know what the crazy thing is? So for me, doing this in the digital age, my whole career, I'm pushing on Let's do that. So it'll be 19 years in broadcasting in the digital era in August for me. And so I'm used to the chat, Jimmy. I see it all the time. I grew up creating my content with a live chat and comments and social media. For Dave.
Dave can't handle it, by the way.
I asked him at lunch yesterday.
He loves it, but he can't handle it.
Yeah, I said, is this the coolest thing or the scariest thing to you? He goes, I actually love it, but I don't know how to navigate it.
Well, it's so funny because with Madison and Drake can tell you guys this, and I pick on him all the time. I swear to God, you can't see me, but I'm worried about bringing the cameras on because people will see me going, eyes in front, Dave, eyes here, pal, eyes here, pal. He's like looking at the chat and like typing. I'm like, you have to host a show, dude. You can't do this multiplicity-wise.
Well, the funny thing there is Dave told me a couple months ago that, the way he went about the old road gang was there were drivers on the road at nighttime from 12 to 6 a.m. on the road by themselves in their cockpits driving by themselves. Dave was the guy in the studio by himself driving alongside you. And now he gets to see those people talk to him where he never got to see that before. He never got to see that guy that was driving was like, yeah, I agree with you. I'm stopped here at this place in St. Louis. I'm listening to you vibing. Now he gets to see that. That must be, I wish I could experience that moment of somebody who's been a 55-year radio legend coming in and now being able to interact in real time with the people that have been riding with him since that day. That's awesome. And we got to build that.
Well, you know what else is cool about Dave, too, is the fact that people aspire to be someplace.
Yeah.
People always aspire to be at like this place or that place and all that kind of thing. And where Dave and I really get along, and by the way, there's a movie that came out about Saturday Night Live about the first opening night of it too. And Lindsay and I have had nice debates about I can't wait to say I knew you when, which kind of puts a little craw on her. I love it, by the way. I want to be at the place where the thing got started. I don't want to be at the place where somebody else. I don't want to be someplace. Here's the shot. You ready for the shot?
Oh boy.
I don't want to be someplace where somebody built something. Somebody made it happen. Somebody built the infrastructure. Somebody created the institute. I don't want to be Barry Switzer.
Yeah.
I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be Barry Switzer. I don't want to be like Jimmy Johnson takes over a team utterly tanks, has to put together a whole bunch of rookies, has to put together an amazing group of football players, has to hone them into a team, and then I'm the guy who shows up, wakes up on third base, and thinks I hit a triple. I don't want to be the guy who shows up at the place where everything has already been set up for me. I want to be there watching the kids, and by kids I mean enthusiastic people who work with you, watching them build something. Chowder says, good morning, Nick, by the way.
Good morning,
See, I
Chowder.
can do that, Dave. If you're listening, I can actually move back and forth. Go ahead, Nick.
No, I just think it's probably just so jarring to finally be able to have that real-time interaction. But no, I think for me, yeah, I agree with you. Everything I've done in my whole career has been entrepreneurial. Every time I walk into something that's quasi-corporate,
I hated the other
I
platform.
can't do it.
I tell you, I hated it. Anybody can tell. Anybody who listens to me on a regular basis, I hated it. I loathed it. It was like, well, where do we go from here?
Well, I think
which is why I brought you in even
Yeah.
before we left the platform. I want to go someplace else.
Yeah.
Where can we go?
How do we get there? And I think for me, like this is my third time building some level of network like this. Not to this scale. This is the first time we've done it at this scale. But just being able to work with people who I see a potential in, A plus potential. Everybody here wants to do it, wants to get it better. And you have to. The hardest thing is you have to be, and this is probably a testament to owner operators out there. It's gonna suck for a bit. It's gonna go rough. You're gonna think everything's smooth sailing for 3 weeks, and then something bomb drops on you. And how do you recover from that? And how do you be?
Oh, you mean Mondays?
Not wrong. How do you be okay with that? How do you recover from that? What do you do to make it better the next time? That's not a story of just radio. That's not a story of just driving. That's a story of life. It's like, how do you get up the next time and believe in the people around you that we're all going to rally and do it? And when you do that and you build that great thing, now you can say you did it. The hardest part is getting to that step. You always want, it's like the 95th time you get knocked over, you don't want to get up. I'm tired.
Well, and you heard him this morning. You heard Tim this morning. Tim's sitting right next to me, man. It's like he got right to the end, and they picked the three guys ahead of him. He was fourth on the list, and he's like, I don't want to do this again. And boy, he hit the nail on the head. It's not that he didn't want to do the work again. He didn't want to endure the heartbreak again.
The craziest thing, right before I got here, I was in Sarasota for my son's national championships. Previously, he plays flag football. He's 10 years old. He lost 39 games in a row, y'all. 39 games in a row. How do I tell a kid who's lost 39 games in a row that, trust me, it's going to get better? I promise you it's going to get better. He goes, if they won that national championship, they would have gone to the Junior Olympics next year. They get knocked out in the quarterfinals, placed 5th in the nation of 1,300 teams. Whoa. We get in the car, and for the first time ever, this is a real story, because he's won championships now. He goes, I don't feel as sad this time. I said, why? He goes, I want to run it back. That was the moment. He wants to get up and do it again and go fight this thing and go get it back. Okay, yeah, we got busted in the face pretty badly. It was like 39-19. It was bad. He's like, I don't care. We're going to go do it. Yeah, dude. So when I get back, he's about to go participate in the All-American tournament to represent his state at his age group. 20 kids in Florida got selected to go represent his state. And then right after that, we're back to work, getting ready for the next tournament. Why? Because you got to get back up.
You got to get back up.
That's it.
You have to get back up.
And that's what this is. We're getting back up, and we're doing something. Ribbon cutting coming soon, like 2 hours from now.
Yeah. I know. And by the way, we said it was a metaphorical ribbon cutting. Our friend Brad Bentley,
no, it's a real one now.
Literally showed up with an actual giant scissors and a ribbon that he ordered, which is crazy. Oh, you got to keep your finger down on it. By the way.
It says press.
Yeah, press and hold.
I see that.
Yeah,
now.
There you go.
They lied. My bad. Jimmy.
Big thanks to our friend Showtime, who says the audio levels are all over the place. The guests were quiet. The guests were quiet because they were quiet. Showtime. It's like so hard to get.
Truck drivers, man. They're just inside themselves.
It's funny
okay.
though. They go
it's okay.
outside, but they go outside. It's like rah 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 rah. We get them in front of a microphone.
I think, but you've done this a long time, and I have too. It's like you get guests that are really good. They'll come behind the microphones, and then they just get timid. Yeah. And it's not anything bad about them. It's just like if you're not used to doing your broadcast voice.
By the way, guys, if you didn't notice, I wasn't like, "Hey, speak up, Junior."
Yeah, you're quiet over there.
Come on, pal.
I'm speaking here.
Stop talking cool.
Yeah, they don't talk with the transatlantic accent anymore.
We got to bring that stuff back, pal. Or hey, what are you doing? You come over here, pal. I'll tell you what's going on.
We'll do all the imaging in that voice.
The Paranormal Pieman wants to know when a Discord server is going to happen.
Oh, I've been thinking about that, and I didn't know if
Okay, so he knows what it is. I know what it is. Would you please explain to our listeners what a Discord server is?
I know we're coming up on break, but like Discord is the coolest thing. It's like it is a live chat room all the time. It is a live chat room all the time, in real time. It's like remember the old AOL chat rooms, the best way I can describe it? It's that, but about every single topic about your thing. So like we would have a RadioNemo one, and there we would have a section for Road Gang, section for all the different shows, section for music, section for sports. It's just you could just chat with everybody. I love Discord. It's my favorite place.
Thank you, Paranormal Pie Man. Nick's very excited. Nick, lots of people are listening, by the way. Man. Tom Bray is back in the chat. Deep thought for the day. What can I do better and what more can I do should apply wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Well said, Tom Bray.
You want me to take him out?
Get me out of here.
All right, you're listening to Road Gang Radio, live here on Radio Nemo. We'll be back after these short messages.
You listen to me, Buster.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
And we are back with more Road Game Radio with Jimmy Mack, back in the driver's seat.
I am back in the driver's seat. Big thanks to Madison with a T. Big thanks to Phone Master Dre. Big thanks to all of you folks out there. You can hear him in the background, by the way. You can hear my man with the plan in the background. I'm so thrilled that Robert Braswell actually has a tech talk today on the opening day, as it were, here at the Fastport Studios. We've been doing this for about 6 weeks now, 6 or 7 weeks, but this is the day when people start showing up here, road gang captains dropping in, drivers driving from Lafayette. I am so thrilled, Robert, that on this particular day we get to do a tech talk because there's so much going over here in studio with the ribbon cutting ceremony and the big party tonight. We're thrilled to have you along for the ride this morning. It's good to have you back, my friend.
Well, it's great to be here, Jimmy Mack. Sorry I couldn't be there for the grand opening. My schedule wouldn't permit it, but I am there in spirit, and I am here over the airwaves, so to speak, or I guess it's the electrons here on internet radio. I don't know how exactly that works.
I'm really not sure how it does either. And by the way, really quickly, guys, before I let Robert say anything else, he deserves an introduction, a genuine. He's the executive director of ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, and it's great to have him here for the longest running segment in Radio Nemo history, Tech Talk with TMC. Hey, man, sorry about that.
Hey, no problem. I appreciate it as always. And of course, now today we are going to be talking about a really cool topic, and that is a deep dive into cooling system and diesel exhaust fluid maintenance and specifications. We're going to talk about why it's important and what listeners should know about these specifications. And joining us for the program is Joe Long, who's Senior Field Technical Trainer with Old World Industries. Those are the makers of the Peak brand of products. Joe is a member of TMC, longtime member of TMC. He's been very active in our S3 engine study group, our Professional Technician Development Committee, and now Technician and Educator Committee. And he's chaired several task forces on dealing with coolants and engine systems. He's also chaired stations in our TMC SuperTech competition, and he knows what he's talking about when it comes to these topics. But before we get started, as you know, each week we like to make a special available to our listeners. A special offer available to our listeners, and this week it's our TMC Preventive Maintenance Inspection Manual for technicians. We're offering it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. You can order it for yourself at 1-866-821-3468. Just mention RadioNemo and you'll get it for that special price. And if you are an owner-operator or a small fleet, you have 100 or fewer power units, you can join the Technology and Maintenance Council for the discounted annual dues of just $150. When you do that, you're going to get our 2-volume recommended practices manual. That's over 4,000 pages of technical information on the care, maintenance, repair, and feeding of your commercial rig. So it's a great benefit along with many other good benefits. So please do call us if you're interested in signing up. And as always, we remind our listeners at the top of the program that any TMC recommended practices we might discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone is first determined for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the program this morning, Joe Long. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Robert, and thank you for inviting me again to your show. Much appreciated.
Joe, before we get started, I understand you've got a little message you'd like to send out to somebody special.
Oh, yeah. To my daughter, Jennifer, I'd like to wish her a very happy birthday today.
Well, fantastic. Happy birthday, Jennifer. And again, great to have you on the program, Joe. Let's start with the coolant maintenance a little bit because, we're in the hot driving season. This is the time of year when, vehicles might boil over, but there really is no point to doing that if you take care of your maintenance properly, right? I mean, there's always a little bit of, care and feeding of the cooling system that is required. But if you stay on top of it, you shouldn't have these kind of problems, right?
That is correct. There are some simple testing procedures, both for the summer and prepare for the winter, that any technician, owner, operator, fleet manager, they should be following these simple test procedures to make sure that A, they have enough glycol in the system, and B, have enough water in the system, because water is your best heat transfer. And in this time of weather, with this heat, we need to remove that heat from the engine, and the water is what removes that heat from the engine.
So in addition to the water, there's all sorts of inhibitor technologies that go into that coolant, right? And when you have that, you're going to be preventing things like wet cylinder liner cavitation. That's nasty stuff when you start getting corrosion through the inner wall, right? And then you start getting mixed in oil in the coolant, and that can lead to engine failure. Or maybe there's just rust or general corrosion of metals in the cooling system if you don't maintain your cooling system properly. And, there's hard water scale too if you're not using the proper, 50-50 mix, maybe prepackaged mix. If you're mixing your own coolant with 100% coolant, hard water scale could be a real problem, can it?
Oh, yes, it can. So it is important to use the proper distilled deionized water, using some pure water. It is important to use virgin glycol. That is the best glycol in the market. You know what you're getting when you buy virgin glycol. And of course, there are different inhibitor packages, from automotive to light duty to heavy duty. There are some 3-year, 600,000 mile type of coolants. There are 1.5 million mile type of coolants. So the inhibitor package is what prevents the rust, the corrosion, the liner pitting, the block cavitation, and, protects all the inner parts of your cooling system. And one of the biggest issues today, and the new issues that have arisen, and it's important to know what coolant you're using, what coolant the OE is factory filling with, and how to test it, how to treat it, how to maintain that system.
So you raised a good point. There's different coolants out there. It's not just filling up with the green stuff like we did many decades ago. And there's still some of those older formulations out there, but most of the industry has gone to what we call an organic acid technology, or oat technology. But there are a couple variants of that too, right? Depending on whether it's nitrite containing or nitrite free. And I think that speaks to the issue you just mentioned.
Correct. And, moving forward into 2025 and now 2026 production, there are some silicated OAT formulas with a nitrite free. There is phosphated technologies today, what we call POAT. So these are formulas that are working very, very well in longevity, just for the cooling system, not just for the cooling system, but also to counteract this chemical reaction with these fabricated aluminum radiators. And that seems to be the technology that the on-road world will start to move towards. We'll have 2 of the 4 in 2026 moving towards the POAT, or the phosphated nitrite-free organic acid technology.
So let's talk about that just for a little bit. What does the phosphate do for you in the coolant? What does that inhibitor, or what does that additive do for you in terms of better performance and longer life?
Well, the phosphate in low doses now, years ago, certain technologies were higher in phosphate, and there were attitudes from OEs towards phosphate levels. But the technology today is very low phosphate. Low phosphate meaning 300 or 400 parts per million in chemistry in the coolant. What the phosphate, not only does it do a good pH buffer to prevent the pH from getting out of whack, as we like to say, but it helps passivate any failures with this fabricated aluminum. It's been proven. It's a formula that works extremely well. 100% of the Asian vehicles are now phosphated coolants, whether automotive, light duty, or the heavy duty industry. And now here in North America, 2 of the 4 are factory filling with the phosphated type of technology. And interesting enough, even off-road, you all know the major manufacturer, off-road yellow equipment, or yellow steel, they like to call it, they actually sell the inhibitor, which contains the dose of phosphates to help passivate with any aluminum failures. They actually sell it as an additive, rather than change the coolant as factory fill, which they've been on for the past 20 years. They just now market an additive which is dosed with phosphates. Very interesting.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Let's talk a little bit about inhibitors just for a second, because sometimes we hear about inhibitor dropout and inhibitor dropout deposits. Why does that happen? What can you do about it? Is it just something that normally happens with coolant, and you have to have regular maintenance to keep up your inhibitor package so that this doesn't happen? Or maybe it's not as big a deal as it once was. Now that we're using extended life coolants or these new, better performing oat coolants.
Well, the dropout, as we all knew it years ago, was caused by a lot of hard water, which today we always instruct to use distilled or deionized water. Also, high silicate would cause a lot of dropout. So today, a lot of formulas are silicate-free, so you don't have the silicate dropout. A big issue, like I mentioned, in the past 10 years, has been the dropout or the fabricated aluminum. That residue in assembling that fabricated aluminum, that brazing process leaves a residue behind, and that's what would drop out. So moving towards an organic acid technology that's nitrite free, that's a big cure for this problem to eliminate dropout. And of course, the low dose of phosphate in the formula, that works extremely well in passivating the failure with the fabricated aluminum.
Do the inhibitors or additives eventually wear out, or what's the tipping point there, or is the makeup coolant sufficient to continue on between your major service points?
Well, the makeup coolant, these formulas that are out here today are heavily dosed with inhibitors, and the makeup coolant really does provide protection. So if extended life coolants, as we call them, organic acid technologies, the OAT, those inhibitors deplete much slower than older technologies like the nitrided or the SCAs, the supplemental coolant additives that we used in the 80s, 90s through the early 2000s, and then the move towards extended life coolant. So those inhibitors last much longer than the old SCAs. So the concern, you still have a concern that cooling systems can be what we use the term diluted. You may be using a coolant that's not the exact same technology as intended, whether, you have some leakage or a hose comes off and you top off with a different formula. There are test strips in the marketplace. And again, some of them are geared specifically to a technology, but there is a test strip today that we've developed. It's called the Peak Heavy Duty All-in-One Test Strip. This will test the chemistry as a simple pass-fail in any technology that's in the market today, whether it's old technology of green coolant using nitrites or fuchsia coolant with SCAs, or the NOAT, that the first generation of extended life coolant that was created, or the modern technology today that I'm talking about, the POAT. This test strip will test any technology that's in the marketplace. Simply testing it as a pass-fail, it makes the job for that technician so much easier.
Yeah, it sounds it. You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Joe Long here with Peak Old World Industries. We're talking about coolant maintenance, and we'll be talking about diesel exhaust fluid maintenance in just a little bit. But Joe, let's talk a little bit about 4 points that I think everybody should know about when it comes to a checklist for the maintenance of coolant. And those points or KPIs would be color, clarity, freeze point, and your SCA level. We just talked about SCAs. Let's talk about each one of those and what are we looking for?
Well, let's kind of keep it simple. There are actually 5 points, and I'll review them quickly. You look at the color. Well, you could be using orange coolant, blue coolant, red coolant. Again, yellow coolant in Ford today on a pickup truck, you'll see a lot of that. Stellantis has moved towards a purple coolant. I don't care what color your coolant is. Just make sure it's not black or brown. Make sure your coolant is the color is vibrant. Next, look at the clarity. We don't want to see rust or corrosion. You don't want to see fuel getting into the system. You don't want to see oil or any type of gear oil, transmission fluid into that system. So look at the color, look at the clarity. The test strip is a great way to test pH. You can use a pH meter. You can use the test strip. Simple way of knowing you got a bad pH is odor. So you can use the test strip and make sure that you're between 6.5 and 11. You'll know if you're out of that range by odor. It will smell like ammonia if you're out of that range above 11. So you got those first three tests. If any one of those tests really fail, you need to drain, clean, flush, and refill. And anytime you think about cleaning a cooling system, quickly remember this. Am I cleaning it because it's contaminated with carbon, oil, or transmission fluid? Or am I cleaning it because it's rust and corrosion? So there are cleaners specific for rust and corrosion. That's an acid-based cleaner. There's a cleaners out there for oil. That's an alkaline-based cleaner. So know why you're cleaning a cooling system. The fourth test is water glycol content freeze point. Keep it at minus 12 to minus 65 degrees. Wow, that sounds like a big range. That's 40% glycol to 60% glycol. Remember, we need water in the system to dissipate the heat. So those are your first four tests. And last I talked about is the test strip. Let that test strip tell you pass or fail for your inhibitors. Keep it simple. 5 tests.
You know, it's amazing. The older conventional coolants would be maintained on intervals of something like 25, 30,000 miles, or specified by the engine manufacturer. But we are so far beyond that now with extended life coolants. You know, some of the manufacturers are recommending 600,000 miles, 12,000 engine hours of service life on these coolants, right?
That is correct. You know, we actually have a coolant in the marketplace that's 1.5 million miles. Think about that one. But what you always want to remember, out there on the road or even off-road, anything can happen because it has a surge tank cap. That you could have a leak, and that buzzer can go off, and that driver or that technician, if he doesn't put the same coolant that's intended to be in the system, you're going to have some dilution of inhibitors. So we always kind of ask, hey, you know what? We used to be that 3-month mark, as you mentioned, 25,000 miles. Well, we've kind of extended that, as we call it, extended life coolants. You can actually go to 6 months or even a year in testing coolants, but because we know the capabilities of topping off with the wrong product, I recommend, Old World recommends, you know what? Every 6 months, just take a peek at that coolant for those 5 test procedures. Make sure the color's right. Make sure there's no debris in that system. Smell it. Make sure it doesn't smell like, ammonia, like I mentioned, or test the pH, and it's in that range. And then test it for the water glycol content. And again, test it with that pass-fail for the test strip.
And we get this question quite a bit at TMC from callers. If you have compromised the coolant, let's say you diluted it with a non-ELC coolant, or maybe it's just not the exact factory fill coolant that it came with when it was built. What is the percentage that you can allow before you have to start treating it as if it is not ELC coolant?
Well, we always recommend 25%. So if a system's diluted with more than 25% of what's intended, you'll probably start to go more towards, the low or fail on that test strip. And the simple rule is, okay, if you start to get low, drain 10% of what's in that system, so maybe 1 gallon to 1.5 gallons, and top off with the intended coolant, you'll start to pass with the chemistry test strip again.
So you don't have to drop everything. You don't have to drop the whole load, so to speak. Go ahead, drop 10%, refill back up to the full level, and you're good.
And you're good to go. That is a simple rule of thumb. These technologies today are very powerful, very strong.
RP 365 coolant maintenance guidelines is a recommended practice that we have at TMC. It covers a lot of what we've been talking about this morning. It's got a glossary of all the different terms you're going to encounter when it comes to coolant. I'd recommend it if you're a member. It's one of the great member benefits you have of joining TMC, and it's just a good resource to know about your cooling system in detail. But even if you don't do the maintenance yourself, you have somebody else do it. At least catch yourself up on the technology and the terms and so forth, so you can speak intelligently to your service provider. You'll really do well by in your maintenance program for doing that. Joe, let's go ahead and switch gears a little bit and talk about non-coolant related, which is diesel exhaust fluid. This is something that is used to reduce emissions, to reduce the NOx emissions. It's part of the after treatment system, and it depends on having the right kind of DEF, doesn't it?
Well, there are some quality DEFs in the marketplace, and DEF is completely different than coolant, where we talk about coolant having all these various colors and various technologies. Diesel exhaust fluid, the American Petroleum Institute creates a document, ISO 22241. TMC, we've created RP 360, which is guidelines for diesel exhaust fluid, and RP 373, as simply put, diesel exhaust fluid system maintenance. So follow these rules. Understand DEF is 32.5% automotive grade urea. So it's 32.5% urea. It's pure urea. There's no inert ingredients in there, and it's 67.5% distilled deionized water, pure water. You can't have contaminants, or your SCR system will start to have a lot of issues inside of that system, from the injector to the catalyst itself and the exhaust pipe. You'll see a lot of white crystallization. You know you've got some issues being created. One of the things people always ask, hey, why does my DEF injector clog? Why does the catalyst get this white crud off, on it? Why does the tailpipe? Why did I see this white crystallization at the tailpipe? And the big issue is that system has to reach 485 degrees outside of your diesel particulate filter, as with that DPF catches the carbon, and now the exhaust continues out of the DPF filter. We have to be at 485 85 degrees Fahrenheit in order to take that DEF, or the urea and water, to turn into ammonia. And if you don't reach that temperature, for whatever reason, your system's not reaching maximum operating temperature at that area, your DEF is going to clog up your SCR system, all the components. So that's important to know.
Is that why maybe in the winter you might see more of this than you would, let's say, in the summer, or that has nothing to do with it?
I don't think it really does. At different times a year, that owner-operator, that fleet manager just needs to ask himself, hey, do I have an issue with vehicle A or B? And maybe the rest of my fleet, I don't have an issue. It could just be the operation of that driver and where his route is, or anything like that. So it could happen in the winter, cold of winter. It can happen in the heat of summer like today. It just, if you do have that issue, what we recommend is to use a diesel exhaust fluid that maybe is enhanced with a detergent or solvent. We actually market, everybody on this call has heard of Blue Def, and it's the most popular brand in the marketplace. There's a whole lot of other brands out there in the marketplace, and they all work relatively well. But we have a product called Blue Def Platinum. It has this detergent and solvent already in the 2.5 gallon or the 55-gallon drum, or the bulk delivery. We can do that for any fleet. Or that owner-operator, if he does have this issue where that vehicle went back to the OE because he had some sort of failure with the clog system, this is going to be a preventive maintenance type of item. It's not going to clean a system. There's a product out on the shelf that's an additive that you can buy separately. We don't recommend that, because how much do you put into a system? Remember, those dashboard codes are designed to go off anywhere from 0.7 off of that 32.5 of water, urea content. And if you start messing with an additive into the system, you're going to throw a code. You're going to take that 32.5 perfect world, and you're going to bring it down to 29 or 28%, and your vehicle is going to start to have issues.
Yeah, you're going to go into limp mode, right? That's going to be probably, you won't be able to get out of your own way if it gets bad enough.
Well, if you start messing with that ratio, different OEs have different ratios before codes are thrown, whether it's 0.7 or 1.0, but it's a very minute limit to offer that 32.5.
So let me ask you this. Let's say you do see crystallized DEF. What do you do about it? How do you remove those deposits from the system?
Well, keep an eye on it early. So inspection, just like you're inspecting coolant every 3 months or 6 months. On the DEF side, look at that tailpipe. If you can actually peek at any other part of the system, look at it. If you start to see that white crystallization, warm water will wash it right off. If you don't want to, pay the premium for a DEF platinum type of item, you can inspect it more often and use warm water to wash off any part of that system.
There's other parts of the DEF system that need regular maintenance too. I'm thinking of like air bladders. tank filters, vent filters, they all need care and attention, don't they?
Yeah, we know road grit, in the Northeast and across the northern part. In the winter, you got rock salt out there. In the South, you'll have that road grit. So there are some filters at the fillet cap. You got to inspect those. Make sure you don't see that black debris there. Do not get rock salt into that system. I mean, in the Northeast where, we use a lot of rock salt in upstate New York and stuff like that, downstate especially too. Across the turnpike in New Jersey, they love that rock salt when it starts to snow. That could be a detrimental to an SCR system. If you pull in to fuel up and then you open that cap and you start getting some of that salt or road salt into that DEF tank, you're going to have some issues. So be careful, be aware.
Yeah, the contamination can really be a problem. You should always avoid introducing any kind of liquid or material into that system. There are special tank designs, and the dispensing nozzles have been designed to minimize the chance of that kind of a misfueling or tanking, whatever you want to call it. But if that has happened, if there's been cross contamination, what should you do to avoid damage to the DEF system?
Oh my God, shut it down immediately. Just issues arise, calls come in the past, a lot more today, a lot less. But just recently, I got a call from a company in New Jersey and said, hey, my truck's in North Carolina. He just went to fuel up and he put fuel in the DEF tank. Oh my God, shut it down. Do not start the vehicle. Do not run the vehicle. That's the simplest explanation in preventing this, education to that driver. Bulletin to that driver.
We've got a couple more minutes. I would like to touch on one other problem. I'm going to go back to coolant systems for a second. And here's a question we get quite a bit on TMC, sometimes on this program as well. What's the proper way to drain and fill your heavy-duty diesel? Can you just go into the surge tank and top it off, or is there a better way to do this?
Well, there are, and I have these files, for TMC. Each engine manufacturer, truck manufacturer has a recovery type of procedure and a refill type of procedure. Remembering one thing, that air and trapped air in a cooling system is going to be detrimental to the cooling system. So there are certain procedures that need to be followed when you're going to clean out a system, drain it fully out, and then refill that system. One of the things you truly don't want to do too often, especially if there's age on that glycol, is go ahead and remove that glycol and refill with new virgin glycol. You don't know the age of that coolant. If it passes these tests, you probably can reintroduce it to the system. But follow the TMC procedures. These are all available to anyone, listening out here across America, to follow these procedures. It's very important to refill the system and vacuum out all of that air from the system.
So vacuum fill system, good way. Pressure fill system is another alternative. Do it the right way. Make sure you don't get air pockets. You could do damage to your exhaust gas recirculation systems. Joe, that's all the time we have for this segment. I'd like to thank you for being on Tech Talk with TMC. Hope to have you back on the program again real soon. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Jimmy Mack, in the studios in New Orleans.
Hey, Robert, I got to tell you, brother, that could have gone on forever and a day, man. That was a lot of great information. And I actually looked over at the clock and realized, good gosh almighty, man, they could keep going. There's so much left on the table. That's kind of the way it always goes with you, though, isn't it? I mean, you could actually do like 2 hours of half of these conversations, correct?
We could do 5 hours, but I don't know if anybody could stand it or not.
I don't know, brother. It's gotten pretty darn good. Tell us what's on the docket for next week.
Well, next week we're going to be taking a look at alternative powertrains. What's the outlook for those systems with Kevin Otto, who's really up on these. He's a retired silver spark plug and an expert. Does a lot of work with NACFE and TMC and other groups. So looking forward to that conversation on Tech Talk with TMC.
Robert Braswell, the executive director of ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, is the host of the longest running segment on RadioNemo, Tech Talk with TMC. Thank you, Robert. Thanks for being here on this important day for us. We really appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
When we come back on the other side, by the way, guys, it's Education Station. I'm going to say that in good old Lafayette style. Donnie Tulk, who has been a long time coming to get himself on this segment. So thrilled to have him. could not, by the way, all of this was planned. We would have had Donnie on earlier, but the truth of the matter was we got Donnie on later because on the 23rd, today, the big party is going down. Madison, hit that music now. I want to be talking while that music is playing. That's important to me. We will come back on the other side of this with our good friend Donnie Tolk and Education Station.
Goods to you in less than 24 hours.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
There. Thanks for cruising with us. Now let's get back to Road Gang Radio, and here's Jimmy Mack live from the Fastport Studios in NOLA.
Hey, by the way, I was talking about long-running segments. As we made the transition from the previous platform to this newfangled technology on the Tube of View and the Book of Face and all points in between, one of the grooviest things that I got a chance to do was take over Education Station. By the way, if that name shows up on any other platform, please let me know. That would be deeply upsetting, by the way. One of the first group of people that people started to call in the aftermath of that to try to get people to come onto their platforms were all the education people that we've actually cultivated relationships, both with the CVTA and, of course, with the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools. Martin Garcia over there has been such a good friend in kind of setting this up. The other good friend that set this up, and I would call one of the original members of the Road Gang, has been a part of this process from the beginning. One of those people who actually has a Road Gang pin and is a friend of the show. Donnie Tolk, who is the coordinator, professional truck driver training over at Tulsa Tech. You can go to tulsatech.edu. If you ever, by the way, if I ever get Dave on the show with me the same time Donnie is on, we actually could have a discussion. Tom Bray, who sends his regrets that he couldn't make it, he says he's kicking himself about it, as a matter of fact, that he's not down here. But if you ever want to have a really just great Road Gang conversation, get Donnie Tolk, Tom Bray, and Dave Nemo on a conversation, and we could take up a good 2-3 hours, and I promise you it would be compelling radio. We get Dean Croak involved with that, asking questions, and we got something going on over here. Donnie, good morning, and welcome to your first official appearance, not only on Education Station, but over on this newfangled platform. How you doing, man?
Man, I am doing great. Good morning, Jimmy. It's so good to be here. And I tell you what, I've been listening in on the new platform, and I don't think you've ever sounded better. You and Dave, Lindsay, sounding fantastic, man. Every day, all the time.
Well, I tell you this, Lindsay's sitting across from me right now, and she's getting set up for her new. She's going to join us at the end of this half hour and jump on in for the making a life section of the show. I'm going to tell her what you just told me because her headset's worn on. He said, "We've never sounded better, Lindsay." That's from. She agrees completely with you, Donnie. She completely agrees with you. I'm pretty pleased as well, too, brother. It's good to have you. I wanted to kind of, we're going to talk about some education stuff here, but you're one of those people like Tom, as I was mentioning earlier, who actually have heard Dave in every incarnation. You got a chance to hear him on the Road Gang. You got a chance to hear him when he made the move to Nashville. You got a chance to hear him when he made the jump over to XM and then during the merger. So you've been along for a long way. Why do you have that connection?
Well, I think it's mainly, golly, back when I was a teenager and riding around in this beautiful country with my dad in a truck, that's who you listen to on the radio. That's how you got information. That's how you got through the night. as far as, trucking. And so I kind of grew up listening to Dave and Charlie Douglas. There were others out there, but my dad, my cousins, who are from Baton Rouge, by the way, and they were released on to the old Running Rabbit years ago. You guys probably all know who that is, but they all listened to Dave and Charlie intently, and it was they anticipated, listening to them every night, and I kind of, that was ingrained in me. You're a truck driver, professional truck driver. That's what you did. If you had to truck all night, you're going to be listening to the Road Gang, and it just became Dave made you feel like family. Charlie Douglas made you feel like family. John Parker made you feel like family. And it was just such a great feeling, and really, I'm going to tell you, it'd tick you off sometimes when you hit those spots in the country and it would fade in and out. But, as they went on, and then we got to listen to them, simulcast, I guess is what you would call it, with the station up in Nebraska. I think it was KRV, and I can't remember, but you could pick them up, and that was really great. The only place I really had trouble picking them up was in California. For some reason, it would fade in and out there pretty bad sometimes. But you just kind of say, "Hey, I'm part of the family. I'm part of the Road Gang family," and you would wait for 11 o'clock Central Time for Dave or Charlie or John to come on,
I tell you this, Donnie, and you probably, the moment you started talking about this, knew how this was actually going to tie in to what you wanted to talk about today. You can find Donnie over at tulsatech.edu, on the Book of Face at Tulsa Tech, on the Tube of You at Tulsa Tech Center, and then on Instagram at Tulsa Tech. This is a really cool thing, and something I think is a long time due. And of course, you're going to take the lead on something like this. Is something that would be like right up your bailiwick. When we asked people what they liked most about the show, when I went around, I called about 20, 30 drivers and just had kind of long, in-depth conversations with each and every one of them. One of the consistent themes was, I feel like there's a gang of people over there. There's a family of people that I know, and I'm part of it. Part of that comes also is that the people who feel that way are already part of what we call lifestyle, part of the lifestyle of trucking. And you guys have done something at Tulsa Tech that I think is so very important. Can you kind of talk about the lifestyle class?
Right. We put together, like you said, we've been kind of teaching a lifestyle class because, these student drivers get out there, they don't know what to expect. They don't know what am I getting into? And, statistically, the stats aren't real good, as far as, new drivers staying in the industry, within that first year, for that first full year. A lot of new drivers drop out. They say, well, this wasn't for me. And a lot of it's got to do with lifestyle and understanding that. So we had put together a lifestyle class here a while back, and we've kind of been improving on it. And I got this idea. I had a question from a student not too long ago, and he said, Mr. Talk, if anybody, you talk about, we're so lucky because we have cell phones nowadays. We have FaceTime and all that. You and I have talked, Jim, about, standing in line waiting to chunk your quarters in the machine at the TA or something like that, to call home at 7 o'clock on a Tuesday night, because that's when your wife knew you were going to call and to be by the phone. So, we got talking about that, and the student asked me, said, well, how did you get information? How did you know what was going on? You had your radio and stuff like that, but what? Well, then the light bulb went off. We haven't really hit a whole lot on how truck drivers get their information. How do they get their information about the ever-changing regulations? How do they get their information about road conditions, things like that? So we started down this trail, and we put together this lesson plan where basically we start with the history of trucking radio and go through the steps till present times, and follow Dave all the way through the old Road Gang days on WWL, through the XM satellite radio days, and on to now. Because we didn't have cell phones back in the old days. A lot of drivers out there listening know this. We weren't able to, to have FaceTime. We weren't able to pull up a Zoom call or anything like that, on a laptop computer sitting, in a truck stop. You literally had to get your information from the radio. And a lot of that information came from the Road Gang show, from Charlie Douglas, from Dave Nemo. I know Dave has said things about, hey, somebody told me that my dad heard about my birth on your radio. That's true. We used to hear those things, and Dave Nemo kept you informed. And information, that's the thing about the lifestyle class, and what student drivers or entry-level drivers need to understand is the lifestyle and what they're going to be getting into, and the information, where to go, where do I need to find this information. So every one of them walks out, when they start out, they've got a toolbox full of tools as far as information. What do I need to do? Where do I need to find parking spots? What apps do I need to get onto? Where do I need to tune in? And of course, RadioNemo.com is definitely at the top of the list. So we're getting into that because I think if we can, attack, I want to say attack, but if we can make a run at this lifestyle lesson, we can keep more younger drivers, more new drivers, I guess I should say, entry-level drivers in this game, in the industry, and not having them jump out within that first year. So that's what we've built around that, because it's very important. We can teach them how to drive a truck. We can teach them how to back, because you make your money by backing up. So we can teach them how to do all that. But what's something that's very important once they get out there on the road? You got to know where you can turn to get your information. What for entertainment, things like that. Just like the Tech Talk segment before. I learned so much. I mean, I'm surrounded with diesel tech instructors here, but I learned so much on those Tech Talk segments and that, and it's just great. And these entry-level drivers need to know this stuff. We can't cover everything. We don't have enough time to cover everything. So we're leaning on Radio Nemo to help us with that.
It's interesting, too, because Tom Bray just wrote, it's one thing to be told you're going to be cold, tired, hungry, and lonely, but it's another thing when you are cold, tired, hungry, and lonely. Supporting the new drivers past that phase is big, and a lifestyle class really does talk to that, the idea that it's like, look, we're going to tell you all the things that are going to go wrong. We're going to tell you all the problems that you're going to kind of run into. We can't actually be there for you when those things actually do occur. So it needs to be beyond just that you're going to feel those things. Here's how you deal with them when they in fact happen. And it's interesting too, because we're now at a place where pre-trip is not just a matter of making sure your engine works, but it's making sure all your lines of communication and information in fact work, that you know where they are and how to get to them. One of the things about being a producer at a radio show is I need to be able to look at the people who are actually working the booth and say stuff like, I want a situation where the host can be heard and not anybody else. Push a button or push a series of buttons. I want a situation where the producers can be heard and none of the hosts. Push a button, a series of buttons, and then every single combination after that. Are you suggesting to some degree when it comes to methods of communication that as part of the pre-trip, it's like, where's the app going to be? How are you setting this up? How are you making sure that your GPS never goes off, that your ELD, that you always have access to your ELD? I was kind of curious, when you guys get people in the cab of a truck, do you show people, here's the best way to lay out all your stuff so that you're in compliance and at the same time have the information you need to get one step further down the road?
Oh, absolutely. I'm so glad you said that too, because we go through there. All of our instructors basically tell their students, hey, once you get out on the road, if you need me, call me. If you have any questions out there, if you don't have anywhere, if you don't have anywhere else to turn, call me. But we will take and say, here's the apps you need to set up. Here's what you need to be looking. This is, your pre-trip is not done. We used to say, even before all the electronics technology, your pre-trip is not done if you haven't checked your permit book. Do I have all my permits? Am I going to get stopped in Oregon because I don't have my PUC sticker and that? All that is part of that, and that is the technology now has came into that. Is my ELD working? Is it working properly? Do I have all my apps? Okay, let me look on Google Maps and see where I'm actually going to go and get a bird's eye view of where I'm going to be delivering at, and where all that stuff goes into it. Now, something else, is what do I need to take with me? Our instructors actually in the classroom, they'll bring their big duffel bags in that they used to use in some of their luggage, rolling duffel bags in, and say, look, here's what I did. Get you one of these, because here's what you're going to do. You're going to have enough clothes to last 2 weeks or whatever it is. We go through the whole gamut with that as far as getting down to even washing your clothes at a truck stop or a laundromat. So all those are tools of the trade that are very important. And like Tom wrote in saying that, I can be told I'm going to be cold, wet, and hungry out there, but until you actually have been cold, wet, and hungry out there and kind of feel all alone, it's a bad feeling. So we want to help them as much as we can before they actually get in that truck, and get away from their trainer's truck, get their own truck with a company, and start traveling across this beautiful country we have. So, it's a deal where we take it very seriously and give them all, like I was saying earlier, all the tools that they need to make them successful. I think that's what one thing is, Jim, that some of these entry-level drivers, they have big thoughts, and then whenever reality hits, they don't know which way to turn.
Everybody's got a plan, Donnie, until somebody punches them in the
defeated.
face, right? Everybody's got that plan, and then somebody punches them right in the face. That's really what goes down. Donnie, we're going to take a quick phone call, by the way. New platform, new reality. Somebody just wants to jump into the conversation. Who do I got, Madison, with a T?
You've got on Mr. Chris. He's in Iowa.
We got Chris in Iowa.
And
Let's bring him on now.
Yeah, he wants to say about how Dave Nemo is the reason he drives.
Go ahead, Chris. Fire away.
Yeah, good morning. How's everybody?
We're doing good. Thank you, sir.
I've said this to Dave, and Jimmy, you've heard it. If I didn't find Dave Nemo and start learning a lot of the stuff that I now know and more, I wouldn't be driving today. So you hit the nail on the head. This lifestyle is not going to work for everybody if you don't have the right tools to do the job.
Go ahead, Donnie.
That's absolutely right, Chris. Man, I'm with you. And Dave Nemo and Charlie Douglas back in the old days, I couldn't have got through a lot of nights and different things without them. But that's what you do. You have to equip, these new drivers with everything they need. Okay, they can go out there, they can shift, they know how to check their mirrors, they know how to go down the road. But what's the other important part? The most important part is, like you said, the lifestyle, because most of them are coming out of, jobs where they're home every night, where they're, in bed, their own bed, they're taking a shower in their own shower, and watching their favorite TV shows, and they get thrown out here and they have somebody tell them, okay, you've got to drive 670 miles all day today. And then you've got to take a shower in a truck stop, try to get you something to eat, get some sleep, and go and do it again the next day. Oh, by the way, the next day you're going to run into a snowstorm. So,
right.
All this, if you give people the tools to do this, well, they're going to feel more successful at doing it, and they're not going to leave the industry. We got to do something to, one thing I feel like is improve the image of our industry. And I think that, ATA with some of their campaigns have done a great job. OIDA has done a great job of doing some of that, but also, equipping these folks, where they don't leave the industry, and that's the big thing. We need to make sure they know what they're getting into.
I wanted to throw something against both of you, Chris, really quickly, because I want to actually hear what you have to say about this. I wanted to throw something against you both quickly. We'll let Chris answer first, and then we'll let Donnie kind of wrap this part of the segment up. We had earlier on the show, we had Tim and Teddy talking about this, and we talked about kind of seeing somebody before they merge. And I think a lot of what you guys are talking about here, Chris, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, is you've got to know at what point you need to start thinking about doing your laundry. You've got to know, based on what you saw in your small fridge, that it's time to go stock back up and where the next place to stock up is that it's always about not so much reacting to what's happening immediately, but getting ready to react to the things that you know are going to happen 1 mile, 10 miles, and 25 miles up the road. Am I making sense, Chris?
Absolutely. It's like doing a pre-trip on, what's going on inside the cab. You have to do a pre-trip on the truck. So you do a pre-trip on yourself. Am I ready to do this? Do I have all the food I need? Do I need to do laundry so I can look good when I get to the shipper or receiver? It's the same thing.
All right, Chris, I got to let you go because I got a little bit of a delay on Donnie, but I can't thank you enough for the call. Appreciate you, brother. Go have the safest of days, and thanks for being a part of Education Station, my friend.
All right, brother. Bye.
Donnie, so here's the question. How do you teach what we're talking about? What is the lesson plan as opposed to just kind of talking about this and throwing this information at people? You have a lifestyle class. How do you teach it?
Well, a lot of it is through life experience, in that we basically, got to have a PowerPoint that goes along through the whole lesson. But a lot of it mainly is you have to use a lot of visual. Like I said, the instructors have their rolling duffel bags that they use to take on the road. You show some videos, some pictures. The instructors will have their own pictures of, the old days when they were trucking and what it looked like. We'll pull up, pictures of, what the truck stops used to look like, things like that. And we go through that with the PowerPoint. It's lecture and it's a visual class. And then a lot of it is just, life experience. What can you expect? Because the instructors are the ones who've been out there for 40 years. They know what's going on. I've been out there, a long time too, and they can tell you stories by storytelling, basically, and, there's really no fluff to it, and it's true and it's honest and it's genuine. And that's what the students appreciate. And some will say, oh, hey, okay, now that you told me that, I think I want to go over here and get a local job. So it does no company any good to hire anybody, because it costs a lot of money to hire new drivers and put them through the training. Doesn't do his company any good to hire that driver if they don't know or haven't heard about what the lifestyle is out there, and they go out there and they quit after 2 weeks or a month.
Well, and worse than that,
the company has just lost $8,000 to $10,000.
And worse than that, the industry has lost a driver that would have picked up the slack on a local run, because the driver may have said, "Look, I love running this truck locally. I love meeting all the people. I know how to put myself together on a daily basis. I'm great with people. I'm great with shaking hands on docks and working stuff out." So not only is the company has lost $8,000 to $10,000, a couple of things have happened. First of all, Tulsa Tech takes a hit because it's given somebody a driver who, while they were a great driver, ain't going to work for that company anymore because they haven't been properly informed what they're walking themselves into. A local company has lost a driver because they've been so turned off of driving, they never go back to driving again. And then you're scrambling to figure out how to make the correction. The lifestyle class prevents all of that from happening.
Absolutely. That you cover your bases all the way around. So like you said, we'll have students that realize that this OTR gig is not for me. They'll realize that, I need to be home over here every night, because I do have 2 smaller children and a wife. Even though they say, fine, go, I think this would really be better for me. And like you said, you lose a driver out of the industry altogether. So that local companies lost a driver, that could carry some of the load locally. We've lost them. We do a follow-up every year with our students to see where are you at. And I think, this lifestyle class has helped our retention rate in the industry. Look at that. I mean, we have close to 90% of our students that are staying in the industry, after that first year. So that's real good, but you have to be willing to work at it and work with those students and be honest with them and tell them, this is the challenges, these are the things you're going to face once you get out there on the road and you're by yourself and you don't have the trainer or your instructor with you to tell you what's around the next corner.
Really quickly before we let Donnie Talk of Tulsa Tech and really close friend of the show shuffle off his radio coil and get off this newfangled technology platform, our good friend Trucker Boson said, depending on the time of day, you also had Bozo and Bill Mack to keep you going through your shift. And then Tom Bray, our good friend, says, Dave, Fred, Bill, and Dale, a.k.a. Bozo, were the best co-drivers I ever had. Especially Dave, ! Donnie, what's the rest of your day look like, my friend?
Well, I'm actually got some meetings to go to today, some CDL examiner meetings and that. Other than that, going to be enjoying this good old Oklahoma heat. Wished I could be, man, I wish really bad that I could be down there with you guys today. Had prior commitments. I've got family in town. Our daughter's in from Louisville and 2 grandsons, or I should say Louisville. Yeah, just, going to be out here enjoying some of the sunshine today and attending some meetings.
Really quickly, by the way, just kind of want to let you know, our good friend Beach Bum says, I've only been out here since 2010, but I was lucky enough to find the whole crew on Sirius XM within my first 6 months of driving and very rarely listen to anything else while I'm on the road. Big thanks to Beach Bum for making that comment. Donnie, I have to tell you really quickly, what is so cool, what is so amazing is that we're going to get another chance to take a run at you getting down here because Lindsay Lawler's new show starts today. We Should Write is going to be at noon in the center, and we're going to hook up something called Nashville to NOLA, where we're going to bring down artists from Nashville to kind of do some songs and music here and vice versa. One of those events we know you will be in attendance for. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you having me on, and I will see you all soon.
And yes, sir. By the way, if you want to find out more about Mr. Donnie Talk and what those groovy folks over at Tulsa Tech are up to, go to tulsatech.edu. Go to Tulsa Tech on the Book of Face. Go to the Tuba U. You'll find them at Tulsa Tech Center. And, of course, on the gram of Insta, it is Tulsa Tech. Donnie Talk, of course, is the coordinator of the professional truck driver training over at Tulsa Tech and one of the oldest friends I have in doing this job and one of Dave's oldest friends of all time. We'll take a quick break here, come back on the other side. We're going to go about the business of making a life, speaking of lifestyle. We also got Ryan Pote is going to be joining us for Blood and Treasure. I am out, I am done, I am gone, and Lawler is on the way.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Live from the Fastport Studios in good old NOLA and straight to you from Nashville, she's here. This is Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Truckin's Wildcard Jimmy Mack and Nashville country star Lindsay Lawler. Let's roll, baby!
Ooh, they sound fun.
Yeah.
By the way, I have a nice shirt that I'll put on later. That is a beautiful sequin gold shirt you're wearing.
Well,
right now.
watch this.
Y'all see? We should write. She's got the T-shirt that says "We should write." Ellipses. Ellipses.
She's a classy broad.
I just flashed you on. Nick can't help himself.
By the way, if I look up behind Lindsay's head, I can see on air Fastport Studio. If Lindsay looks up behind me above my clock, look up above my clock. What do you see?
Fastport Studios, done by our own Madison with the T, Matty Dorr. We are in the Fastport Studios live from New Orleans. And I have to tell you, Jimmy Mack, it is a miracle I am sitting here this morning. Not as in like, this is a miracle that I'm here.
It's a cosmic miracle.
Yeah, right. My Uber driver this morning, y'all. Uber driver. Let's call it, I'm going to call it the Stony LaRue cab drive is what I'm going to call it, guys. I got in my Uber.
Dave's not here, man.
Ooh, I got in my Uber. I can still I smell weed in my
contact high.
in my all of my crevices. I'm sorry, that's not the right word. It was so, and listen, this isn't judgy McJudster. You do you. I have no problem if you want to smoke in the Mary Jane. But dear Lord, I hate the smell.
Oh my God, you have just rhythmically picked up everything I live for, by the way.
I know. But it was all in my car. Okay, so now that happened. It smells like that. And I was like, that's fine. No, it's not a long car drive. Well, then the song from Teddy Swims, I lose control. That song comes on, and he was feeling it. He was high and feeling the music. And I was feeling it too. So I was head bopping, and my eyes were closed, and I was feeling it until I opened my eyes and realized his eyes were closed too. And he was feeling it.
Contact high.
And then he
contact low.
And then we started to turn onto an exit ramp. And he was like, oh, that's not the way. And I was like, oh, my God.
Why were you anywhere? By the way, I know where your hotel is. Why were you anywhere near an interstate? You literally are like 11 minutes away from the Hampton Inn, dude. You see, I told you, stay at the Airbnb. It's 3 blocks away. It's fantastic. Well, no, we got to stay at the Hampton Inn. You should see this place.
I'm sleeping under the desk here at the studio tonight. I'm never leaving here again. I'm a PTSD from the Uber.
What is really cool, though, I realize because of the place that I've gotten, because of that place, we will be able to have a really comfortable rest. You haven't go back to the hotel room. You can just go. You can go chillax. Chillax. By the way.
Check myself before I wreck myself.
I want to give a big shout out to our friends at truckdown.com. I want to give a big shout out to our friends at Shady Rays. They've got your back. Go to shadyrays.com. They got great lost and broken protection programs. And I want to say thank you to Fastport. Dave Harrison is in the studio. They're out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and the people. Speaking of technology, our next author, we'll get to him in a second. The tech stuff in here is awesome sauce. I can't believe I said awesome sauce. From registered apprenticeships.
I've lost respect for you.
I've lost respect for myself. To veteran readiness, learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Marshall Platter stole the high life. He's right next to you.
He's back in the high life again, though.
Yeah, a little Steve Winwood action there going on. Thank you very much. It's good to have you here. It's good to be, as Lindsay said, it looks better in person.
It looks better in person outside of the little tiny Google Meets window.
Yeah, the little tiny Google Meets window. Yeah, it really, it's coming along over here, guys. We got a whole bunch of stuff in the back room, of course, because they have a task force movement meeting here later on in the day. That'll be happening, and then We Should Writing.
We Should Writing. You know what they do have before I pivot to say something about We Should Write? You know what they have a lot of in our hotel? Faith-based children in the city of New Orleans. That's an interesting combination.
But they're not from here. That's
no. There's
so
like
crazy.
20,000 kids in town for like a church convention of some sort. I don't know what. I haven't done the work, but they're, the matching T-shirts, the fluorescents, the type. It says, faith on their shirt. And I heard, what's funny, when I got here 2 days ago, I guess it wasn't, first checked in, one of their like counselors or adult leaders was downstairs. And this was like 6 o'clock maybe or something. And she said, okay, if you guys want to go out exploring, everyone meet back here at 8. These are like preteen kids. And I'm like, you're sending the preteen church kids out to explore the streets of New Orleans. But then I looked around, there's so many beautiful churches and so much beautiful and colorful landscape. So the minute I was like, well, this is a strange city, I quickly turned it and I'm like, how cool. This is a good #balance.
Until nighttime.
Well, yeah. And that's what she was saying. Yeah. Be home by whatever time. But I mean, a little terrifying, especially me as a parent. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't imagine my preteen on the streets of New Orleans alone. But then I was also like, okay, #balance. If I raised him right, go out, get some culture, learn about the arts, meet the people, see the characters here in town. And yeah, I think it's it's an interesting balance. But all that being said, whichever one of them is staying above me was doing Zumba all night as well. So that was fun because I was trying to get mentally right for We Should Write. I'm already mentally right for you for Road Gang Radio. We've been doing this long enough that you and I could blindfolded do this. Oh, speaking of that, sorry, squirrels. There's a new online challenge where you blindfold with like your good friend or your sibling. And so I want to do this with you, Jimmy. We each put a blindfold on. And they play different songs and we dance to it and they see how similar we dance.
I'm in. Count me in.
Doesn't seem as excited as I do.
I'm Baron von Stokenstein.
It'd be fun, right? Can we do that today?
We can do it today.
Okay.
We can do it today. By the way, I want to introduce our next guest. I want to get to this because, man, this is Dave Harrison, who is in the studios. Kind of guy. He's my kind of guy as well. I know he's your kind of guy. And he's also a friend of this show, a longtime friend of the show, really likes his work. Lindsay, we can go introductions 2 ways here. We want to just kind of split this up and tell people about Ryan. We can go paragraph by paragraph. We won't read the entire novel because, man, if we try to give this guy's entire bio before he starts writing,
oh my God,
we're going to be here forever.
It's too much. But why don't I give him an intro and you dive in because I know you've got like a million questions you're dying. I'm excited to talk to Ryan Pote, who's joining us next. He's not just an author, guys, like far beyond that. He's basically lived 5 different thrillers before writing just the one that he has that we're going to be talking about today. But Ryan Pote, he's a Navy veteran, a helicopter pilot, a rescue commander, a federal investigator, a scuba instructor, and because why not, he's a former bartender and musician.
The second scuba diver we've actually had on the show today, because Jerry Bowers, who opened the show up with us, who drove here from Lafayette, is called Diver Driver because he's a Navy diver.
It's a theme. I'm sensing a theme. So he's seen the world from the sky, from the sea, and behind top secret security clearances. But now he's bringing his wild ride, literally, to the page with his debut thriller called Blood and Treasure, which, by the way, best-selling author Mark Graney, friend of the show, we love you, Mark, shout out, he called it the must-read debut thriller of 2025. No pressure. The book opens with the destruction of the International Space Station.
It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Somehow,
I mean, that opening is like, I'm like sitting there thinking about the vastness of space going like, what?
It opens with a gut-wrenching heart sink. Here we go.
It's basically Indiana Jones and the Temple of the Exploded Space Station. I mean, it was an unbelievable opening.
That might be trademarked, but it's a good byline. And then it ties it to an ancient scroll. That's all you need to know. We've got action, mystery, space history, everything I need in a good story. Please make welcome to the show our new friend, because, dear Lord, I don't want this guy to be my enemy. Please make welcome Ryan Pote. Good morning.
Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning. I was sitting there listening to you guys, and I'm like, wow, I'm so drawn into the show. You guys are having so much fun. I totally forgot that I was on the show, and then you were introducing someone, and I was like, oh, this guy sounds pretty fun. I realized you were introducing me.
Ryan, and Lindsay and I have had this happen where we've actually, one of the cool things about this show is we get to meet cool people that we want to meet, and sometimes that we listen to. I can't tell you the number of times either Lindsay and I has brought on a guest who does a podcast or is a well-known figure, and they'll start talking, and I'm like, oh, wait, I'm the one that's supposed to ask the question. Hold on a second. I've got to get myself actually
funny.
focused in the moment here. I totally dig where you're coming from. By the way, brother, welcome to the show. The book is wonderful.
Thank
It is great
Thank you.
summer reading. It is great. Sit by the beach. It's great. Send the kids out,
Love that.
buckle up, and go for a ride. And by the way, I'm going to ask the stupid question first. Is there any talk of anybody buying the rights of this darn thing to turn it into a movie?
Of course.
So I can't get into some details. But
Great.
yes,
That's a yes.
Yeah.
many. Yes, many. There's a director attached to stuff. There's a lot more to this. We got to peel the onion back a little bit, because before I even got published, I wrote 5 books. I wrote a screenplay that's a prequel to this whole series. I wrote 2 other books that are in this series. And everything that I've written is connected in a universe. So now that can of worms has been opened up, there's someone attached to direct the film that's out with. That's a very prominent person that I just don't want to say right now. But there's producers involved and production companies involved, and there's a lot of moving parts. But yes, there's stuff happening. Lots of stuff happening.
And by the way, that expanded universe you guys are talking about, that you're talking about, is something that we talk a lot about on this show, whether it's with Mark, our friend Julian Simpson of the BBC, who created the Lovecraft investigations and the Aldrich Kemp series. I'm a big fan of creating that. One of the things that Mark, Lindsay, and I have talked about is that before he actually got his start, he had his auto yard, as he called it, a series of books that he had finished that had never been published, a series of short stories, and they all were like in the backyard. So that when he went to sit down and get the novel that finally happened, he's able to say,
this one's got bees in it.
He said, let me just take this piece out of it and this piece out of it and that piece out of it. Talk about your early writing experience and the transition from being in the military and living the life of essentially an American adventurer, which, by the way, no resemblance to Ethan Kane. Talk about that a little bit, and the idea of when you finally made the breakthrough from writing every day, which is what you need to do, to actually getting the book published and done. And then we'll talk about I don't want to give away too much of the book. I want to talk about the entire book. We don't want to give away the plot.
We want people to like you, so that they get intrigued by the book.
They're going to get intrigued by the book.
Oh, well, thank you.
Tell us about the process of how we arrive at this book by your early writing experiences and how you kind of pull from your life that you've had.
Sure. That was a super deep question. So we'll unpack as much of it. First of all, when you mentioned Mark Graney, you're talking about, I asked him, I got to meet him once when I first joined Berkeley, because he's a Berkeley author as well. And he gave me that advice as well about my past work, like using it as like you said, an auto body shop, like pulling parts that I need out of cars, like for things. So yeah, that was fantastic advice. But yeah, I never wanted to be a writer. It was never on my radar. Like, I was out living my life and doing what I wanted to do. I went to Hawaii because I wanted adventure. I became a scuba instructor because I hated school. So I was a scuba instructor like 7 days a week, and I kind of went to school on the side. And that's why it took me like 6.5 years to finish college out there, because, I'm not a doctor either. So that's, it took me a little while. So I was just having a great time. And then I'd always wanted to be a pilot in the Navy. I wanted, adventure. So I chose the Navy because I thought, get out at sea and all that stuff. And I fell into flying helicopters because I got sick all the time flying jets. And then the helicopter mission was a lot more exciting to me. There was a lot going on. I got attached to a counter narcotics unit, and then I just got pigeonholed into doing that. I did 3 deployments doing that stuff, and I got injured and the injury persisted to the point where I couldn't fly anymore. I got grounded, so I couldn't fly, for the military or the FAA anymore. So after 12 years, I was out, and then I became a federal investigator. But when I got out, stopped flying all the time. That's when things started bubbling up for me, personally. You're always on when you're flying a military aircraft. The second you strap in, you're concerned about the young kids that are flying with you, 18, 19, 20 years old in the back. You have this big brother kind of mentality. You just got to be on your game all the time. You don't have time to worry about the daily things of life. It's kind of, you insulate yourself. It's kind of like, I tell people, if you've ever seen that movie For Love of the Game, the baseball movie with Kevin Costner, when he says, clear the mechanism and then he pitches. That's kind of the mentality you have to have when you strap in to any military aircraft, because it's just there's thousands, 10,000 moving parts that can kill you in 3 seconds, and it doesn't get, the aircraft doesn't pick and choose the best time for that to happen. So it could be a sunny Tuesday when you're flying at home, you're just going to work that day and it's blue skies and great day, and the aircraft could just, that could be the day it decides to put you into the ground. So, you're just always on, like anybody who has a dangerous job, first responders, stuff like that. You never know what day it's going to be. So when you stop flying, that's when, like, all of a sudden your mind relaxes, your body relaxes. And that's when the problems start bubbling up, like all those experiences that you've had in the past. So I started dealing with some pretty severe PTSD to the point where I couldn't drive at night anymore. I was having panic attacks. I went from, being a multitasking pilot, can do 18 different things at once and text my wife at the same time, to I couldn't handle more than 2 things at once. And it would make me feel like I was drowning. I was, short fuse temper, a guy who was a scuba instructor in Hawaii. You can imagine how probably chill and relaxed I used to be. And all of a sudden I had this hairpin trigger that, it was starting to affect every aspect of my life, work, everything. So I saw a trauma therapist, and I'd always been a big reader, but never a writer. So the trauma therapist was like, hey, I want you to start journaling your experiences. Every morning, sit down before work and write about all the different things that you did that were dangerous, or that you almost died, or that, you had that you want to reflect on. So I started doing that. And then she wanted me to share them in a group setting, talk about them, say it out loud, that it would help. So I didn't feel comfortable talking about all these drug cartel missions, and some of them I couldn't talk about. So she was like, just fictionalize it. Just change the person's, places, things. The point of the exercise is to talk about your feelings and your emotions. So I did that. I started fictionalizing the journals and talking about it. And then it kind of created this love of writing fiction. And I was like, well, I'm writing every morning. I might as well try and do something with this. I love it. It's fixing me. It was healing me. And it became this little obsession. And I found out that I had kind of a raw skill for it that needed to be kind of honed. So I just started writing. I wrote 2 books in secret, didn't tell my wife, and then which were Ethan Kane books. And then, that character was kind of born of me, dealing with my issues and stuff. And then I asked my wife one day to read it, and asked her if I should go for this as a job. And she said, yeah. At first she didn't believe me. She was like, okay, whatever, you're writing a book. But then she read it and she was like, I think you've got something here, go for it. So once she said go for it, that was it. Like my circle got real small. I cut out all my hobbies. I just focused. If it wasn't family, work, or taking care of myself, then it was 100% trying to become a better writer, hone my craft, and get published. And there wasn't a doubt in my mind that I was going to do it until I wrote 5 books, had over 400 rejections, lost an agent, and I literally gave up. And then, once you give up, that's kind of like when God steps in and says, okay, I'll take it from here. And then everything just started happening overnight.
Ryan, I am going to make you laugh so much. I'm going to throw this to Lindsay here in 1 second. You're going to lose it, because Lindsay's new show today starts at noon. It's called We Should Write. It's the name of the show is called We Should Write. Is the first is she has Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth is going to be her first guest. This is crazy, dude. The show what her show is about everything you just said. Yeah. Lindsay, take it away from here. Explain.
No, thank you for teeing up. We'll send you your check in the mail for teeing up the show. You just proved.
You guys sent me the questions beforehand, I swear. No.
Literally. You just proved my point about the healing power of writing, that we don't.
It works.
I'm a songwriter, so I'm coming from it at a different place than you. But but it's I believe if we don't get our stuff out, we'll get sick or cry in a public place. I have done that second one many times, and so you teed up. You just said it though. I was going to ask you if writing this book was a release for you.
There's your answer. You got it.
I got my answer, so I can move on to my next question. But it's interesting because what you just said, how you were able to do it via fiction. It's kind of like songwriting. My co-writer, I said to him one time, one of my songwriting partners, I said, you don't go to therapy? And he goes, no, I write songs. And I was like, okay, that lands. So same for you. It's like, you did do the healing work, so good on you for it. But there can be equal means. And so you're doing that. You can kind of, you know, we a year or two ago, we talked with some Vietnam vets as they took them, Passport, a company we work with, took them over to Vietnam. It's the first time they'd been back in 50 years, and they got to see it with their own eyes, reframe it, and
Yep.
for the first time start talking about stuff in a safe space and see that they're okay over there. You know, they've reshaped it anyway, and so they're allowed to rewrite it, which you've done. So you answered my question, but thank you. That's beautiful. And I think sharing stories like this are necessary. It reminds people that veterans are humans and have things to go through as well. You're doing it for entertainment, so we all win. I want to ask you about the scuba diving piece here, because you did that before you went off. Scuba diving, I've never done it. It terrifies me to my core, the idea of it, more than anything, honestly, more than anything in the world, than not being able to fully be in control of my breath, which is why I probably need to do it.
You should go cave diving too, Lindsay.
Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God.
Oh, yeah.
But I want to ask you that. You were doing it before, and you said when you were going on your healing journey, it felt like you were drowning. Would getting back in the water balance out that feeling? Or what can you say to the scary person, the person scared of scuba diving like me, as far as maybe balancing out your equilibrium, both physically and mentally?
Yeah, like scuba diving, I mean, I'm going to come from a biased place because I was never really like super comfortable in the water. I had never been out of New England before I went to Hawaii. I just wanted to go adventure. And when I got there, I had an opportunity to take a scuba diving class. And I was like, well, I came here to adventure. Like, I'm going to do everything adventurous. So it was kind of like fake it till you make it. Like, oh, heck yeah, I was nervous. Like,
story of our life.
And I took the class and I wasn't good at it. And I kind of like panicked underwater. And I remember my diving instructor, who later became my boss, like stayed with me after the class to like help me pass the skill, because I couldn't take my mask off under the water without absolutely freaking out. And, you know, it's funny though, you just kind of like figure out how to do it. And, you know, the instructors will help you get calm in the water, because you're afraid of everyone's afraid of drowning. Everybody reacts the exact same when they suck in a little water, or it doesn't matter how much skill you have or experience you have. Everybody acts the same way. It's just human nature. But once you kind of understand it, you know, you just don't fear. You fear what you don't know. Once you know it, you get comfortable under there. You understand how to use the equipment. You understand the basic science of diving. It's so enjoyable because it's like meditating. You're breathing at this like constant rhythmic rate. So and then when you go down deeper, the partial pressure of oxygen, it gets more dense. So with every breath, you're actually breathing more oxygen. So you're like hyperoxygenating your body, and you're breathing slowly. And you're not talking to anybody. You're
Love
not
that.
like, you have no phone. So you're out with people in a social environment, but you're under the water for like 30, 40 minutes, depending on what kind of dive you're doing. And you're not talking, you're just together. And then like you're just
like the silent disco of the sea.
You can't have quick have quick hand signals either. That's really crucial. You can't be like you're still waving.
Yes, everything is slow and calm, and you're just gliding around, and you're just doing this meditative breathing. And then when you come out, you feel great because you've been in, there's all this science about cold water immersion now. Like, so you've been kind of chilly, and you come out, and all of a sudden you're in the sun. And, you typically dive in like, really nice weather, nice places. So, and then all of a sudden you just want to talk to everybody you're with about what you just did. So it ends up being this great social, because it's kind of funny, you're not talking, but it becomes this great social thing afterwards. So I love scuba diving. I think it's fantastic. I think stuff under the water is just fascinating when you see it. It's incredible to watch. It just makes you feel good. And, I love being underwater. I think it's great.
By the way, the way he described this is a pretty good description of what it's like to get immersed in Blood and Treasure, which is the new thriller. You like that, by the way? Nicely done.
Nice
by the way, Ryan Pote, POTE.com. You can find him on the Book of Face at Ryan Pote Books. You can find him on the gram of Insta at Ryan Pote Books. It goes on and on with X and Goodreads as well. I do want to let people know if there's an audio book out for obvious reasons. We have so many over-the-road truck drivers who listen to us. Is the audio book out yet? And are you happy with the way it was read?
Yeah, so I was very involved in the process. We had 8 auditions and I don't want to mention who I didn't pick, but there were some of the biggest.
But you know who you are.
Yeah. There were some of the biggest names out there, but I went with a man named William Demerit. He's an actor.
He's great.
A stage-trained Shakespeare
great.
actor. He is absolutely fantastic, and what he did with this book is incredible. I was there for some of the recording. Like I said, I was very involved. Bill and I are friends now. He did fantastic, and if you get a chance to listen to the audiobook, it's really, really, really well done.
I just want to kind of get back to the book here for a second as well, too, to make sure that people, and by the way, if you don't know who William Demerit is, you know who William Demerit is. The moment he's one of those guys, you'll see his picture and go, oh, yeah, that guy.
Yep.
I wanted to kind of talk about the kind of writing that you do, because it's really important for people to understand. I'll give people an example. It's later on in the book. There were no lights illuminating the runway or the taxiways or the ramp at the makeshift jungle airfield, just inky blackness like the void of space. In the distance, Ethan Kane could hear the distinct whine of what he knew to be twin-engine turboprops purring idly on a pair of de Havilland Dash 8 aircraft. Boom, done. And then it goes on with some more technical stuff. This kind of technical writing is often fascinating because you've got to establish place and a sense of romance before you dig into the techno stuff. And it's not techno babble, guys, by the way. The stuff is right. This is a guy who knows of what he speaks. Talk to me a little bit about the balance in writing, about how you kind of achieve a sense of place with a sense of mystery, while at the same time letting your audience know, oh, no, I know exactly what I'm talking about from a technological standpoint. I think you know what I'm talking about when I ask that question, correct?
I think I do. I think you're trying to relate, like, if people out there have read, they marketed this as kind of like a military thriller, but it's really not. And like I said, it was hard for them to market this book. So like Clancy, like he wasn't in the military, he didn't experience these things, so he has to lean on research. And then his books were like, the birth of techno thriller, but they would just dump information. It's 6 pages about how to turn a submarine or something like that. It's really, really stuff that I would glaze my eyes over and I wouldn't be able to keep reading. So I don't like that kind of stuff. I have a short attention span. Yeah. So anytime I'm writing about something, I always go lean is best. So if I'm sitting down to write something, I don't actually cut anything from my books. I actually add. I write so lean in my first draft, second draft, that I have to go back through and be like, okay, this needs more of the detail, because I just kind of get the story on the page first, and that's usually void of a lot of the details, which I think is better because it lends to the style of what you're saying. So then I can go back through with a precision eye and say, okay, right here I need to add in a little more detail. But I tend to just try and write from my own personal experience and how I would perceive a situation. So, and I think that's what you're getting at, is like it feels immersive and it gives you kind of some depth to the details that I'm explaining, because I'm explaining it how I remember it or how I know it. So I try and do that. I try and lean into what I know. So if I know about something a lot, I tend to just, what I say, like, let my fingers fly. So like when I'm talking about flying, or I'm talking about diving, or I'm talking about, something I've seen in the military, I tend to just let myself go and write as much about it as I know. And I try and write it like I was telling my wife about it.
Yeah, and let me really quickly point out to our listeners again, because this is such a cool thing. No lights, runway, jungle airfield, inky blackness, void of space, distinct whine. And all of those descriptives come up before you ever hit to the de Havilland Dash 8. And I think that is such a cool way of doing it. The idea of,
oh, well, thank you.
Let me give people a blanket of darkness and mystery, and then introduce the sound of that whine. And then and only then, because Ethan knows what he hears, he knows what it is. And that's a really cool thing. Lindsay's got one more for
I got
you.
a quick lightning round for you. If this book had a walkout song, what would it be?
Nicely done.
Thank you.
If it had a walkout song?
Yeah. What would this book listen to get pumped up to walk on the field?
You can change
probably Fortunate Son.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that coming, but that's good.
That's
good.
Great.
And what's harder, landing a helicopter or getting an ending to a fictional book like this?
Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm gonna throw you a curveball. They're the same because when you're flying a helicopter, you get so good at it that like your body is moving independent of your action. It's just subliminally moving. Like all your hands and feet are going wild. Like in training, they tell you to look down once you're hovering stable. They're like, hey, look down. And you look down at your hands and feet and they're moving like crazy.
Oh my God.
And you're like, what? I'm standing still. Like, I don't even know. It's just your body just doing it. And like at this point in writing, it's kind of the same thing. Like I already know the ending of the book while I'm writing. So when you get to the end, it's just like a soft touchdown because you've been preparing for, 368 pages for that last page. So,
well, Ryan, we just got to the end. You nailed it at the end. We looked down and our interview's over. Please come back. You're amazing.
Back. Will you come back?
I'm going to be in New Orleans for BoucherCon, September 4th, 5th, 6th.
Come in studio.
If you guys want, I'll come in.
Done.
September 5th. I'm all free all day.
By the way, my wife, who's our programming coordinator, is listening. They will, in fact, book you. We'll get you on Blood and Treasure, by the way. It's got a little bit of space, got a whole lot of action, got a little bit of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Lots of groovy stuff is going on in it. Blood and Treasure. Ryan Pote, Pote. You can find him at ryanpote.com. Best of luck. Congratulations on all of your continued success. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. This was a fun interview. See you guys in September.
Yay.
Yes, sir.
Love it.
We got to take a quick break here. We've shot way past the mark. We don't care because we make it up as we go along. Madison, take us into a break. We'll come back on the other side. Our good friend Sarah is joining us just in a moment. Sarah Lee, Lindsay Lou, Marshall Platter.
And Jimmy, too.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
And we are back with more Road Gang Radio live on iHeart, YouTube, and roadgangradio.com. Jimmy and Lindsay, let's keep it rolling.
You pointed at me with a donut in my damn hand.
That's why I did it. I
I
was like, hey guys, this is Lindsay Lawler and my co-host, Fatty Bumbleaddy, donut in his mouth, Jimmy Mack.
Yeah, Donut Man with a donut plan. Doing the donut thing here in the Fastport Studios in the heart of the city of New Orleans. By the way,
can I point out you had a donut yesterday, but it was really funny. I meant to say it and then I forgot. You were saying, because we'd had that great dinner the night before, and you were sitting with the donut hand. You're like, oh, that dinner was great. I'm never going to be able to eat again. And then you put the bite of donut in your mouth.
Damn right,
and I was like, yeah, hashtag balance. He's back, baby.
You know how much I have to sweat to, how to keep any weight off of me? I don't know how I keep any weight off
It's
of
like
me.
when Dolly Parton says, it costs a lot of money, darling, to look this trashy. You're like, it takes a lot of donuts to be this sweaty.
Let me tell you something, man. It's like, I get on scales and my brothers get so angry because they're both, above 250, and they get so aggravated. I'm like, how do you keep the weight off? I'm like, yeah, go suffer for an hour, dude. Suffer for an hour. It's like a sauna. It's like walking in a sauna here in New Orleans. Whew. Have you noticed that?
And I was walking in a sauna. It really is like walking in a sauna. And let me ask you this, because you're a New Orleanian, you're used to the heat. It's probably annoying to hear people talk about it because you're like, yeah, get over it. Look at something else. But how do you? Do you do all the things? Do you get the neck fans and the wet towels and the? I always have my emotional support fan with me. I'm trying to get good at just not like, yes, it's hot, great, move on. Like,
that's it. That's it. And I'll tell you this right now. There's a point where if you don't embrace the suck,
yeah,
you have to kind of be like, I'm just going to hurt. I'm going to park in the back of the parking lot and walk all the way across. One of the great things
So you lean in.
about taking a power walk in midday during the summertime is the rest of the day feels groovy. After you
It's kind of like would you call that sort of the reverse of the cold plunge?
Oh, yeah. I call it the death walk. I mean, it's a death walk. By the way, friend of the show is here, Lindsay.
Yes.
We're going to throw her in the deep end. We know Sarah Lee. Everybody knows Sarah Lee. We talked to Sarah Lee. Sarah Lee's a friend of the show.
Nobody doesn't like her.
But, Waypoint Vets, an amazing story of a bicycle ride across the country, an amazing story of reaching out to so many veterans suffering from PTSD, giving them opportunities to actually have an adventure, to actually have a life, to actually sit around campfires, to make their way down rapids, to do a little mountain climbing, do a little hiking, a little biking. And
it fits in right with our whole idea of the show. You make a living so you can make a life. These men and women went and made their living, and now they deserve a chance to really go out and live their life.
And that's kind of it, ain't it, Sarah Lee?
That's spot on, actually, is re-identifying yourself and figure out where to go from there. What does life mean now post-service, and where do I go from here? So that was perfect.
Yay.
Waypointvets.org, by the way. Okay, so we did it. We took care of it. Lindsay, go get her.
Oh, okay. No, I said it through it. No, this is what, Sarah, I think it's important, and you'll understand, this is kind of the concept behind your whole organization and your men and women getting to know each other. But like, just for example, the author that we had on, it's a fiction novel. We can't talk too much about the book or else you won't need to read the book. So so what we do, the flip is like, let's get to know Ryan, the author, as a person. You want people to respect you as a human and what you've done, get to know you, and then they trust that what you're going to output, the kind of programs Sarah Lee is going to put out in the world, the kind of adventures you're going to put together, they know you already, they trust you, so they know that's something they're going to be able to get on board with, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Is
I mean, there's a lot of nonsense going on out there. You have to be able to, people work hard for their money and they believe in things for a reason. And yeah, the more they know about the source and the roots of something, the better they'll trust the harvest.
Yeah, exactly. So
well said, by the
that
way.
was very well said. So that being said, let's get to know Sarah a little bit. She's rubbing her hand. She's nervous.
Because I don't usually talk about
No,
myself
I'm going to
much,
ask like
'cause
what
it's
song you
so
like. It's
not about
nothing.
me.
I'm not going to be
It's
like,
so funny.
Tell us something that
your deepest fear and
Yeah.
why.
What's the worst thing you've ever done that you probably should have gone to jail for? Tell us now. No, the idea of like what, it's again, reminding, we say all the time, I want to remind our audience that truck drivers, they're just humans.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Veterans, they're just humans. They're humans that have seen some shit way more than us. But at the end of the day, they're just humans. And we're all, it's a dance. It takes us all. So things like, simple things, Sarah, like when you wake up in the morning, do you have a morning routine? Is it every day the same or is every day different for you?
Oh, that's awesome. It begins with coffee and cats.
Coffee and
I
cats.
have a couple cats and coffee, and I usually have my coffee outside. I think waking up and listen to the sounds of nature and something about I don't know if it's a frequency thing or if how our body responds to birds singing or the wind in the leaves. That's how, if I can start my day with things like that, it feels like I'll have a lot more clarity, feel more productive if I start with a little bit of peace and a whole lot of caffeine, and that's pretty much my morning.
It's a balance. So that's beautiful though, but does that change because you also travel a lot? I feel like everywhere we go, you are too. So you're out on the road quite a bit, and then some. Does your routine change if you're at home, or do you did you do that this morning? Or no?
No, not this morning. I came straight here. You guys are enough caffeine for me, honestly.
Jimmy Mac is enough caffeine for sure.
But certainly, like on our adventures and things. I mean, we get up. It's a little different. We do all the family style meals. So one of our staff always cooks breakfast and lays everything out, has the coffee brewing well before anyone gets up. So I wake up to the smell of coffee. It's like, hey, my brothers or sisters are serving me on these trips, or vice versa. And that whole concept of service just makes the coffee better, makes the food, you can taste the love in the food. And it's a whole different atmosphere when you wake up smelling a breakfast cooked by your fellow veterans. So that's how it is on the trip. So when I'm traveling, that's the difference.
That's awesome. I always say, Jim, on that note, whenever if I cook something for my husband or he cooks something for me, I always say, "Did you put love in it?" He's like, "Oh, I taste extra love in this."
That's the only thing that makes my food taste good.
The love.
Yeah, that's it.
Put the love in it.
I make Claire bowls.
Terrible cook. Great love.
Yeah.
Added too much love.
I actually make Claire breakfast bowls. Is the thing that I make for them.
You very thoughtfully curate them.
By the way, if you actually look at them, they actually I like to get a little photo of them beforehand and be like, you can show people this. So anytime people say, "What's your husband like?" Just show them the bowl. Just show them the bowl. You know what I'm saying?
He's a strange-looking guy.
He's a strange-looking guy. I know something about our friend Sarah here that's really wonderful. She's got a terrific photographic eye.
Yes.
A terrific photographic eye. And I know it's a passion of yours as well, too. Can you talk a little bit about that? It's so important. So many of our friends out here, Sarah, that comment on the book of faith, people that comment on the tube of you. And Trucker Voices, by the way, says good morning to everybody here. Thank you, Trucker Voices, for being involved in the conversation. Talk a little bit about your photography. I know you don't get a chance to do it as much as you would like all the time, but I know you love it deeply. One of my favorite photographs somebody's taken of me, speaking of Marshall, he's here with a cigar in his mouth. There's a great shot of me, Marshall, with a cigar, black and white. Smoke is rolling past my face, courtesy of Sarah Lee and I in a cigar bar in Franklin, Tennessee.
That's right. It was an honor. Photography became a passion shortly after deployment. We didn't come back. We lost 4 men over there as young as 19, and including a dear friend of mine. And when I got back, I've always liked technology. I've always had this weird artsy side, this creative side, but really enjoyed computers and IT and things like that. So I found a college major that combined the two. Yes,
like
I would
tinker.
open my teacher's CD-ROM drives in the middle of class in high school and like get into stuff, and it was ridiculous.
That's not what Lindsay was opening
it's so
in the back of
harmless,
class,
but
by the way.
So annoying,
Very
but so
different.
harmless.
Very different. Cracking a cold one, keeping it classy. All right, 7th grade, let's do this.
Growing up? Yep, that's right. Where were you when I was growing up?
I wish Liquid Death had existed back in the 70s, because I'd have been like crack having a cold one. Yeah.
Cold one.
Liquid Death.
By the way, Liquid Death,
Who can
I think
make water cool like that? That's amazing.
I think Liquid Death, though, is the equivalent of candy cigarettes.
Yeah.
I really do. I think it's actually
It
training.
is. It's promoting, but I mean,
It's ingenious.
It's ingenious.
It is ingenious.
It's ingenious.
We're going to
You're
sell
right.
water to dudes. Old men won't drink water. Oh, yeah? Hold my Liquid Death. You know, I mean, it's like...
And you're not going to buy, you're not going to drink in my bar? Now you are. Give me all your money.
Give me all your money. It's like sweet tea, but it's not. Liquid Death. Go on, I'm sorry. So you tinker with the CD-ROMs, all that kind of fun stuff.
Spot on. It's hilarious. It's amazing branding. I wish I thought of it. But so I got back. I have 3 college degrees. I didn't end up getting hired. I applied many places after I graduated, and I decided to start my own start my own photography business. So I did that for 17 years. It was just really important for me to capture those moments and those memories for families, because one day all we have are pictures, and a picture you can really relive a person through photos, a whole experience through a photo, a capture of it. So that became a passion for me, and I did that for 17 years. And
do you notice that we take so many photos now, so many selfies, so many images? Oh, and I went here and I ate this, and I was with so-and-so, and my God, look at everybody smiling and laughing, having been thrown off the cliff. It's all terrific.
Here's a picture of a firework that everyone else took as well.
Yeah, but my problem is, and this is not something you suffer from because you do photography, we don't really curate anything anymore. My mom has a picture book of us that she will bring down, the few pictures that were saved from the disaster of Katrina. I mean, having to reassemble her whole life after we lost everything in Katrina. The book is so moving. It is so well put together. It is like you'll have a page of Jim and a page of Ryan and a page of John and then a page of her brothers and sisters and then a page of her grandparents and her great-grandparents. And now we go on people's Facebook pages like, here's my pictures.
I know. Here's
Take my picture.
Photo dump. I hate when people say that. Here's a photo dump from this week. I'm like, it's just a terrible word to put
Brad
next
does
to.
a pretty good job, by the way. When he sends people pictures, you might get a lot from him, but you get it is in order, in the sequence that happened. And
well, he's a highly
maniac.
Functioning human. But it's actually, we could say, Sarah, the show We Should Write that launches today, we could say we should photograph. I mean, for you, that's kind of what has unknowingly or knowingly, consciously or subconsciously, has photography been a real healing journey for you? Like you're able to tell stories, and it's a thing I would guess a lot of veterans, they'll go out and they'll see certain images or be in certain environments, and that could be triggering. But if you're turning the camera maybe the other way, turning it off yourself in the other way, I would think you get to reframe things actually both literally and figuratively. Does that
Yes, it's very
resonate?
helpful. It's helpful to look through the lens, and the world around you just kind of goes away. It really hones you in and gives you focus on what you're, photographing. For me, I did it, for a long time, and it's kind of I had to stop. I didn't stop photography because I started volunteering full-time running my charity. I stopped because of a neck injury overseas. That's bad. I'm no longer able to really feel the buttons on the camera and things. So I kind of stopped, I had to hang the camera up. Thankfully, I went on my cycling journey because that definitely contributed to my rock bottom and my attempt on my life. But after my cycling journey and founding Waypoint Vets, I got to hire my friends from college that I met in my same major. And since my entire team's listening right now, I'm going to go ahead and say that we're doing our inaugural Glacier National Park trip this week. Boom. And they're doing it without me, and I'm so proud of them. And I have my friends.
Is this the first one?
The first one without me. For our new staff. Yep. We added 12 volunteer
How do you feel?
staff.
How do you feel?
I feel awesome.
Okay.
They made it fun to trust, which is a very cool position to be in. We have a leadership training every year. They feel super empowered to run this trip without me, which makes me so happy. We set them up for success. But I have my college friends that I met when I first started photography on this trip with them documenting. So that's just a gift. It's a gift that you give someone, is but capturing those moments for them so that when they get home and that come down hits and they go back to their lives and their hardships, they can relive those moments and see themselves bonding and beasting and all those things that they forgot they were capable of happening for them right before their eyes. And it's just it serves as a wonderful reminder of who you still are, and it makes you want to become more.
Let me say this too, by the way. That's an important thing for you. Those adventures, those trips, those journeys of discovery, of reconciliation, of reconstitution are really important, and yet here you are. And that, Lindsay, a reflection of how much our friends here are important to us. Gina, of course, Gina Molinax is here.
Gina over there, looking like a hottie von Hotterstein, by the way.
Huh?
Come on.
Unbelievable.
And I don't
Always
mean
beautiful.
New Orleans hot.
I mean, like genuinely. By the way, lean into that microphone and tell everybody good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Nicely done, by the way. When did you get here?
I got in here yesterday afternoon.
But you've been here a lot, right? You and other people that we know who we won't mention. Y'all have been down here a lot. Right?
I've been to New Orleans a couple of times.
On one or more occasions. But have you been down at this time of year?
No,
it's
no,
brutal,
this is
isn't
not
it?
the time of year you typically vacation to New Orleans.
That's why our rooms were so cheap.
So,
It's like, no, you want to come here? We'll pay you to come to New Orleans in July and August.
But I'll tell you this, my sister. I'll tell you this. This particular street that we're on is wonderful in regards to it does have the breeze come up it, and it does have what they call it the canopy. You're in the canopy part of the country, of the city right now. They call it the canopy because it's the one place where you don't drop dead on the spot. Because that's what I tell you. Canal Street, where you guys are, Lindsay, brutal.
In what sense? Like
The
just
weather.
It's different from that street to this street?
Oh my God, you're literally in a wind tunnel.
Because of the trees?
You're in a wind tunnel with trees here. Over there in downtown on Canal Street, you're like the moment you walk out of the shade, you turn into an ash dump. It's brutal.
That's what that was.
Yeah,
I
that's
just thought
exactly
that
what
was
it was.
Nick blowing down my neck as we were walking down the street. But that makes sense.
That makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? So you guys got in town. You got in town yesterday. Where are you guys staying?
we actually have a lovely little Airbnb about 3 blocks from here.
And what's that address?
By the way, I have an address for you, by the way. Lindsay, I'm going to give out the address where I'm staying right. Oh, I shouldn't do that either.
Yeah, but you do have a piano there, so I do want to. I saw a piano in the picture.
Dude, you got to come see this
I
place.
am.
It
I'm
is
coming.
amazing. It is absolutely amazing, and we're so thrilled to be here. Sarah Lee joins this morning. Gina Molinax is here as well from our friends at Fastport, who, by the way, are up there on the board behind me, Fastport Studio. Fastport's above my head as well, too. Lindsay, what does it say? It's got a great picture.
Well, it's
from
like you're
Madison.
wearing your sweet little big bald head is wearing this beautiful Fastport Studio sign hat, and I like it. It's a great visual. It's like you've got, it's like the thought bubble. It's like you're always thinking of Fastport Studios.
I'm always thinking of a radio that says, hey, it's Fastport Studios. Fastport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and, of course, people like Gina. The people. From registered apprenticeship to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Sarah, so you didn't get a chance to go to the Glacier Park, but where are you going next? What's your next big adventure?
It would be our East Tennessee adventure out near Ocoee, Tennessee. Whitewater rafting down the Ocoee River, kayaking the Hiawassee, rock climbing in Cherokee National Forest, and then we're visiting a exotic animal farm just to mix it up. Like, you got to keep it dynamic. We're all human kittens. I mean, you have to keep it dynamic on the itinerary, have a little break from the intensity to hold some sloths, you know?
Did you know Claire and my first date was at a wildlife park where there were, where there were zebras and stuff like that? It's in Louisiana, and that's where I learned, don't pet the zebras.
Don't feed the animals.
Don't pet the
and
zebras.
And also don't feed the zebras.
Well, they let you feed them, but you feed them out of these big cups, and they're like, keep your hand as low on the cup as you possibly can. It doesn't take you 2 seconds. Once the zebra opens its mouth and you see those
it's
choppers.
Too late.
Once you see
it's too late.
It's like being thirsty. If you're thirsty, it's too late. If you're tired, it's too late. You should already be drinking and asleep. Which, by the way, when I think about zebras, I want to be drinking and asleep.
I love to be drinking while I sleep. Hey, Sarah, because I can't really drink very well when I'm awake anymore. These old bones, it just don't work the way it used to. It doesn't work. Are you coming to our party tonight, Sarah Lee?
Yes, I cannot wait. I couldn't wait to spend the day with you guys. I'm so excited for this new chapter. There's a lot to celebrate.
Will you dance with me?
Oh my gosh, I'd be honored.
Yay! Okay, awesome. And what's your when you go to a party or a gathering, what's your cocktail of choice? Sarah Lee and I got to have lunch together recently, and we decided they brought us out champagne.
I found a place that had queso, by the way, for you yesterday. I just want to point out I found queso for you.
I know.
Yesterday.
It was very... That
like, you ladies
makes
look
me
like
very
you're
happy.
Celebrating something, and we were just having a great time hanging out. They
Didn't
brought us
plan to
champagne.
drink. They brought us champagne, so we pinkied up, and we had a lovely day. Tonight, they're doing a very fancy bourbon tasting. Brad Bentley, the good man of Fastport, has brought in the big guns, and I think there's one bourbon they'll be tasting tonight that's like $120 a shot. That's all I'll drink. That's all I'm drinking.
Let me make this really clear. It's a Jimmy Mack statement, but even when I did drink, I wouldn't have drank that. I've been like, why? It's not my bag.
Because you wanted crap? You just no. You wanted Jack Daniels with a whisper some 7-Up over the top.
Actually, take the big tumbler and just go 7-Up. 7-Up. And then squeeze a big lime at the top. What I do is I would squeeze I cut a lime in half. I get a big tumbler, fill it up with ice, fill it up with Jack Daniels, and then squeeze a lime on top.
Oh no! And so you were an alcoholic? That's strange. That doesn't. Doesn't track.
And I always tell people, it's like I'm not an alcoholic. I only allow myself one cocktail in the evening. Of course, it was like a 32-ounce cup of Jack Daniels that I would, and I would never reload the ice. Let it just slowly begin to melt. Marshall's sitting there going, "You're damn right, man."
Life's too short to drink cheap whiskey. It works.
By the way, we got some friends out there. Truckers Voices asked, where's everybody from? They'll go first. They're from the Peach State. Bruce Almighty says Texas. Of course, our good friend Diver Driver, who is here in the city of New Orleans, having arrived he got angry at us, by the way, because he said, you said 6. And I'm like, I covered the military. I wasn't in the military. He said, you should have said 1800. And I'm like, oh, you got here a little bit too early. Sorry about that, brother. Gina, where are you originally from?
I am from the beautiful state of Arkansas.
So you're from there originally, then?
Yeah.
Where do you guys live right now? And the address, too, please. No.
Yeah, because you guys have fun parties.
We do have amazing
So I
parties.
hear.
We have amazing parties.
You were not invited, Lindsay.
I don't get invited to anything ever. I have 0 friends.
And we're finding out every minute of the day here on Road Gang Radio. That's fine. That's
I'll write about it.
Well, Lincoln, Arkansas for Trucker Bosun, by the way. He's from Lincoln. But go on.
Oh, excellent. Well, I'm in Huntsville, just west of the Northwest Arkansas Metroplex.
What I really like about New Orleans, and I'm actually talking about Huntsville here. What I like about New Orleans is there is only one New Orleans. If you say Springfield, if you say Huntsville,
You're not New Orleans.
You can't just say you can't say I'm from Huntsville because it's like which Huntsville? Because they're a very well-known Huntsville, Arkansas, a very well-known Huntsville, Alabama. It's like Springfield, but New Orleans ain't nobody else calling themselves New Orleans.
Is New Orleanian? Do New Orleanians
That's
say
proper.
that? That's not annoying.
No, be a
Is
New
it annoying when
Orleanian.
I say it because I'm not a New Orleanian?
No, of course not.
It's not. Okay.
All that stuff about. By the way, all the people who
That's
are
a genuine question because I'm going to call Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth when he comes in at noon. I'm going to call him a New Orleanian.
Native New Orleanian Fred LeBlanc.
Yeah. Okay. Roger
Say
that.
it with me. Native New
Orleanian Fred LeBlanc
He will
joining
not
us
be
live on
if
We
he's
Should Write
If
today
he's
at
offended
noon.
by that, it's because he's hungover. That's the only thing I could think of.
He's got his kids, so he won't.
He's
be
got his
hungover.
kids, so he won't be. That's important. Lindsay Lawler, our good friend Sarah Lee, Gina Molinax is here. We're all here for the ribbon cutting ceremony a little bit later on this morning. They're also going to have a task force movement. Is going to be here with a big old sampling of different kinds of gumbo. We'll have another kind of gumbo tonight. We're having sausage andouille gumbo with potato salad.
Wait, is she gonna do the thing? So full disclosure, I'm not a gumbo fan.
They're having a split. They're having 3 different kinds of gumbo.
So I'm gonna eat it. Like I say that, but I'm also gonna try it, especially because the caterer I hear is wonderful.
Yeah.
And this is her line.
Exactly. The caterer this afternoon is wonderful, and the caterer tonight is wonderful.
And then, so you've said before about the thing where you put the potato salad on the bottom of the gumbo.
There are people who like it with rice, and there are people like me who actually want to put potato salad at the bottom and then put it on top.
See, no, I've never had that, but that interests me way more than putting rice below it.
Somebody's got a hand up over there, Madison with a T.
Yeah.
She's from, tell them where you're from, by the way.
I'm from the Bayou.
She's from the Bayou.
I'm a professional gumbo eater.
Yeah, professional gumbo eater.
All right.
Typically, the way
Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. There's different ways you can make a gumbo. Traditionally, some people use okra, which makes it kind of slimy. I'm not a big fan.
Now, I'm not an okra fan, by the way, my gumbo.
Yeah, if you put tomatoes in it, that's blasphemous. But mostly people will put the scoop of potato salad on the gumbo and eat it
like a ice cream scooper.
Exactly, like a la mode.
That's exactly how people like it.
Huh? You guys are weird here, and I like it.
And we like. By the way, I mean, come on, the barbecue you folks eat up in Nashville. Now, for us, it's like, great, whatever, what the heck. But for most people, like, what do you do? My favorite, by the way, you'll love this, Gina. My favorite is the folks up at Wreaths Across America, who we love. So they have a barbecue for their Stem to Stone event. And they'll look at me and they'll be like, this is a good barbecue. I'm like, this is a good barbecue. And they'll look at Brad like, this is as good as anything in the South. And we just kind of go, the next time I have lobster in New Orleans, I'm going to call you and say, hey, man, this lobster we got going on down here is as good as anything you got up in lobster country. Take it easy. Oh, we got about 2 minutes left. Unbelievable. 2 minutes left.
So we should end talking with our guest.
What are you talking? We actually promoted all kinds of shite
Welcome
stuff
to Road Gang Radio. We play a little game called Ignore the Guest and talk about something way more interesting like potato salad. Okay, Sarah Lee from Waypoint Vets. Where I've probably asked you this before, but I'm going to ask it again because the work you do is so beautiful. Obviously, we're going to end with where people can go to be involved. We have a lot of vets listening. But first, before that, the one adventure you haven't taken yet that's like you're like there's no way we could actually pull this off. Therefore, we have to do it. Where would that be to? I mean, I know there's a ton, but next on the list.
And say it into the microphone, not to Lindsay.
Speak it into existence.
Sorry, I can't take my eyes off Lindsay when I'm on here with you guys.
You're saying last night at Walmart the same thing. I got Gina next to me, so I feel pretty good about life too.
Yes, but it has to be storm chasing. I linked up with the top chaser team in the country. They were on Deadliest Chase a long time ago. And we have a whole itinerary built and everything for it, but it's just out of our price range, and that trip would be so unbelievably intense.
So like chasing
10 days.
tornadoes?
By the way,
yes,
Chris,
tornado chasing.
One of our regular truck driver callers, Chris, is a genuine bona fide tornado chaser.
Oh, you're kidding. That would be our dream trip. I mean, a group of veterans that have been through hell with an F5 behind them, or no, probably not F5, but an F2 behind them.
Because they're like, dude, I've already walked through the storm. Let's go.
Right. It's so much symbolism too with the storm.
People say I need to be worried about the storm. I say my friend Sarah Lee is the storm.
Well, that's the point. We run into the storm like the herd of buffalo.
You run into the storm, I am the storm, by
That's
the way.
right. Come to me, Jimmy Mack.
And always have a comma. Anytime you say anything, just add the comma Jack at the end. I am the storm. Jack. Gina, what is your what's the destination? What's the adventure you want to have that you haven't had yet?
Oh, I want to do a road trip down Highway 1. I want to do the whole thing from
the whole enchilada,
the whole East Coast. I want to see the redwoods.
From the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream water. Hey, Road Gang was made for me and you. Jim, we got to take a break. And coming up next, we have a new friend of the show.
New friend of the show.
Who I'm told we're probably going to be besties.
Naughty.
So I'm very excited about it. She's naughty, so she's my kind of people. Joining us next, Audrey LaCrone, who was made known to us by Brad Bentley. She's a dialect coach, which is super interesting. She's a naughty jazz singer. She's so much more. She's a fabulous musician. She's a performer. She's a personality is what she is. She's a
the
brand.
Whole enchilada and the burrito on the side.
Boom.
We got to take
She's
off.
the whole gumbo and the potato salad dollop in the middle.
Fastport.com, nationalapprenticeship.org, waypointvets.org. Sarah Lee, it is good to be.
Oh, thanks for having me. I love you guys.
We love you, Sarah Lee.
We'll be back on the other side after these messages. It's roadgangradio.com.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
In trucking, financial security and retirement isn't a guaranteed destination. That's why Truckers Wealth is here. A financial hub designed for you, Truckers Wealth combines expert advice and tailored solutions. Tax-free wealth plans grow your nest egg. Guaranteed income retirement accounts provide stability, and no market risk accounts protect your investments. That's hard-earned money, a steady stream of income, reliable growth. That's a retirement. That's a destination worth investing in. That's Truckers Wealth. Truckers-wealth.com. Experts dedicated to your success.
Thanks for riding with us. Now let's get back to Road Gang Radio live from New Orleans, not Nashville. Here's Jimmy and Lindsay Lawler.
Not Nashville. Yeah. By the way, she was actually... I got to tell you, for a young woman who just kind of jumped into the fray, she was actually doing some pretty good cold copy reading, making it sound like it was coming naturally to her, and then ran into the break of Nashville. We're still in Nashville. There's a Nashville presence going on around here. The spirit of Nashville has actually arrived in gold sequence in the form of Lindsay LaRue, no more than two, at least
Is that a
emotionally.
fat joke?
It is a fat joke, by the way. A fatness of soul.
Oh.
A fatness of soul. The tasty fatness of soul.
All I heard is fat.
Well, P-H-A-T, my
Okay,
sister.
fine.
Give me some kind of sign, girl. Oh, my baby. Good morning to you from the Fastport Studios in the heart of the Crescent City on Esplanade Avenue under a canopy of oaks. My good friend Lindsay Lawler has come from far and wide to entertain you all down here in the city of New Orleans.
I like that.
You like that one?
Yeah,
New Orleans.
you sound crazy, and I like it.
I like it, too,
I'm here
by the
for
way.
it.
I do weird voices. This person does great voices. We
Oh
gotta
my
put it out
God, guys! I'm so excited. You know, when the best thing about this show, as we all, besides our wonderful listeners,
Thank you.
is Jimmy back, and then also too, the people we get to meet, and because how this show is set up, Audrey, I'm gonna
Wait, the show is set up?
because this show has no rhyme or reason to it.
Thank you. Better said.
We get to talk to people from all walks, all talents, but it's also framed. And Audrey, what we do, we say a vast majority of our listenership are truck drivers, so we get to say the first half of the show. Before I come on, is how they make a living. So we talk to a lot of trucking specific companies. We talk about policy, what's going on. That's about how they make a living. And then we pivot to how we make a life.
She got it. Audrey got it. Audrey,
Live and pivot, turn 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm here.
She's my new bestie. How we make a life. So that's what's so neat. We can talk to all different walks, but frame it in we're trying to keep you interested. Hear human interest stories. Hear ways to expand yourself, more things, yourself meaning the listener, more things you could be interested in. So joining us next is a woman after my own heart, and she's here in black and white stripes looking like she's probably going to go on stage in a minute, but I have a feeling she woke up like this. She's equal parts powerhouse and provocateur. Does that feel right?
Oh, I love that. Yes, thank you.
Audrey LaCrone, she's a world-class dialect coach whose work has been supported, correct me if I'm wrong, supported and led to Oscar, Golden Globe, SAG award-winning performances. To name, that's just to name a few. But that's just
what have you done with your life?
Right? But that's just one side of her brilliance. She's also the lead vocalist of the NOLA Crawzaddies. Brilliant name. You're a zaddy yourself, aren't you?
I try to be.
Yeah, you're doing well. She's part of the NOLA Crawzaddies. They're a spicy, cheeky jazz band serving up a speakeasy swagger. That's my best radio voice. And century-old standards.
That's your best radio voice?
I need a new gig. She helps actors find their voice, or she seduces us with her own. She brings the heat. I've been told we're going to love each other. I can already feel the energy. Hello, Besky. Welcome to the show, my new friend and yours, Audrey LaCrone.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here, by the way. It was good to see you the other day, get a chance to meet you. It's good to have you in the reels, in the studio. And by the way, it looks different from the last time you were here.
Why?
When we put up more pictures. We got more stuff. We got more things.
I didn't notice. All I can see is the cigar box guitar, and that's all I look at. Sorry.
That's all that matters.
She's like, I didn't see a picture of the Crawzaddies.
Oh, yeah.
That's weird.
Where's my picture?
Well, where's your
awkward.
This.
By the way, give us a picture.
Okay.
I'm serious. If anybody, by the way, you ever come on the show and you want to bring a picture down to us?
Listen, I got an 8x10 just for you, and I'll sign it.
Is that an 8x10 in your pocket, or are you just happy to see us?
This?
This?
It's Matt. I hope that's okay.
So I wanted to kind of jump in with an odd thing here, because there's a routine that I do for a lot of our listeners when I meet them, get a chance to talk to them in person. As you can tell, while I am from the South, I have a very distinctly un-Southern accent to some degree.
But when I met you, you sounded Southern, so you switch.
Well,
you do all the accents.
I do all the accents.
That's called crazy. That's called multiple personalities.
I think it's called fun.
It's called code swapping. I actually can trace. I can actually do a route accent from Mobile, Alabama, through Tennessee, into Virginia, into the Carolinas, and then back down to Georgia. You actually span the globe. You actually do accents from across the globe. So I was going to ask you, are you so precise in your accent work that you could actually trace us from Scotland into Wales and to
I could, but
I'm not gonna ask you to do that.
Yeah.
Well,
that's the nice part. Yeah. That's the nice part about what I do, is that I don't have to be the performer anymore. Because I used to be an actor, and then when I started realizing that I could make other actors really great, I was like, all right, no one needs my mediocre acting. I can work with really, really amazing talent. But what I do is, I'm not so much of the, like, let me show you 17 accents in 17 seconds. Like those people, which are
videos.
super cool. I mean, you can do that, and I'm going to ask for that in a little bit.
Yes, please.
But what I do is I think about the character, because usually it's, for a movie. So I think about where the character's from, what time period they are, what neighborhood they're from, what people of other neighborhoods they're surrounded by, like who their friends are and what they sound like. And so I kind of piece together all of that like a nerd.
Like a storyteller.
And then figure out what it would sound like. So if it was someone from Wales, yes, we would think about all those things. And then also what they're aspiring to be. Because some Welsh people sound really British or sound kind of American, and they don't want to sound Welsh.
Can you real quick show us a Welshman trying to not sound Welsh?
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. It's actually been me the whole time.
What's really cool, I don't know if you've seen Waiting for Guffman, but
sure.
Parker Posey's character, it's the hardest piece of accent I've ever seen in my life, because she has to play somebody as an actress that's almost good. It's easy to, if you're a good actor, it's easy to play a bad actor. That's not tough. Heavy lifting is when, because we know plenty of people like this, the list of B- performers out there is monumental, because the world is made up of people rejected because they were a B-. What Parker Posey does in that movie is she does an accent, does a Southern girl's accent, well, Midwestern accent, and then has to play somebody that can kind of dance and can kind of carry a tune, which is not the same as, oh, dude, you're just awful.
Right.
Being just awful is really easy.
It's hard to be mediocre.
It's hard to actually but here's the thing.
Just ask us.
I can see that. Yeah. No, I'm kidding.
I love that.
I'm kidding.
I love that.
We're doing a great job at it.
But by the way, Simon Pegg, this is really cool. Simon Pegg can do all 4 Beatles. He does a really great impersonation of all 4 Beatles. What's really cool to let our listeners understand this is the fact that I can't do it right now, but that whole thing with the Beatles, with the whole thing like that, is they're all talking through their nose because Liverpool was a coal town, and being a coal town, they didn't have coal issues. They weren't sinus clogged, but everybody they learned to talk from talked like that because they'd all talk because their sinuses were all congested. And then you learn from your parents who are sinus congested, and you mimic them, and you sound like you're sinus congested. But but that's the geography we're talking about, right? That it's like men and women talk not just from who their parents are, but the climate, the geography, and where they want to be next, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Like some of my favorite are rural accents, which you're not gonna like really enunciate everything because you're doing hard labor. That's like where I grew up in Kansas. Like as soon as I crossed the border over to Kansas, I'm like, my throat become tight, and I'm like, my belly's tight, and I'm ready to dig up something. Ready to do some hard labor.
Yeah, but like, yep. Hard no and not. I mean, and people in Maine, hard no and not telling. I mean, all that kind of stuff is I'm working as economically as I can because I have to save every bit of energy for throwing this bale of hay, for milking this cow, for doing the thing that has to be done. I ain't got no time to talk. That's enough of that.
But let me ask you this, Audrey, because when you're working with, and you've worked with amazing actors, I could name the list, but you guys know a lot of actors she's worked with. And the idea, though, myself as a singer, I remember there's one woman in particular who, only person I've ever worked with from a vocal coach standpoint. I haven't done a lot because I remember, especially young, feeling so overwhelmed when you get in and they're like, here's 25 things that I want you to think about while you're on stage singing. And I'm like, that's never going to happen.
Yeah.
And so when I finally, my friend Laura Donahue, shout out, who's a brilliant vocal coach and also one of my dearest friends, when I went to 2 sessions, I went with her, and then we became friends, and then it felt awkward. But she, it was more like going to a therapy session a little bit. Like we were just talking, and I realized later she was implanting things in me, so that it became second nature. I'm gonna guess that's similar, but how do you do that? How do you make an actor who's already so frickin' self-conscious and trying to please Steven Spielberg? How do you make them settle in and feel comfortable while they're working with you so it becomes second nature?
I'm a very intuitive teacher, so I don't teach as much technical things. I used to have a big sign in my office that said, I'm not a licensed therapist. But it is like therapy because I'm gonna, in 5 minutes, I'm gonna feel you out and decide how you learn I might ask you how you learn as well, but I'm gonna figure out how you can learn best and how you can believably talk like someone else under pressure when you are on set and there's 50 people watching you and time is money and it's ticking away. So there's like the time before that, and then there's the coaching on set too, where usually I'll have about 30 seconds to give one note, and so I have to go through and scan and say, okay, what would be most helpful? Like Ironheart, the Marvel show just came out, and I helped Anthony Ramos on that. I helped some of the other characters too, but I remember one take, I just went over to Anthony and I was like, hey, you lost your swag. And he was like, what? Like, you lost your swag. And that was the most effective note I could have given him. And then
because his whole thing is swag.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, you lost it. And then the next take, I was like, Stella got her groove back. Anthony got his swag back. We're good, baby.
So you're equal parts working with them prior and on set.
Yeah. Okay. Well, right now the film industry is weird, so I'm not on set very much, unfortunately.
The film industry is weird. That's an understatement.
It's really funny because, my friend Justin, who was a recurring character on Justified. And he would tell me that he actually stole this from Timothy Oliphant. If you watch him in that show, he's always doing this with his hands. He's always, with his right hand, he's always moving it. And he asked him once, why do you do that? And he says, I feel naked without the gun. He didn't mean that I, as a human being, feel naked without the gun. He means that that Raylan didn't like not being able to have easy access to his gun, and that he would only calm his hand when he'd throw his jacket back and expose the pistol.
That's a fun character tick.
And that's a real thing too, is that you work in what there's a fancy pants word for it from the Germans called Gestus. And a lot of people, by the way, Marshall, who's sitting behind us, has that cigar firmly planted in his mouth. And if you see pictures, but the thing is,
and he's not even acting. That's just him.
But he is
amazing.
But he is, and I don't mean that he's being a phony. I don't mean that at all. We choose who we want to be, and we find ways of signing our work. And that we sign our work in certain ways. The way that it's a really funny line from the third Die Hard where Jeremy Irons tells this FBI agent, he goes, "Bill, you're still trying to butch up by chewing on your glasses?" And they cut to the guy and he's got the glasses in his mouth and he puts them slowly down. And that people are always trying to find these little signatories in their own lives that kind of establish that you can tell a person who you are before you ever say a thing. And that once you become aware of that, you can then communicate to people in that way. I'm not somebody to be trifled with. I am somebody whose hand you want to shake. I am friendly. And that actors often, like I said, finding your swag.
Right.
You can simplify things. Stop getting complicated. Stop thinking about 24 things.
Well, but do you think that's conscious for regular people?
I do.
It can be conscious for actors. Oh.
I do. I think it's conscious for regular people. I think at some point, I think they don't realize that it's conscious. I know that sounds like a contradiction.
Yeah.
But wait, I'll show you why.
Okay,
I want to be like my daddy, therefore I'm going to do things my daddy did. That's a conscious decision. I mean, it's like my dad used to do this. I think that was really cool. We often see people on the street and saying, "Man, that hat looks really good. I'd look really cool in that hat." I'm making a conscious decision to wear that hat. Therefore, I wear that. I don't think it's conscious in the way an actor does it, but I think that there is a deliberation and that we choose how we're going to look. And even when people, I don't care what I wear. Well, you just said you don't care what you wear, so you do care about the fact that you don't care about what you wear.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a statement. There's always a statement going on. The difference with an actor, I think, and Audrey LaCrone joins us this morning, the difference is I think that an actor is actually examining the decision as opposed to just making it, saying, is that the right one? Whereas people often make deliberate decisions.
Right.
Always
and with accent coaching and acting coaching, what I do then is I have them try on different things of like, okay, does this tick work for you? Does the cigar in your mouth work for you? Oh, it doesn't.
It works for this guy, doesn't it, though?
It works for this guy.
I mean, it works for that guy right there.
Yeah.
But right. I mean, so you help people.
And one of the things I also do is I have them find real life models to shadow. So we would take, what's your name?
Marshall.
We'd take Marshall, and I would film Marshall probably when he's had a cocktail or two, and so he's not.
So right now, we should be good right now. I think
it was
actually
10 a.m. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
It's New Orleans.
Yeah.
It's beer.
8 a.m. was 2 hours ago. Yeah. We're good.
Can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning.
Amen.
So you get a video of him and you.
Yeah, and then I would see what his tics are. What makes him that interesting character that would read well on screen. And then we'd try it out. The actor would put him on, sort of like you're putting on a coat, and then take it off and see how it feels.
Okay, so now do you in the real world when you're not working, and then we're gonna pivot to Crawdaddies. In the real world, do you find it hard to have friends or date? I don't know if you're dating, single, married, whatever, but
I have so many boyfriends.
But good. I do too. Also, shout out to my husband listening. But is it hard? Like, are you always analyzing people's tics and friends or people walking down the street, and not analyzing in a judging way, but just can you turn it off?
I try to turn it off.
Noticing?
I try to turn it off. Although some tics really bother me, like if someone is always putting their hands to their mouth, I'm like, please take your hands down.
Yeah.
Or if they're like really talking in a lot of vocal fry, I'm like, I can't do this. Like if a yoga teacher, if I walk into a yoga class and they're like, and now we're gonna shavasana, I'm like, all right. This has been cool. I can't.
So how would you want your yoga instructor to talk?
Like this.
I want them to be very like breathy, but not so just, add a lot of breath. I want them to be like, one time there was a yoga teacher that looked like white Jesus. And he was like, and now I'm going to give you a gong bath. And I'm like, yes, white Jesus, please.
Gong bath me.
Yes.
Gong bath me.
That was ideal.
If anybody wants a gong bath, give us a call at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292 Nemo. Phone Master Dre, we call Sexy Jesus over there, by the way. So
sweet.
If anybody wants a gong bath, that's actually perfect way to pivot into Crawdaddies.
Pivot.
I'll start here. Do you believe in past lives? And if so, you don't really have to answer that piece, and if so, are you from the 1920s?
Oh, I don't think so. I think I'm just from a small town.
Okay.
And
where the 1920s never left.
Exactly.
There
Kind
we
of.
go.
It was more like 1940s there, 1930s to 1940s. But I'm from a town of 600 people. So, I grew up watching Lawrence Welk reruns with my grandparents, and we didn't really have TV.
One, two,
So
three,
any
four.
actual cultural references from the 90s are going to go straight over my head. But Lawrence Welk, I got you.
Nerd alert. I love it.
Bubbles,
Yeah.
bubbles.
So
Yeah.
so tell our listeners about Crawzaddies and how I guess that came to be, because you've got a
Yeah.
real balance between what you do and you said you got out of acting.
Right.
And
Yeah, I
helping
always
actors.
had a balance. I always had like teaching and then acting. But then when I had a child, she had just turned 5, I got burned out. I was like, I'm done acting. I can't. I'm just done. I've been doing it for 10 years. I did a lot of really great indie films, but I don't want to play nurse number 2 on a big feature film. Like, that's where my career is heading, and I'm done.
I appreciate the honesty behind that.
Yeah.
I mean that actually.
Makes you a
in
better
all honesty.
coach, actually.
Yeah, definitely. It's made me a better actor. Quitting has made me a better actor. It's been interesting because I've been able to live now. So I, after I had a baby, long story short, got a divorce, kind of refound myself, reinvented myself. And then eventually, after I had healed a bit more, I was ready to pick up some sort of art. My mother's a visual artist. She's a painter. Debbie Wagner. She paints the sunrise every morning as it comes out. This is her 19th or 20th year of doing that.
Every day?
Every
Holy
day.
crap.
It's amazing. My dad is a musician and a writer. So my brother's a chef. My sister does fashion and interior design. So I was like, all right, I'm ready to jump back in. I don't know what I want to do. So I always sang, but I never could breathe like I needed to breathe. I took voice lessons my whole life. I took opera lessons for years just to try and like understand my breath better, because I was doing the therapist thing where I was teaching people how to breathe, but I wasn't happy with my breath. And then finally I was able to like breathe again. And so I started recording myself singing, and I started actually working on my singing voice for me, not just for damage control of trying to breathe. And so I recorded myself doing different genres. I grew up more in a country bluegrass family. But I'm a swing dancer. So I'm around jazz, and there's so much jazz in town. I love it. I love it so much. So I started singing that and sitting in with people around town. And then actually Chef Desi, who's going to be making
Can you
the
believe who
lunch.
she's married to?
Yeah, no, I'm best friends with her son.
I know.
So her son is my best friend, and he's a trombone player. He's wonderful. Wes Anderson the fourth, and not the filmmaker. So Wes was like, Audrey, you can start a band, right? I was like, wait, what? I can?
Me?
What do you mean? I can start a band? He's like, yeah. He was like, in New Orleans, here's how you do it. You come up with a name, you book a job, you book a gig, and then you create a band. And I was like, wait, what? And he's like, yeah, you have one rehearsrsal. Have one rehearsal with your band and then do it.
Yeah, but how do you book the gig if you've? This is so not Nashville, by the way. This is fascinating.
I had footage from sitting in with other bands. So I had footage from like sitting in at Spotted Cat or the Jazz Playhouse or wherever. So I had nice footage from nice places with amazing bands. And so I just put that, and I already had taken like cheeky photos just for fun with a photographer friend. And so I had like photos that looked like a diva jazz singer. And so I may drop the Crawzaddies name because it's so silly, and just use my name. I'm not sure yet.
You should.
Well,
use
it could
your
be
name.
two separate. It could be,
Well,
the
no,
side
it's.
project.
I mean, they have nothing to do with it. I'm singing like divorce revenge songs and like naughty jazz songs.
But the thing is, though, but actually say your full name and then
It's
say
Audrey Lacrone and the Crawzaddies.
That's
That's
exactly
what it is. Yeah.
I mean, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I think that's got a great cadence to it too. By
Thanks.
the way, and by the way, Lindsay, this is interesting too, because what Audrey's saying, I had a rather spirited discussion the other day with somebody who was explaining to me how bands worked, and I realized that for the fact that even though this person has lived in New Orleans, I'm listening to him, I'm going, that's how bands work someplace else, because here in New Orleans, it's like show up.
Right. In New Orleans, it's a completely different ball game. So now I have more of a set band because I have a weekly gig. But
Which is where, by the way?
Oh, Bourbon O Bar on Thursdays from 8 to 12.
Okay, got it.
And
I
I
might
got
have to stay till Friday just to catch
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
do, I
please
have
do.
a, we,
Please
can,
do.
we can hook you up. I mean,
I was getting in trouble at one point because my songs were too nasty, even though they're from the 1920s and 1930s. And so they were like, "Can you please do more like soft corner jazz?" And
Soft corn, not
soft
soft
corner.
porn. Soft
No,
corner?
not soft porn jazz, but soft corner.
Oh, wait,
jazz.
so give me an example of one song, like a song that was
1931, "My Girl's Pussy."
And how to give me a lyric.
Like a pussycat. There's
Yeah.
one pet I like to pet. Every evening we get set. I stroke it every chance I get. It's my girl's pussy. Always plays, always purrs. I love the thoughts it stirs. I don't mind the smell. I added the smell because it's hers. So often it goes out at night, returns at break of dawn. No matter what the weather's like, it's always nice and warm. It's never dirty, always clean. And giving thrills, it's never mean. It's the best I've ever seen. It's my girl's pussy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm ready.
this
I'm ready.
final
Come on.
edition of Road Gang.
So glad we own the format.
man.
ORL.
Oh, my God.
That's incredible. And that's the actual lyric outside
Oh,
of a
my
few
God.
nuances.
Some of these old songs.
Yeah,
you
this
listen-
1931.
Yeah, because the Hays Code ain't floating around putting the.
Well, and pussycat was more of a common term than to call a kitty cat.
Yeah, it was
So
also-
sometimes I sing it as kitty. My girl's kitty. It's cute.
That's boring. Let's
Yeah.
bring back the pussy. I'm sorry. Bring back the pussy cat.
Why are you saying I'm sorry? Why are you saying I'm sorry? It's like
I'm nervous. My palms are sweating.
I know.
It's okay.
But Lindsay, I love Lindsay. Like, tell me I'm sorry. It's like of the two of us, which one of us is more concerned about that? My dad's listening, going.
My parents are so
love
proud.
it. I
of
love
all-
it.
No, it's
well,
great.
yeah, and that's what I like to say. It's like I sing those songs, and then I'm like, your grandmother or great grandmother. I just want to remind you, they were getting down. And I'm going to
point.
sing the
Grandma
records
was human.
that their parents found and broke. Like,
That's
did you ever get your
amazing.
CDs broken?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, these are the records that their parents broke. Hot Nuts is another one. It's a good one.
Go ahead, give us some lyrics.
I was about to say, give us a little.
My favorite one is Long John Blues, 1948. Dinah Washington recorded it. It's about sleeping with your dentist.
Well, let's hear it.
Yeah.
I've got a dentist who's over 7 feet tall. And then, Long John, they call him, and he answers every call. I went to Long John's office, told him the pain was killing. She goes on, he tells her that her cavity needs filling. And he says, just open wide, and I might have to give you some anesthetic.
Wow.
But then I'll fill you up.
I'm definitely staying till Friday.
Yeah,
so I
stay
can
till
go to
Friday.
The Audrey LaCrone and the Crawzaddy show.
Come to the Audrey LaCrone show. Yeah.
I'm just gonna let it all just kind of sit there for a while. I got plenty to say. I'm just gonna let us all just kind of bask in the glow of Long John.
That's
fair
yeah.
enough. Okay, well, so let's real quick. We've just got a couple of minutes left with you, but by the way,
A couple of minutes. We got about 30 seconds. Go
can
on.
you be on our
Oh,
show
boy.
forever from here
Yeah,
on out?
sure,
and please come
sure
back.
thing.
If you, what's a song on your playlist that's out of the realm of any of this? It's like maybe your pump up song if you're driving to a show that would be not in the vein of what you're about to sing.
I like R&B. I'm a big R&B fan. One song that I really love is Rihanna J. She has a song named No Names, Know Names. Ooh, it's so good. It's
Phone
so
Master Dre
good.
knows it. The cool
Yeah.
kids know it. All
Very
right, and that
good.
gets you ready.
Yeah, that gets me ready. It
pumped
gets
up.
me like all sexy and like, oh yeah. It's about love at first sight.
I am not ready for Audrey LaCrone to leave. I
Neither.
am ready to do
Aw.
this. We have to go to a break, though. The
Thank
people
you
who
all
take,
for having me.
Oh, my God. The people who take care of us have to take care of themselves. But Road Gang Radio, this final edition of Road Gang Radio.
It's been fun. It's been real, guys. Make sure you go over and check out what Audrey LaCrone has going on. You can find her at Audrey LaCrone, LeCrone.com. She also has a great podcast where she's interviewing these actors that she's worked with. It's called The Unmuted Show. You can go to unmutedshow.com and then find her music at NolaCrawzaddies.com. Of course, she's on Instagram and all the places at Nola Crawzaddies. You are a delight.
Thank you. Both of you are delights as well.
Thank you very
well,
much.
we want to be with you more and more. So let's
do
expect to
it.
see you back.
Dre, hit some music for me, brother, as we kind of slide our way into the people that take care of us. Listen to these folks. They're pretty cool folks. We'll be back. Audrey, it's good to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
RadioNemo.com, iHeart, and all the other groovy places. YouTube as well.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
And we're back on the Road Gang live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, and RadioNemo.com, as well with some Facebook. From the Fastport Studios and good old NOLA, the mics are hot. Jimmy, Lindsay, take it away.
If you think the mics are hot, you spend about 10 minutes outside sitting on a porch around here.
The mics are hot, and so are the jazz lyrics.
Yeah. I got to tell you, sweet mother of pearl, I've always said that, heat in Arizona, by the way, feels like you walked into a confectionery oven. Heat in New Orleans feels like somebody threw you into a deep fryer, by the way. And Bridget, I got to tell you this, Borgette. I got to tell you this. I meet people and instantly like them sometimes. And I saw you, and you turned around, and you hit me with that beaming smile of yours, and I went, I got a friend. A friend.
Thank you. I felt the same way. And then we found a gecko friend, so that was very cool.
It was pretty fantastic. Did we get a show? Oh, we didn't, because they didn't show up. But later on, those birds showed back up.
See, you were going to show me the birds, and then they weren't there, so I was very disappointed when I left.
There are two brown herons who just literally
brown heron?
Two brown herons who fly down on
I didn't even know that was a thing. I only knew of a blue heron.
I know, I thought white is what
Is there every color? Are there pink herons?
They're big, too, by the way. These suckers are big, man. And they perch right there, and when they see me, they're like, oh, no, it's Jim. They just keep on drinking their water, because they know I'm not going to F with them.
Do you think it's one of your grandparents?
It might be Kiki.
Oh, shout out to Kiki. Can we call it Kiki now?
We can call her Kiki. 32 grandchildren, by the way, made a cake for each one. Every single one for their birthday, except for me. She made me cherry pie.
Okay. It's like, oh my God, are we about to go cry?
Go in a really bad direction.
Very sentimental.
How do I put this, by the way? Every motorcycle you produce in Phoenix, Arizona is quality, handcrafted by Americans, for Americans, with 98% American-made parts.
Correct.
I think you put that really well.
And by the way, the parts that are not made in-house over at your factory, which is about 80%, are consumed from American companies who have the same American ideals that you guys have, correct?
Absolutely. And we're talking about long-standing companies. Like S&S has been in business for over 55 years. Jim's has been in business for over 55 years. The Belt Drive company has been in business for a long time. I've been doing it for 32 years. So we're talking about a lot of very well-established, hardcore American value companies.
Yeah, and one of these is so important, too. And by the way, I don't fault people who buy themselves a cheap old motorcycle in the beginning of the game.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
To do it.
Yeah.
Now,
buy the crappy guitar, and then if you learn to play it, get the nice one. Same kind of thing.
Well, and especially if you talk about people who grew up in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, the whole game was, I'm 11. I need to get a little motorcycle going on right now. And a lot of shade mechanics, a lot of kids put stuff together with their dads. I can't tell. I had a go-kart, by the way, with a lawnmower engine in it that we always were working on.
Very cool.
That's something that you have to kind of do in order to make the step to finally say, okay, I love this lifestyle. Now I'm ready to make an investment. Is it fair to say that those are the kind of folks you guys cater to?
100%. So I'm kind of known as the Lamborghini of motorcycles. So you don't start off with your first car being a Lamborghini. You've got to start off with a clunker and you learn. And the bikes are they're engineered very well. They're big, they're fast, they weigh a lot. They're just incredible. And so you can't start off as a beginner on that. That's something that you work up to for sure.
So let's talk about, and we know your hook in comes from a family kind of situation, but talk about when this really, we talked about this yesterday outside, the idea, what hooked you? I always want to know, there's always a moment that somebody gets stopped in their tracks and say, man, this is it. This is the thing that I gravitationally am being pulled into.
I kind of stumbled into it, and then I realized that I really liked it, and I was sort of good at it. So I kept going at it. My actual first job was selling mobile homes. I was the first female salesperson in a trailer factory, and that's where I met my ex-husband, and this was kind of a passion of his. So it started as a side business, and then it overtook my regular job and then just kept going with it. So I love designing. I love creating. I asked a million questions in the beginning, so I can tell you pretty much from front to back how they go together, how they work, and I think that helps me be better at my job, knowing the functionality of it as well as the overall aesthetic look of it too.
And here's the thing, there's a lot of interesting crossover here into the trucking world. Not only that, obviously a lot of our truck drivers love also riding motorcycles,
right?
And it's a weekend.
Yeah,
it's like the perfect balance to go from that big rig.
Shout
to the
out
bike.
Jody Vale.
Right. I have a lot of customers who are truck drivers, and they have their bikes on their trucks in some way or shape or form. And so when they're down, they go riding.
Big rig to the bike.
Yeah.
But you're also, in addition to that, and we can break that down more. But also, being a female in a very male-driven world, the motorcycle world, we see this a lot. We talk about this a lot with women in trucking.
Yes.
Women in Trucking being an actual organization, but also just women who are in trucking.
Right.
And we've joked for a long time that sometimes whenever I see a female truck driver on the road, it's almost like,
you go, girl.
Wild. Yeah, but it's also like a beast in the wild, but that's becoming less and less the case. It's more and more happening.
Very more mainstream.
Women have been riding motorcycles since the dawn of the day. Of course, it just wasn't as talked about it. But you come across to me as very authentic, and since it came through, it's something that you're passionate about. You weren't forced into this because it's not because your husband rode a bike. It's like you have a passion for it.
No, I actually don't ride.
Oh, you don't ride?
No.
Okay.
No.
But
I design. So we later on, 2010, 2011, we designed 4-wheelers and 3-wheelers. And I do ride those, and I have a 4-wheeler, but I've never ridden a 2-wheeler by myself. I'm very aware of what I can and can't do, and I'm scared to balance and shift and ride a 2-wheeler, so I just have stayed away from it. But I can certainly create them, but I'm not a rider. But to your point about women trucking, it's funny because Keyboard Carriage was the company that transported our motorcycles for years, and it was a husband and wife team. And it was the best thing when they would show up and pick up a trailer load of bikes. And I mean, they were older. They had kind of retired from another business and then picked up this truck driving thing to do together. And so it was very cool. Like, here's Grandma Annie, and she's picking up 20 motorcycles to take cross country. So it's very cool.
It's very cool. Well, just then to follow up or finish up with that, just about, at risk of making this a woman and a man's world. That's not what I mean, but it's I think especially even the sales side coming from the trailer park side, that's
Right.
that's a whole, I mean, talk about amazing characters that you saw.
Oh my gosh. Truck drivers especially.
I bet. So
in
are you
that
seeing
industry.
that? Did that help play into your design? Because you were like living and breathing with the people that would be buying your product. So you got to have a visual, I would guess, of who you're designing for, right?
Yeah, and I don't know if you can say ass on the radio.
Sure,
You just said it, so why not say it again?
So our saying is there's an ass for every seat. And so, and it's kind of, you can build the craziest motorcycle and people are like, oh my God, you're never going to sell that. Someone will buy it. And we design what people want. Every bike that I've built has been built to someone's specification. So you tell me what you want and I do it. And if you need help, I help you. But as far as like the designing them around people's lifestyle or their hobbies, and we have people that have done tattoos. Their tattoos are in their paint job, and we have had people build bikes that are for their corporation. So it all depends, but everyone's very unique and built to someone's specifications of exactly how they want it.
So cool.
This is, and by the way, look, I mean, the other motorcycle cultures, our good friend Peter Stark did a show with us one time where we actually talked about the 6 great horse cultures of the world. Where we talked about the idea that there's a great horse culture over in Mongolia, at the border of Mexico and America is a great horse culture. There are only a couple of great motorcycle cultures in the world.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is that there are lots of motorcycle cultures around the world, but most of them are replications of the other cultures. You can make it. There's a case for German culture. There is a German culture of motorcycles.
Sure.
But it's America. It's America that we're really. It's America that we're really talking about here. It's
100%.
It's really funny, by the way, because Larry brought this in. I'd already made my pivot, by the way.
Pivot?
I'd already made my pivot to this. But this is a real American culture. I mean, motorcycle culture in the United States of America is a very distinctive kind. We actually can go back even further than Marlon Brando. I don't know if you know this. The first short story about a werewolf is actually an American story, and it's about car culture and motorcycle culture.
I did not know that.
It was a guy who actually wrote for magazines about the upcoming car and motorcycle culture at the turn of the century, really happening then, and it spends as much time detailing the cars and motorcycles in it as it does talking about the werewolf mystery at the center of it.
Very cool.
And it's because of the space of America. The space of America, the openness of it. The Germans have the same thing, the big roads and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But this really is a uniquely and distinct American culture we're talking about, correct?
It is 100%. 100%. The culture, the idea about it, everything is, I mean, red-blooded American all the way.
And so it kind of fits naturally. And, and our friend Larry Oliphant is here in studio. And one of the things that you guys are going to be playing a big part of is the America 250 experience.
Yes, I have been exclusively commissioned by the America 250 experience to build 4 very one-of-a-kind motorcycles. There's Old Glory, which is going to pay tribute to all of the American flags over the years. There's going to be the Declaration of Independence, which is going to pay homage to the Declaration of Independence. 250 years in July will have been signed. And then we're going to do a Lady Liberty bike, which is going to really drive home all of the aspects of the people that came over to America and brought their hopes and dreams with them and crossed through Ellis Island and now are, living their own American dream in whatever fashion that is. And then there's going to be a 4th one, which is just going to be called Freedom, and it's going to incorporate basically anything you can see, touch, feel, think, or imagine that is American that we enjoy as a freedom. So they're going to be very, very, I mean, I've done a lot of really cool bikes, but these will be above the level of all of those.
And
so
those
I'm very
will be
excited.
Available for the is it a limited time situation?
So they're going to be built between now and they'll be unveiled in July of 2026.
Okay.
There'll be a lot of social media blasts about them. There'll be hints and features and some little, some highlights over the next coming months, but they'll be debuted in July of next year.
And you can see some of the other one if you go over. I'll spell it BOURGETS.com.
Yes.
Pronounced.
Bourgettes.com.
BOURGETS.com. Let me just read some of their motorcycle model names are great. We've got the Fat Daddy, of course. You've got the Python, the Endeavor, but the whole series, the Addiction series, the Scorpion, the King Cobra, the Bobber, the Dragon. Let me ask you this. There's a lot of egomaniacs in the world.
I'm sorry, I'm in the room.
I'm
in the room.
I didn't look directly at you when I
She
said
wasn't looking at you.
You kept nodding your head in this direction.
I looked over your
Jesus
head.
H,
I
tap
looked over your
dancing
head.
Christmas.
Can somebody hypothetically call and be like, I want the Lindsay Lawler motorcycle? I mean, I guess for all the money in the world, you can get whatever you want. But I jokingly, but then also seriously, like how custom down to somebody's specific needs will you get? And I know it
literally every part on the motorcycle with the exception of nuts and bolts.
Okay.
Literally
Once
every
again,
part.
I'm in the room.
I'm in is the room.
Are you a nut or a bolt?
Yeah, he's both, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and so this is really cool, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this. Sean McGee, really established, wonderful historian, actually was on the show on the 4th of July talking about the global imperial context of the Declaration of Independence. What Sean argues about the Declaration is that it's the greatest pink slip in history.
Wow.
Is that basically you're going to King George and going, you're fired.
Right, exactly.
We're done.
We're done.
We're done. Party. I mean, and he says,
never call me again.
If you read it, it really is a pink slip. It's like, you know what, dude? You know, not only what they basically say in that document is not only are you no longer our king, but kings forever are now done. We've tried this experiment.
You're nobody's king.
It's an experiment now for not having kings. Good night and good luck. And so basically you guys are creating a motorcycle for the America 250 experience.
Right.
Where you're going to drive around the country being like, oh, here's King George's pink slip.
Exactly.
And by the way, America, I think, invented the pink slip. Because before, you know, when you got fired, they take you out and cut your head off and throw you
I was
in
going to say, I don't think you lived through getting fired back in the day.
Or you ended up in a poorhouse, you know, locked up in there. In America, it's like, no, you're just fired. Just go someplace else.
Just go get a different job.
Go buy a motorcycle and cross the border and go work someplace else. Become a member of the Free Soil Party.
Well, but Jim, that's actually a little bit
cool.
A lot bit cool. But a little bit like, go get a bike and drive across the country. Say that jokingly, but also in all seriousness, it kind of goes back to a little bit to We Should Write, a little bit to Sarah Lee talking about photography, of these like ways that we find.
She's a big motorcycle lady too.
She
by
is,
the way.
but the
Big
ways we
motorcycle.
find ourselves in a new environment. So in particular, if you've never been on a bike, you go get on a bike, you do a cross country trip or a cross city trip, whatever it is. You get that time to be like, oh wow, I've only been on the back of a bike twice, and it was with a fabulous guitar player that was a friend of mine, and all the musicians in a band I was in, they would all go ride on the weekends, and I always wanted to be. I was like, I don't know what you're, and they'd reference it on stage, and I was like, I don't know what they're talking about, so they let me ride along with them one or two times, and it was I could say if I would do that a few more times, I could see finding myself in that environment.
Yeah, it's something that just like you said, the hook, it hooks you. It's like, you know, and a lot of people are born into it. Their families have, you know, generations of riders. Other people just pick it up on their own. One thing that we definitely need is a new young blood generation in this industry, because there's a lot of the younger people that are just not
They're pansies.
interested.
They're
Exactly.
That's fine.
They need to get a pair and get on a motorcycle and go hit the road.
Yeah, by the way, put on your big boy pants, put on your big girl pants, make sure it actually protects your knees and your legs, and get on the motorcycle that is America. By the way,
you can't do social media, though, on the back of a bike.
And by the way, what you can do when you pull over, that's when you can give tribute. You can get a taste of America, you can travel a little bit further on your motorcycle, and then you can give a little tribute to America with a little social media. See, Larry's very delighted right now because I actually put the hook in there for the America 250 experience, which, by the way, Bridget is very much part of. It is good to have you here. We got about 3 or 4 minutes left. I promised you 15. By the way, I didn't promise. You can stay on as long as you like, but we have time to wrap up the show. But we wanted to give you a chance. Where are you going next? Because you came down here, and we're so thrilled.
Yeah,
to have
why
you.
are you here?
Because Arizona is just as hot.
So I have a long loving history with New Orleans. I have a lot of customers here starting in the early 2000s, and we used to do the Steel Pony Express in Superdome, and then Katrina came in, wiped that out, and so that was a good show. That was, loved to come down. I love the French Quarter. I love New Orleans in general. And then in 2010, I believe it was, or 2009, I got a call from Larry Oliphant. He's like, hey, I'm putting together Bike Week New Orleans. Would you, come and be a part of it? And so we did. We brought our semi, we brought bikes, and we did that for a couple of years and really brought some life back into New Orleans. People were not
It was fun.
coming here.
It was fun, though. I'll tell you that. All of you guys, I'm from here. I'm a New Orleanian. Okay. My Uncle Jimmy was lieutenant governor from 72 to 1980.
Awesome.
We are very connected. There's a lot of names that Larry has dropped on me. I'm like going, know them, know
related to them.
It's like
put me in jail, got me out of jail.
Yeah, put me a lot of that. There's
Whipped
a
my
lot.
ass.
But, my mom and dad lived at the corner of West End Boulevard and what at the time was Robert E. Lee at the 17th Street Canal. They got 30 feet of water in 13 feet of water in 30 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
They had evacuated. They knew what they were looking at. And the number of people like yourself, whether it was Tony Scott coming down to shoot Deja Vu, whether it was the Benson family making the idea that they wouldn't relocate, but in fact spend the money on Drew Brees. A lot of people like yourself and Larry made the investment in this great American city. And I was there 2 days after the breach happened. I got back in the city. I had a badge and a gun, so they let me do that kind of thing. And your voices and your efforts, I want to say, as we approach the 20th anniversary of those fateful last days in August, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And one of the other things that was going on here at that time, Stallone was filming The Expendables, and he
stuck around.
Yeah, we had the semi parked down by the convention center, and he happened to come by and see the motorcycles. Like, oh my God, I need these for my movie. So we ended up leaving the semi with all of the motorcycles on it down here for about 3 months for them to film Expendables 1, and then they used the same motorcycles again in Expendables 2. So that was very cool. So it's cool to come back to New Orleans. I will say the last time I was here was May 11th, 2011, and my mom passed away at home, and I had to say goodbye to her on the phone from the Hotel Monteleone. So this is kind of a bittersweet trip back.
I'm glad you're back.
Wow.
I'm glad you're back.
Let's reframe it. We're going to reframe it.
By the way, you're talking
to
an Irishman. You're talking to a full-blooded Irishman. I got the heart so big it'll crush this town. I'm totally right there with you.
What's your mama's name?
Susan Bring.
Susan brings joy, and she is here with us, here with you in New Orleans.
There's an extra spot here. She's actually talking in
She
the
is, and of all cities, this is the city of spirits. So this is a good one to feel close to.
Yes, no, I'm glad to be back and bring good memories back again. So
we're glad to have you. We got about 1 minute left here. I want to go back to the America 250 experience and talk about. We got the motorcycles. You've told us what they are. They're going to be traveling. They're going to be out there. They're going to be part of. And this is really about the road. This is really about the American road experience. As we say, we not just traveling, but we're going to taste. We're going to travel. We're going to tribute.
Right.
And this really kind of ties into it as well. This becomes one of the vehicles that does that for us, right?
Correct. Yes, and we're hoping to bring in. Again, just reunite everybody again. America 250, the celebration of who we are, our country, and everything, and bring trucking into it, bring food into it, bring bikes into it, and just have a hell of a celebration.
A celebration.
Tell our guests goodbye.
BOURGETS, Borgets.com is where you can check out the bikes, find out what's going on. Also hit them on social media. They'll be teasing a lot over the next year.
Yes.
You are a lovely human, and we can
Thank
put our
you,
stamp
as
of
are you.
approval on everything you do. Thank you for being here.
Very pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Lovely humans all around, by the way. We've got about 4 or 5 minutes left here on the show. Big thanks to all of our friends, many of whom stuck around for quite a long time. We have an audience shift that usually happens towards the end of the show. A lot of people hung around for the ride today, pun intended. Lindsay Lawler is here. I don't know if you know this, Bridget, but Lindsay's debuting a new show today.
I'm so excited. I have total butterflies in my
Congratulations.
She has owned the rights to that domain for 17 flipping years.
Wow.
And people have tried to sell it. And of course, when you hear the name of the show, you'll get it. We should write. Can you imagine the number of people have been like, I'll pay you for that? And I don't mean like, I'll pay you $50. I mean, people have come and, nope, it's mine. Nope.
Held it, much to my husband's chagrin. Sell it. No, but it's something that I'm very passionate about. And it's, again, what I was referencing about the bike. I think people Should Write. It's about the healing power of writing. We will have songwriters, authors, creatives of all types on the show talking about how, and want to be clear, these are conversations, not interviews. These are conversations. People aren't coming on the show necessarily to promote something.
I couldn't believe Ryan Pote today, though. So we have this young man who is an American hero. Came on the show. His first book is Blood and Treasure.
Wow.
It's in the works to be made into movies. He's a friend of Mark Graney, who's a friend
You'll
of the
know
show.
his name this time next year. One of those guys.
Of the Gray Man and all that. And we ended up, he just had been booked in advance. It was the kind of thing our listeners like. It's an audio book as well. It's really thrilling. It's a combination of like a Tom Clancy novel and Raiders of the Lost Ark and a little bit of Gravity.
Oh, it sounds amazing.
It's amazing. Yeah. It really is a lot of fun. And he knows of what he writes, too. And Lindsay and I started interviewing him, and he, without being prompted, ends up explaining that he began to write as a therapeutic model to work out some of the crisis and trauma he'd experienced as a helicopter pilot in narco country.
Wow.
And it ended. We're sitting there looking at each other going like, it's
We're
your
like,
show.
Thank you, Jesus.
Yes.
It's
this grand
and
preview
those
of
are
the
the things, something like that, so simple but also large. Those are things to me. It's like, okay, we're on the right track. This is something that's important. It's for our drivers out there, albeit if they're on a motorcycle or a truck.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't. I'm a tough guy. I don't need to be a softie. And drivers for a long time. I remember when I first started singing the Highway Angel song in public. It's a song that I wrote about truckers who've saved lives out on the road. It's a beautiful program that TCA puts on. But anyway, I remember, I'll never forget this one guy. His name was Larry, as a matter of fact, truck driver. And he was standing right in front. I was performing at Matt's, and he was right in the front in the middle of a crowd. Big burly guy. He'd been messaging me online. He's like, I love that song. I'm coming to the show. He's standing there in overalls right in front, hat, long hair, and just like bawling right in the front. And it's a permission slip. Music is a permission slip. And I think writing in general is a permission slip to get our stuff out. You don't have to show it to anybody ever.
No.
It's cheaper than therapy, and it's, gosh darn it, more honest than therapy. I went to therapy 1 time, and I was like, I just spent money to lie to somebody for an hour. I'm not doing that again.
I tell my therapist the truth. He actually fired me.
Yeah, fair enough. He's like,
that's enough. I don't
that's
need
too much. There's no degree in the world that's okay for that.
Yeah, and I can say shit too. I mean, he's like, get the shit out of here.
Get the shit out of here. So anyway, that's what the show is. It launches today in 1 hour, T-minus an hour and 5 minutes. And Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth is our first guest because if we're doing it live here from New Orleans. It had to be a New Orleanian. He is a tried and true New Orleanian. And I mean, he's a New Orleanian through and through.
Oh, he's a New Orleanian. He's got the same deep fried accent that I got.
He does.
That unbelievable deep fried.
And he said, by the way, he said to me, he's like, no one ever asked me about my songwriting, which is interesting as, kind of a rocker, a punk rocker guy. And I think lyrics get disguised and jump around sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
So, very excited about
this. What is the name of your show?
We Should Write.
Oh, very cool. You probably said that, and
actually, the way we kind of framed it was like, is it We Should Write? Yeah, it's We Should Write.
And so our tagline, by the way, let me pull my shirt up and show you. We Should Write.
Very cool. Well, congratulations.
Right? We Should Write, right? So it launches today. It will be live at noon. And everybody listening, by the way, and on the YouTube chat, whether it be Road Gang Radio, Nemo Nation, We Should Write, Nemo's Night Beats, or anything else coming up in the future, it helps us when you listen. It helps us when you listen live, and then it helps us when you go back and download. So if you like the content you're getting, please keep listening. Please keep sharing. I hate to sound like NPR, but we can't do this without you. And if you don't listen and you don't share, we'll go away and we'll be homeless wandering the streets of New Orleans, and it's hot. So please keep listening.
Subscribe, share, all of those things.
I will go live with my family. I don't know what you're going to do with myself. But
I'll be
live
living
here in
with
New
your
Orleans.
family.
You can live with my family. That's actually really great.
She'll be living with your family, too.
By the way, they'll just think, is this a new cousin we weren't aware of?
They wouldn't. I feel like I would just be something on the shelf. They'd be like, oh, hasn't she been here all along?
Did you get a chance to eat any place cool?
Not yet, but I do plan to today.
Have the gumbo tonight. It's going to be really good. It's on Dewey sausage gumbo.
I'm looking forward
to it.
Potato
salad going along with that as well too.
Perfect.
Like a real New Orleanian. Guys, this has been Road Gang Radio. You can hear us on the tube of you. This content that you just heard will be available in short order. Make sure when you hear about it. Is there a hashtag for the America 250 experience?
It is America250experience.com.
America250experience.com. Make sure you actually check out that as
now,
well.
Now, how'd
guys.
you come up with the website? Oh, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I wouldn't give that up. Don't go anywhere, by the way. Don't go anywhere after this show immediately. We actually are going to be playing some more content from previous shows. Musical guests, by the way.
Oh, my God. But so if you missed the interview we did with The Last Revel, which is about to air next, holy crap. The Last Revel and then Elena Stacy. Equally, they're very different interviews, very different musical guests. But Elena Stacy, who will be the second interview, we dug deep. She was fascinating to talk just kind of about writing in general. But The Last Revel, this is, I'm going to say it, Jimmy, your favorite band of the past year and perhaps moving forward?
I think it's the Americana Bluegrass album genre hybrid of the year.
Oh, this is for sure great. Like, these guys will have a Grammy.
There's a Grammy headed towards in their way. The Last Revel, of course, their new album is out. You can find it everywhere that albums are. Download it. Do not just listen to it. It is so good. I can't tell you enough how good this album is. And guys, just check out The Last Revel. We're going to be actually playing that interview with them. They are terrific. They do a great job talking about the process of songwriting as well. That's kind of it, by the way, Dre. If you heard some music, big thanks to Larry for bringing our friend Bridget in here. It was good to see you yesterday.
Thank you.
Told you
nice
it'd be easy,
you.
didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Werewolves, motorcycles, Lindsay, Lawler, what more could you ask for? America, all wrapped up into one big, nice, give me a word.
Package.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
We're back with more Road Gang Radio, which is riding shotgun with Jimmy Mack in New Orleans, and then we have Lindsay Lawler in Nashville.
Yeah!
Take it away!
Perseverance.
Yes.
Place.
Check.
And personal honesty.
Cross check.
Tight harmonies.
Check.
And heartfelt songwriting, by the way.
Check.
I am talking about, of course, The Last Revel.
Oh, my God.
Years of heavy touring and a 2019 hiatus. The group reconvened with a refreshed perspective and a stronger bond. This comeback, by the way, has resulted in 2 albums since reuniting. 2021's Dovetail. In 2021, Dovetail, and their upcoming release, Gone for Good, which is due out on the 18th.
Go on.
2025 on 30 Tigers. By the way, it's produced by Trampled by Turtles. It's the band's 6th album, is described as an ode to the lifetime of an artist, capturing their renewed commitment to their craft and each other. Gone for Good. With that album, they are poised for their best year yet. I actually agree with that, by the way, based on simply the strength of Go On and Solid Gone. Holy moly, holy Toledo, holy get yourself on board with The Last Revel, by the way, guys. As they say themselves, embracing a deeper clarity in their identity and purpose, absolutely, and focusing on, and by the way, I got to tell you, I'm actually getting a little bit upset that people use the word authenticity, I think, in the wrong way. This is used in the absolutely right way because they are authentic. There ain't nothing else like this, guys, by the way. When they say perseverance, place, and emotional honesty, that's not just about their character. That is about what these songs are about. There is a stick-to-itness grit that goes on here that is deeply moving while at the same time driving. It's really hard to have an up-tempo song that is deeply moving. I'm not kidding. Go through them, think about them, and this music sings in a way that you guys have not heard before, all of our friends out there listening. It feels like the back roads, you can hear the grit rolling up into the tires while the engine is souped up, and at the same time, you can feel the world passing you by. It is my pleasure to welcome Ryan Acker and Lee Henke, banjo player and guitar player, respectively, of The Last Revel. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Hi, guys. Well, we've been drooling over you all morning on air like total creepers because we are huge fans and so excited to have you on. And where I want to start, because I totally giggled, guys, one thing on your Instagram, I love your tagline where it says, "How are you not more famous since 2011?" I love that. I get that. I feel that. I'm a songwriter and artist in Nashville. And, anytime when I used to play downtown and people would be like, that you guys know what I'm about to say when people are like, "Oh, I can't wait to say I knew you when." I'm like, how about now? Just say you know me now. Like, I'm doing fine, guys. I'm fine. I'm making music. Everything's fine, right? So I hate that when people are like, why do more people not know you? And I'm like, you guys are missing what's important here. Do you know me? Do you like my music? We're good. So I just want to start out talking there because whoever one of you wants to take this first, was there ever a moment when you were like, we got to start or stop caring about anyone thinks and just lean into the music we're making and just go with it? Because I believe once you don't give a shit, that's when everything starts happening for you. And in a respectful way, of course, when you don't give a shit about what doesn't matter and you only care about the music and what drives you and pushes you forward, and then you cannot take those comments personally and be like, yeah, cool, whatever. Does any of that make sense to you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ryan, you take this one. This is like your thing.
Sure. Yeah, I think we when we got the band back together in 2021, I think we kind of came back to it with like kind of this like renewed sense of like, well, we're just doing this. Ultimately, we're doing it for ourselves in a way of like, well, let's just start playing music together again. And, we already had all this history together, and it was just kind of like, well, let's just get it back together, for ourselves. And that's been kind of like a common theme since 2021 of just being like happy with who we are. And it's really clicking. So it's been fun.
Awesome.
I would also like to add to that. I think we have a little bit of it kind of adds gasoline to the whole fire when we do have haters. When there is like someone who says like, "Oh, I don't like that," or who wants to listen to this, and we're like, "Well, we're not bluegrass." It ignites this flame of like, we get to do whatever the hell we want, and we don't really care. Which is, it's motivating in a way.
Well, on that, just a real quick follow-up, Jim, but on that then, because we talk a lot on this show about throwing genre out the window, and people say to you, I'm trying to shift, and people are like, what music, what genre are you? And I'm like, well, today I don't know, I made this track. Tell me what you think. I don't know. And I think when you throw that in the window is real power, but also that idea, what you just said, dude, when I finally realized I'm not for everyone, which was like literally this morning, because my whole life I'm like, I want everyone to like me, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing it wrong.
I don't like you, by the way. I
know.
Why.
I finally realized nobody likes me, and I'm cool with it.
That's it.
But yeah, really, that thing that you just said, when it's like, if everybody likes your music, you're doing it wrong. And is that a power move for you? It's like, because it's like, the more specific you get in what you're saying and what you're vibing on, you would think it kind of has the opposite effect. You think that the more specific you get, you're dimming your audience, but it kind of has the reverse effect, right?
Yeah. Go ahead, Lee.
Oh, I was going to say, Ryan always says we've always been too indie for bluegrass and too bluegrass to be indie. And I, in the early days, I know we were trying to figure out a way to fit into a box or like at least we're self-conscious about not fitting into a box. And now I feel like it's motivating to not be in the box, is to be our own thing and not fight it so much, don't try and force it. Just do what it is.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you both laugh. So the thing is, I've been a fan for a while. And I was listening last night, and because we're setting up a studio here in New Orleans, I've been staying with my mother and father on and off. I normally call California my home, but I've been in New Orleans the last 3 months or so for an extended period. I was listening to you guys, and my dad walked into the room, and he'd never heard you before, and he says, "Man, those guys sound like they're actually both packing pistols, but aren't happy about it." And I thought it was one of the best descriptions I ever heard in my life for what your music was.
You can use that on your next T-shirt, by the way.
My dad said, and I said, "Oh my God, Dad!" I said, "I think in one sentence you actually captured what I'm trying to kind of sum up here." When I talk to these guys tomorrow on the phone, you talked about that. I call it that renewed purpose. I call it drop, a dramatic renewal of purpose, and the energy is there in the songs. I mean, we can hear it. "Go On" and "Solid Gone," which are the first two singles you guys released from an album that is literally, the clock is ticking on the 24-hour window now for that album to drop. And I was kind of curious, when you cut the album, did the set, it's an obvious question, but I hope you get what I mean. Were you guys feeling that same purpose in the playing of it that we're hearing in the recording of it? Did you have that sense of, wait a minute, we got something going on here? As good as we've been, this is something different. Something is really cooking here. And I think you guys have always been great, but there's something really profound that has happened here since you guys have gotten back together. Do you feel that when you play?
Yeah, absolutely. In the studio specifically, like when we were getting ready for this record, we knew the stakes were higher because we booked time with producer and musician Dave Simonette from Trampled by Turtles, and we've been just like lifelong fans of that band and this guy and his songwriting, and knowing that we were going to be in the studio with him kind of like up the ante right off the bat. And like we approached this record with like, okay, we're really going out on a limb on this one, and we're really like kind of putting it all on the line in the sense, like personally and professionally, like we're putting a lot of pressure on ourselves to like really deliver on this one. So, I think just right away having Dave involved, like nobody wanted to show up with a bad song to the studio with Dave Simonette in the studio. So I think like right away that kind of like set the bar pretty high for us. And we worked in a really great studio in Minnesota called Pachyderm Studios, and just the setting with everything just kind of felt perfect. And yeah, when we were cutting the songs, there really was like this profound sense of like, okay, we're really clicking here. It's really happening. And I can't believe it's like the week the record's coming out. It's just very surreal because we finished the record about 1.5 years ago. So we've been sitting on it for a while, just kind of like just preparing for this week specifically. So now kind of looking back, it's like, I don't think there's anything more we could have done for the record and the songs than what we did as far as like effort put in. So it feels good to be here.
Wow, that a 1.5 years that you've been sitting on it. Are you about to lose your mind? I'm sure tomorrow I want to know what you're going to do to celebrate to finally get there. But equal parts the waiting process, because I feel like we talk about a lot. We can, especially in this day and age with all the streaming and social media, like as an artist, you can get overwhelmed with all the other things that have nothing to do with the music and the creation, and it can be really debilitating, I feel like. So it's like that moment that we're just really supposed to create, put it out, move on, create, put it out, move on. But we can get caught up in it. So what is it like for you guys? Tomorrow this record comes out, and if everybody listening doesn't download it, you're doing yourself a great
download
service.
Download it.
Yes,
Don't
download
listen.
it.
Download it. Go and listen.
Exactly.
And then listen.
But I'm curious. Do you guys get? I mean, I know you've got a killer team behind you, but once it's out, do you ever suffer that sort of depression piece of like, well, what now? Especially after you've been waiting 1.5 years to put this out, or are you guys already on to the next? You guys know the next piece. I know you're out on tour. So how do you kind of play both sides of that? I guess I'll say.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I always
Lee.
get the release saddies.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's no longer your little baby. It's like it's got to go grow up on its own. But at the same time, we've never worked with a label before, and 30 Tigers has always been our like dream boat. Like that's the one we want to work with. That's where all our heroes are. So it doesn't feel like release is the end. It feels like it's the beginning this time.
Love that.
So that's helpful too.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
go ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please. You're our guest. Go.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah. I think there'll be a little bit of like an empty void feeling after this is done. But it's kind of exciting because we have this like huge tour coming up, and you know we've been so excited about playing these songs live for our fans and stuff. And I think that's gonna kind of help, kind of like ease the transition into like having the album out. It'll be a good kind of bridge between the two.
Let me ask you about touring, by the way, and about your interaction with the fans, because we were talking about this yesterday. We talk about this a lot, the idea that the audience is what happens, in the sense that, you know, the songs are the same, even though you might change the way you play them based, you know, on where you're at and all that. But at the end of the day, it's about the relationship you have with your fans. And, you know, one of the things that I've always told Lindsay, too, when she says, you know, I can't wait to say I knew you when, is the fact that there are people who have been with you since the beginning and actually take pride in that. Do you feel any obligation to the fans that you had early, and how do you kind of honor those people who were, and I don't mean like friends and family, I mean the first fans as they begin to show up. Do you feel any obligation to them or any explanation that you owe them, or is it just part of a growing sense of momentum as more people kind of jump on the train?
Gosh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Screw them. Just say no. Screw them all.
They give me like a sense of comfort. Like we just played our first in store, record store performance because we've never had a label before, so we've never had to do that. And one of our OG fans was there. And I remember meeting him at one of the first festivals we played in Montana, and there's something comforting about seeing those people, and they're still there with you, and they still love what you're doing. It's almost like an extension of family that you would choose to want to hang out with. So it is comforting to know that they're still there, and I really don't feel like we're in a genre that changes enough to where we're going to offend any original fans either. I feel like it's pretty inclusive. It's pretty, I don't know. The palette didn't change that much. I just feel like we're getting better at doing what we do best. So
yeah,
I find the original fans, incredibly encouraging and supportive and very, very grateful. And I hope new generations and tons of more people like it, and I hope no one's deterred by that. I hope they're all on the same train.
We are talking with The Last Revel, Ryan and Lee from the band, banjo and guitar player. You can go to thelastrevel.com. They are out on tour. They'll be playing tomorrow in Wyoming. They have dates in Montana, Virginia. The list goes on. They will be here in Nashville November 8th, Baby at the Basement East, my favorite venue in Nashville. I will be there. I will be the creepy one with the glitter sign. That's
I'll
how
be the
you'll
tall
know.
guy behind her.
That's how you'll know. Okay, so Go On has such a cool story about the writing behind it, and I'm not going to do the talk about specifically how do you write or where are you inspired. I won't ask you that, but what I do want to talk about, because there's this undeniable pulse in your music, and it's like something that's it's grounded in something ancient yet playing today. It feels like it's like you can feel this beat behind it. And so I don't know if that rhythm, if it comes from a place or a pain or a people, but you can hear it as well. And so the new single Go On, that has a very wild and raw energy, which makes a lot of sense because I read that it came from a solo hunting trip in Montana. from one of you, and the one antlered buck, that may or may not be right. But how does the idea of of that, this hunting trip, a solo hunting trip, which was, I'm not sure which one of you guys you could answer that, but that turned into a song about love and pride, which it's rooted in so many different things. So how do you, I'll ask Lee first, how do you convey that pulse in your music that is so angsty, but yet it doesn't make me exhausted at the end? It makes me inspired at the end. And how does it all tie back to how the song came to be from the hunting trip?
Man, that's a really good question. This is Ryan's hunting trip.
Okay.
When Ryan brought it to me, he had the first 2 verses. And then we sat in the living room and just drank coffee and tried to figure out a chorus that fit. And then
drank a lot of coffee, I bet.
Oh my God! Well, that's why that's the pulse. I think the pulse is the coffee, and the hunting trip and having I don't want to speak for Ryan, but like having that much time to yourself in a pretty intense environment brings up all kinds of different emotions. But I'll let Ryan tell the rest of it.
Yeah, it was a couple years ago now. I think it's 2023. I live in Livingston, Montana, and I was doing a hunting trip. It was the day before Thanksgiving, and I was by myself. And it was the end of the day. And this one antlered buck came out of the woods. I had no luck all day. This one antlered buck came out of the woods, and he was chasing other deer around, and he was just like, he was obviously like an animal possessed. And I ended up harvesting that buck that evening and packing him out of the woods by myself. Some of these lines from the song kind of came to me, and it was just such an intense moment. It was an intense day, and I think that being out there by myself in that kind of setting kind of really it makes you just more in touch with my subconscious, and I just felt kind of just more just elemental. I guess I don't know how to describe it, but anyways, I just kind of it was able to just kind of come to me, and I kind of jotted some of these notes down, and that was kind of the beginning of the song. Yeah, bringing it to Lee was helpful in the sense of kind of making it more personal and approachable. I didn't want it to be so obvious about a deer,
Yeah.
I wanted it to be more.
I didn't know it was about
a human
hunting.
element.
Yeah. Ryan didn't tell me he was writing it about a deer. So when he brought me those first 2 verses, I was like, wow, this is incredibly romantic and tragic. So when I wrote the 3rd verse to fill in, I had no idea he was writing about a buck. So I think that's part of it. And I think the idea of going back to the pulse question, it's I feel like there was a lot of adrenaline. There's a theme of adrenaline in that song. Packing out a deer by yourself in grizzly country in the dark, you better have a little pulse, a little adrenaline going on, or you're not human. So,
well, and you just said something too that I think is, some of the biggest bands talk about how they don't like to do interviews too much, because if the more information you give, it takes away from the listener experience. So I love, Lee, that you were like, I didn't know this was a buck. He didn't tell me. I was just listening to the words, where it's so intriguing to me when Ryan, he knows what it's about. And that's the real listener experience. It's almost like if you give too much information, it takes away from the listener can pull from it. So I'm so curious to see what your avid fans are going to start taking away from it themselves. Cause I can guarantee you that song hit for me, but in a billion years, I won't do what Ryan just did because I am a wussy. So, completely different experience.
By the way, do you know what song my dad was listening to when he said those fellows are packing pistols, but they ain't happy about it? It was this song. It was this song. I mean, which is crazy. Which is crazy.
I love that.
What is it? The veteran actually listens and he goes, "Oh, I know exactly what that's about." I know exactly what that's about, and that's kind of stunning too, because I've often wondered when people are doing their songs in concert, in the studio. There's a point where you have to kind of not think about it and do it. But I've always kind of wondered that. I've asked this to Lindsay too. We talked about the idea of the urgency that you needed to feel to kind of do this. But are you aware of meaning when you're recording or singing a song like this while you're doing that? And does that help inform what you bring emotionally to it? Or do you kind of enter what Victor Turner called the flow state, where it's kind of like, here we go, and whatever I get to on the other side is where I went? Am I making any sense, Ryan? Any sense whatsoever?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, even just the general subject matter of that song and just the intensity of the chorus and stuff like that, and that banjo fiddle lick that goes along with it, just like all the elements to it just kind of had this it's a perfect term for it, just like this purposeful, like sorrowful aggression to it, where it's like we're really just trying to get something out. And I regardless of in the studio who knew what that song was about or like where the origins were about, I feel like everybody connected on it in a personal level to kind of like get that take in the studio. And what you hear on the album is 100% us just playing in the studio together. There's no overdubs on that song at all. So it's like we were only physically able to take about like 3 or 4 takes on that song because of the intensity of it, where like after that last take, it's like, I don't physically think I can do this again. And Dave, the producer, kind of connected with that right away. And, one of our bandmates was, in the studio saying like, oh, there's a couple little mistakes here and there. And Dave's like, you just can't overthink a punk song, and you just got to let it be what it is. And it was more important at that time to like get that emotion across versus get the right notes on tape. I think that's kind of the perfect example for that song.
Well, and there's so here's what I want our listeners to understand, people who perhaps don't make music. Although you can guess, guys, that the majority of our listenership are over the road truck drivers who have song ideas for days. The stuff they see on the road is intense. So I should probably submit to you some of the things they submit to me, because it's all really great song content. But what's so interesting is in a band, I always secretly wish that if I could go back in time, I would have tried it as a band instead of a solo artist, because there's such a cool synergy, and it's what I get from songwriting, where it's like you get to the co-creation. I get to feel it in that regard. But what you guys get in a band, and then in addition, you throw Dave and your producer, and then you throw the rest of the instrumentation that goes on the record, and it's such a, you get everybody's influences dialing in, which takes it to a whole new level. So my question this is for both of you, and I'll ask Ryan first. If you guys were to step away and each do a solo project outside of this band, what would your solo record be? Like if it could be an artist that we know kind of vibe, where would each of you take it on a solo thing, just to do like a crazy, because you have to do the dance when you're in a band, but when you're like, no one else can tell me what to do, I'm making hardcore death metal. Like, what would you be, Ryan?
And you both got 45 seconds.
Okay. That's a funny question, because we actually all have made solo records over the years. And I think mine personally, gosh, I'll probably steal it from Lee, but I think like mine would be like Nathaniel Rateliff, kind of like some of his earlier stuff is just kind of like sad indie singer-songwriter strumming guitar.
Love it.
Yeah, I think Lee would probably steal that one too. But
I'd take that one. Phosphorescent. Like his album Pride is like it's just weird sounds. And then all of a sudden he's like singing these beautiful melodies over the top. I think what I want to say about being in a band is you never know, specifically Vinny. Vinny is our wild card. You never know what Vinny's going to do to one of our songs. So, like, Ryan and I can write all the chords we want. We can hum all the melodies we want. But when Vinny comes in, all of a sudden the song kind of takes a different turn. And I feel like that is the magic of being in a band, is like all of these people have their own opinions that they want to throw at it, and they all have to work together. Where on a solo project, I feel like it's harder to discern what's necessary or what's good, because it's all you. Like, oh yeah, I can do all of this stuff and I can trust myself. But until there's like a wild card or someone else's opinion, you know, it just takes a completely different shape.
Fair enough. It's the best shape ever. So, you know, guys, everybody's commenting over on our YouTube channel and Facebook and all of our platforms that they're all going on and listening now. And everybody's feeling it. Go to thelastrevel.com, REVEL. Check them out on tour. The record is out later this week. Please download it. It will change your life. And I'll tell you what, it's going to get you to your next stop, truck drivers, a lot quicker because of that damn pulse.
Oh, my
Get
God.
it.
Oh, my God.
All right.
Guys, I've been a fan for a long time. It's glad to see you not only back in the game, but Pistols packing. Might not be happy about it, but I'm thrilled. Thank you so much, both of you guys.
Yeah, thank you both.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, guys, we'll say this again one more time with feeling from the top to let everybody out there know you need to head over to thelastrevel.com. That's REVEL, thelastrevel.com. You can find them on the Instagram at thelastrevel. And by the way, their music is everywhere that music is to be found. Trust me, our good friend Steve checked it out. He loved it. Lindsay, that was fun.
Good.
I've actually got a notification when the album drops. I'm sitting down and listening to it from pillar to post.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Yippee-ki-yay, brother. We are going into the 4th hour of the show. Road Gang Radio Live. Give us a call. Later on, we'll have some free space, but we're about to talk music again with Jimmy and Lindsay.
Woo! Take it away, Lindsay. Woo!
Woo! Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Such a cool conversation with Gary Graff. Love having him on. Love diving into 90s albums with him. Make sure you go check him out. You can find him on Facebook at Gary Graff, onmusic.com, a award-winning music journalist. I love to nerd out with him. And speaking of nerding out, I'm excited to nerd out with our next guest, Elena Stacy. Not because she's a nerd, because she's a badass, but she's a nerd when it comes to music.
Nerd.
I mean that as a compliment
Nerd.
because she's all in. She loves what she does. She's been on with us before talking about her last record when we had her on. I think it was last year, Jim, when we had her on about her release of her EP Day. She's doing a really cool project where the new record that we're getting a sneak peek into, the new EP, which comes out July 18th. She'll be playing a show in Nashville on the release day, which will be fun. We're going to dive into that. Elena is a really beautiful voice. I was listening, actually, Jim, last night. I was listening to her new single, Insomnia, while I was driving home.
Good
was
stuff.
like,
Good
it was
stuff.
so good, but I'm driving home from the Country Music Hall of Fame. It was midnight. It was dark. I was listening to Insomnia and getting insomnia, thinking about having to go to bed. I knew I was on such a high, and I'm like, oh my God, she's in my bones right now. Her voice is haunting, and I mean that as the highest compliment. She returns now. So glad to have you back. This is a fusion of, which we're going to talk about, Americana, folk, classic songwriting, country. We're going to talk about throwing the word genre out the window and just singing from your soul. She does this so well. Good morning. Please make welcome back to the show, friend of the show, Elena Stacy. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Wow, I feel really good about myself right now.
Now live up to it. Now live up to it. That's your job.
By the end of this, you'll hate yourself. Don't worry. By the end of this, we'll tear you down.
That's okay. That's my job.
Perfect. I'll get right back to that perfect comfort level.
Fantastic.
Hi, thank you so much for having me back. I'm so glad to chat with you guys again.
Well, I'm so happy to have you. And this concept situation, when you have dawn, day, and dusk, a three chapter emotional journey, so to speak, of these EPs you're releasing. I love this take, and I want to start here since I mentioned it, the genre bending. We talk a lot on this show about stop putting me in a box. Nobody puts Elena in a box. And do you feel that with these projects you're releasing? Because as I was listening to your music as a whole, I'm like, I can't put my finger on exactly what it is, and that makes me happy. Do you when you go into create, are you able just to create and take off the labels of who and what is Elena and be like, what is lighting me up today, and go for it? Are you hopefully able to do that?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm so glad to hear that it makes you happy not being able to quite put me into a box, because that's something that I've struggled with ever since moving to Nashville and starting this whole journey. And so I really do enjoy kind of meeting each song every time I go in, either to a co-writing session or just to sit down to write by myself, not having any goal, just there to see what comes out. And I mean, I don't think there's anyone in the whole world who only listens to one type of music. Maybe there is, but I think most people that I know,
that person is boring.
A wide variety. Yeah, exactly. I think most people have a wide variety of taste, and so I think it's a little bit crazy to think, oh, I'm only going to have one sound that comes out of me when there are so many things that go into it, And so I'm so glad to hear that that it makes you happy to not really know how to label the songs or how to label the EPs, because that's the whole point, right? Is, like you said, throwing genre out the window and finding a different way to group these songs together that feels right and feels good and evokes that emotional sense.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because this is okay. Now here's my cosmic kind of cosmic brain.
Ooh, yay! Let's go.
Yeah, let's get right into it.
Let's get up, and get down. I want to point out the fact that I believe that when you're steeped enough in musicology, when you actually have enough references to kind of pull from, that all songwriting is in of itself, and all artistic creation is an act of creating a seance, where you create a space in which you introduce an object, a lyric, a bit or a piece from something that brings you joy, and you attempt to summon the spirit of what was once there into said piece, and therefore bring life into it. The titles of these albums, Dusk, Dawn, Day, in many ways, have that sense of, of movement, kind of moving through time and space to kind of create something that takes us forward at the same time. When you're writing these songs, when you're writing something like Insomnia, and I believe it's an easy answer in regards to, are you possessed by the Spirit when you sing? Of course you are. But the other question is, when you create them, when you're writing them, are you cognizantly aware of the spirits and the energies that you are calling upon from the past to infuse the song with the present meaning to bring us into the future?
Yeah, what an awesome question. Oh my gosh. I want to say most of the time, yes. I think
and the other times I'm drunk. Oh no, sorry.
Exactly. no. But I do, I think there's kind of both going on, because I guess unfortunately, but maybe also fortunately, sometimes this job is part of the machine, right? Like, it's like, we got to get these songs out, we got to write more songs, we got to put more music out. And I'm glad that there's music out there for us all to hear, but sometimes it can feel a little bit like, rather than invoking that spirit and writing what comes out, sometimes it can be like, all right, here we are, we got together to do this, what are we going to do? And so I think there is definitely, you can feel the difference when you are in a co-write or by yourself writing, and things are coming out that are just, you can't describe where they're coming from, and there's just an energy and an ease, not necessarily an ease, sometimes it's still a struggle, but just a flow that feels like, okay, this is coming from that space. And then there are times where it's like, all right, what are we going to get down here on the paper? But I would say most of the time, yes, I do feel aware of that magic and that cosmic
woo
energy, exactly, that coming out and kind of informing what's gonna come out of our mouths and come down on the paper. And I think that with Insomnia, which you mentioned, and thank you so much for your kind words, and I'm glad it was, you listened to it in the right vibe, and that's what this whole project is about. I think, that one, it's funny, it came from an assignment. I was in a psychology class at the time, and we had to do an artistic expression assignment, and we could basically make any type of art about any kind of psychological concept. And so, of course, I had to write a song. So this one, I didn't choose Insomnia on purpose. It just sort of is what came out. And even though the task was set for me to write the song and that it was an assignment, this one definitely flowed in a way that was not, it wasn't intentional, if that makes sense. It just came out. I didn't set an intention to be like, here's the topic I'm writing about. It just kind of came.
What a cool project.
Yeah, totally. Shout out to Professor Garvin, if he's listening. Thank you.
Shout out, Garvin. PG for the win.
Yes.
I got a couple of things here. Just be patient with me, guys. I just want to, and I got questions for you as well too. But I want to tell people that on 75 northbound on mile marker 269 in Georgia, there's an accident backup. There's a 10 to 15 minute delay, guys. Just be careful out there while you're on the roads on this long 4th of July weekend.
Elena, write a song about it. Quick, go.
But
on it.
Yeah, but Elena, the idea, first of all, kudos to you for reminding everybody out there that no matter how talented or established or how much you think you know, it never hurts to also be in a classroom. That we always keep learning, we always keep kind of putting that together. The second thing is the fact, do you think that the strictures of that classroom, of the assignment, actually made it easier to write the song? Because it's like, I got to let it go. I got to do the thing I was told to do, so I'm going to make this work as well as I can and find the freedom in the box as opposed to try to break outside the box.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great way to put it, and that's exactly how I felt. It was like, all right, I have this thing I got to accomplish. That actually gives me freedom and joy to just let what comes out come out.
The let what comes out, I resonate with that because I've said before, we moved out to the woods a couple of years ago, Elena, and I'd never not lived in the city or suburbia, and my writing changed exponentially being out here because it's just something about going outside and being, as I call it, my little cosmic download. All of a sudden there's a song in your head. Like, where did that come from? That wasn't me. I mean, it's, inspired for sure, but I definitely resonate with the flow piece. Okay, I want to talk about, because you were in maybe April, a vocal group, versus now being a solo artist. And I'm curious your take, not that one's better or worse, they're obviously just very different. I've always only been a solo artist, worked with a band, but it's different players every time. And I've said a lot lately, now that I'm an old decrepit lady, that, I'm like, if I could go back and do it differently.
Lindsay.
Back in my day. No, it was like, if I could go back and do it again, maybe I would have been in a band, or at least started that way, just for to have the camaraderie. The camaraderie happens on stage no matter what, and collaboration, but not having to have everything on your own shoulders, I guess is what I'm saying. If you're when you were in with maybe April, it's like, it's not all on you. But now it's all on you, which is also a positive thing. But just talk a little bit for our listeners who don't understand the difference in being in a vocal group versus now you're out there on your own. There's a different raw vulnerability to it.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great question. I am really glad that I started as a group. I was 18 when I moved to Nashville, and so I think if I had been doing my own solo thing, I think I would have felt a lot more lonely, a lot more lost. I might have wasted more time just trying to find myself and figure it all out. And so I think having that support and having that friendship when I started was really important for me later to have the confidence to do it by myself. Being on the road was so much more fun. Some of my best memories are just being on the road, driving for 12, 18 hours, being exhausted, but we had a whole system. One person drives, the other person keeps them awake, the third person sleeps in the back, rotate. We had a whole system, and it was just, we were young, and it was.
And then you played a show.
Yes, exactly. One time, actually, speaking of being in this class, one time I couldn't leave. We had a show in New York, and I couldn't leave until 9 p.m. the day before. So my bandmates picked me up from school at 9 p.m., and we drove overnight to New York City from Nashville. I mean, that's insane, but it was fun, in the moment. It was fun, and it was crazy, and it was like, I'm so glad that I had that experience with those girls and that we were able to be there for each other and support each other in that way. And now being older and being more confident to do it on my own, there are absolutely benefits to that as well. I don't have to ask anyone else for what I want to do. I can just do it the way I want it, and that's great too. And I think back then I needed that collaboration. I needed that, talk back to figure out which direction to go. And now, having had that experience, I have a little bit more freedom. But sometimes it feels more lonely, and I wish I had somebody to say, hey, what do you think about this? So that's when I call my dad.
Aww. Love that.
It's...
Call me.
Yeah.
Call me, Elena.
Well,
okay, perfect, I will.
There's an expression a lot of people in trucking have that actually is really makes this relatable, in the sense that even if you are a solo operator, you're only as good as your partners. And people always forget. Lindsay loves to talk about process in this way, that she wants more people to be aware of how the sausage gets made, the mechanics of what it is. When somebody can sing something like Insomnia and make it sound like, I just thought it up and did it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there really is the best songs, unless you're talking about progressive rock albums of the 1970s, need to sound like, we just woke up one morning, we just got this hit, you know?
I woke up like this.
Yeah, exactly.
But also, it took 30 years.
But yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, is the fact that, so I would ask you a question on a personal, if you talk about calling your dad, I'd love to hear that, by the way, who your partners are. And I don't mean who you're playing with, but I mean in regards to making the operation that is you work, who do you really rely on? How do you make all of this work for yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really is. My dad is my foundation, my base. He was a musician way back in the day before I was born. He still is. You never aren't a musician once you start, but not practicing anymore. And so he's been so wonderful for me, just as far as he gives me all the time of day, which I just so appreciate. I'm very fortunate to have a parent, and my mom as well, but my dad is more of the action task oriented guy. So he's really a big base for me. I talk with my husband a lot. And then also just other musician friends. I have a friend, Madeline Kelson. She's an excellent artist. Definitely recommend checking her out. She and I kind of, as solo artists, will often turn to each other for advice or just to bounce things off of each other. We play shows together, so we don't have to go out there on the road alone. So I would say it's mostly family, honestly, and then a few artist friends who we kind of watch each other's backs and help each other out.
Well, and having that from the get go, you find out who your friends are is a great song, but also a great just a life metaphor in general. Especially as, and I'm not going to play the male female card, but except that I am. You're navigating spaces that, of course, are historically dominated by male artists here in the country scene, and we had years ago that stupid DJ that made the tomatoes. Yeah, the tomatoes kind, whatever, But I feel like that's sort of gone. But I want to get your take, because I'll say this. I had an epiphany recently when I threw out the window. Okay, yes, maybe I focus for too long, or I'm a female, or I'm getting older. And I think we get in our heads. There's a lot of very powerful artists that you guys know, names I won't say, but a lot of female artists who have lost their voices later in life. And I know this because my friend is a vocal coach to a lot of them. And what I came to find out, Elena, I think, my take is that I think females start to lose their voice later in life, but it's strictly a confidence thing, because we have it in the back of our head. I'm aging. I'm probably aging out. Yeah. And you're young, so this doesn't apply to you, but it's always probably in the back of our head subconsciously. Sure. But I think it's a confidence thing. And once we throw it out the window, like we're throwing genre out the window, once we throw age, race, male, female, whatever out the window, and realize songwriting is literally a thing you can do on your deathbed. I mean, it is a job we can do till the day we die. And once you claim power to that, I think you're good. You're golden. It's like nothing else matters. Yeah. Is that something that you, navigating this world in the entertainment business and your age, have you been able to sort of mentally take power back and be like, this is what I'm here to do. There's no backup plan. So move, bitch, get out the way. Do you feel that?
Yes, absolutely. No, that's such a great observation. And I think, I'm a new mom now, so there's
congratulations
as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. And that's a whole nother thing is, as a woman in the music industry, like, oh, she had a baby, so now she's done, or like that, fighting so hard against that as well. And I think, there's absolutely a power in taking that back and just saying, screw it, I don't care what other people are going to think or what society has put on me in this, and to just go out and do it. And it's maybe cheesy, but, music is the universal language, right? Like you said, you can write songs on your deathbed. There are songs I don't even know, they're in a different language. I don't know what they're saying, but I can feel what they're saying, or I can understand the message that's trying to get across. And I think that when you remember that music is everywhere, in everything, for everyone, that can bring back a lot of confidence and power and beauty in music when we get in our heads about all that other stuff and about getting older, especially as a woman in the music industry, and getting older, being a mom, all the things that are required of us or asked of us. And so I'm, navigating that is hard, but it is also empowering just to remember this is why we do this. The music is why we do it.
Yeah, and just a real quick story that will make you feel good and laugh. I've talked about this a lot on the show today because I performed at the Country Music Hall of Fame last night, and
it was a big deal. She did great. By
it
the
was
way.
a big deal.
A huge deal. That's amazing. Congratulations.
But to your point, thank you. To your point of the congratulations on having a baby. And what was funny last night, I performed one of the guys I sang with, which was Marcus Hummin, who wrote. Tons of hits, but including he wrote Born to Fly with Sarah Evans. And he was telling the story on stage last night that when he and Daryl Scott went in to write with Sarah, they weren't getting anywhere. He said normally artists, he said, will show up and they'll be all dolled up, especially the younger ones. He said they showed up to write with her. She was in sweats. She had just had a baby. She was in sweats and sort of dolled down. And he said they just weren't getting anywhere on a song. And she got a phone call and she went away to take the phone call. And Marcus said he and Daryl sat there and Daryl goes, well, this isn't going well. And they're like, it's okay. Just take a breath. He said, and then she came back from the phone call and she was crying. And he said, well, what happened? She goes, well, that was the president of my label. And Marcus thought, oh crap, she's getting dropped. Our time here is worthless. And he said, well, what did he say? And I won't say the name of the label exec, but I will say it here. Sure. Call me. No, he said, well, now you've had the baby, time to lose the weight. Oh. And this is the moment everybody boos.
Boo.
Yeah. And so Marcus said, and here's the power move right here, Elena. This will make you feel good. And to my point, this is why you align with people who are there for you. Marcus said, in that moment, he picked up the phone and they ordered 2 large pizzas. And they had them delivered, he said, and then we wrote Born to Fly, which was a number 1. Take that, bitches. So, like, I feel like, to your point, you align with people who are there for you. And I think when you own it, like, I had a baby, just keep owning everything. We used to hide things. And I think maybe this is a positive piece of social media because we can put our lives out there and when it's used positively say, I had a baby, I gained weight, whatever it is, be like, but listen, I'm still me, I'm still making music, and it's probably better now because I have more stories to tell.
Yes, I know. I love that story, and it's such a, like you were saying, such a good example of just letting go and just saying, screw all those other people, I don't care, I'm going to just be me, and that's when the freedom comes to make something awesome. So I love that story. Thank you for sharing it.
Yes, go order 2 pizzas, Elena, and write a number 1.
Yes, I will.
By the way, we got a chance to do an early listen to our friend's upcoming EP, Dusk. It's set for release on July the 18th. Just a remarkable piece of work, by the way. Okay, so we got a chance to talk to Gary Graff in the last half hour, who's one of the most celebrated music journalists in the world. He wrote 2 books, 501 Essential Albums of the 80s, 501 Essential Albums of the 90s. So I'm going to buy you a little bit of time here and not just ask the question point blank. If I was going to ask you to pick 3 or 4 albums that you've listened to from the 90s that you still kind of go back to for inspiration, and then let you take it a little forward, by the way. Or
2000s based on what inspired you growing up.
But the idea is to kind of return there. And the follow-up is, but you can also expand that a little bit. What is on the nightstand? What is on the playlist? What do you always go back to and be like, how can I steal a little bit more from that? Because that's where it's at.
Oh, my gosh. Great question. Let me think.
I hope it's hardcore gangster rap.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, you listen to my music. You get it.
Yeah, I get it.
You can change your mind 5 seconds from now. I mean, you can.
While she's thinking about that, let me tell you that July 18th, while the record comes out that day, she will also be at the 5 Spot in Nashville for the EP release of East Nashville, the 5 Spot, which is one of the coolest, best venues in Nashville. So be there. I will be there. Okay. Did that buy you time to figure it out?
Yes. Okay. Well, one that comes to mind is I just looked it up to see. It's a 2001 release.
Good enough.
So it's
close
not
enough.
quite 90s, but and this is going to sound hilarious because it's so not in my genre, but the Ben Folds album, Rock in the Suburbs.
Oh, my God. It's amazing. That's an amazing album.
Give the woman a prize.
That makes sense, actually. That makes sense because there's a kind of existential sadness that ripples through a lot of those songs.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Storytelling.
Absolutely, man.
Yes. So much storytelling. I mean, still fighting it. Rock in the Suburbs, obviously. The Luckiest. I mean, come on. There's so many songs on there. Yeah, same. So that's one that I always come back to. I love Ben Folds, and that there's not a skip on that album. So that would be one.
Elena, I sang The Luckiest at a funeral and Still Fighting It at a wedding. So that just that speaks
like
volumes. I know.
I love that. That's cool.
By the way,
that's really cool.
By the way, guys, my little nephew, 8 years old, thinks the Battle of Who Could Care Less, another Ben Folds song, is one of the funniest things he's ever heard in his life. And he actually asked me, he says, "Is it bad to be dressed up like The Cure?" I said, "It will never rest fighting the Battle of Who Could Care Less." Absolute genius, man.
I love it. Oh, that's so great. Wow. I mean, I also love that, these artists that maybe might be considered like in the past now that There's a how old did you say he is?
He's
7?
8 years old. 8 years
8 years
old.
old.
I've got this great idea. I mean, it's just
great.
the best song.
So wonderful.
One of the fun. It's like in the idea that, like I said, your song Insomnia. The idea that we can actually. The song is written in a way that we can hear you wrestling with sleep in the same way, in a very different way from the Bare Naked Ladies Insomnia song, Who Needs Sleep. It's such a different way to kind of deal with it. It's a beautiful song, by the way. Just want to let you know that.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Lena, let's do a lightning round with you real quick.
Okay.
Dream duet partner that's alive. Let's say that's alive.
I'd love to do a duet with, do you know Charlie Worsham?
Yeah.
I know that. Yeah. I love him so much. We did one of his songs at our wedding, and he's the first that comes to mind right now at the stage that I'm in my life.
And he just won Musician of the Year at the CMA, so that would be a good, and that's doable. That's an attainable one. So
you got it.
That's what I was kind of thinking.
Yeah, we'll call him. Okay, if you could teleport to any stage, which is your dream stage that you would want to play on?
Ooh, cool. I'd love to play the Ryman.
Yes.
Our listeners are noticing a pattern, by the way, but continue, Lindsay.
And finally, favorite writing spot in Nashville? Or anywhere. Favorite place to write music?
That's a really great question.
Oh, great question. This is going to maybe sound lame, but I'm going to say in my bedroom.
That's not lame.
Hey,
that's where the magic happens, baby.
Exactly. It's a lot of times it's like midnight, and I'm like, I got to sleep. No, but I can't. I have this song in my head, and I got to get
Insomnia. Insomnia.
By the way, it's such a powerful place that Brian Wilson actually turned it into a song. Don't ever think that in my room is not a place where you can go. I mean, that's a place where you should make all that stuff happen.
I mean, your husband might be like, please be quiet. I'm trying to sleep. But other than that, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what guest bedrooms are for.
Elena Stacy has joined us this morning.
That's exactly right.
Please, guys, the upcoming EP Dusk, it drops on July the 18th. A lot of groovy stuff coming very, very soon. Check out the entire trilogy, by the way. You can find her at elenastacy.com, on the Book of Face at Elena Stacy Music, Elena Stacy on the Gram of Instas, and on YouTube at Elena Stacy !. No, I'm kidding, Elena Stacy. And then Elena Stacy on the X, formerly known as Twitter. We love having you here. Promise us you'll come back again.
I would love to. Thank you so much for having me.
Please come back for the final installment. And also, Elena, we're launching a show at the end of next month called We Should Write, about the healing power of writing. Will you please be a guest on that show?
Ooh. I would love to. Please, please. That would be amazing.
Yay. Done. Have the best day. Yay. Go kiss that baby and husband for us, and tell your dad we said hi.
I will. Thank you both so much. It was so great to speak with you again.
You too. Bye, friend.
Oh, always like a good fan of you and I are big fans of our dads, and of course, and that hit me in the feels, man. When she said that, the idea, I got to call my dad. I got to call my dad. You got to make that precious every day, guys. If you got a dad and they're still with us, call him. Do it today.
I'm going to go call my dad on this commercial break. He's picking me up to go to the airport today, so I'll call him to tell him I need a favor.
He woke me up an hour earlier this morning. Not your dad, my dad.
Oh, I was like, that's weird.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right?
17 years in the making, by the way, and when the person I'm about to introduce told me about this idea, I usually have to kind of play through an idea to figure out if it works. The moment she told me, I thought, that is spectacular. Please tell me you own the domain name. She has for 17 years, and she has sat on it and waited for the moment. I'm so glad that she's decided to share that moment with RadioNemo. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce the first edition of many episodes of We Should Write with our good friend and one of the most talented people I know, Lindsay Lawler.
I'm not crying, you are. Yay! Oh, guys, I'm so excited to be here. Hey, y'all, and welcome to the very first episode of We Should Write. I am your host, Lindsay Lawler, and I fully believe that writing, at risk of sounding dramatic, can save your life, or at least help you make a little more sense of it. Okay, so I also believe that if we don't get our feelings, our thoughts, our festering questions out of us, we could end up sick and or crying in a public place. Speaking from experience, at the most inopportune time. And so I want to make this clear, guys. This show, yes, we're going to be talking to people who make their living by writing songs, by writing books, by creating. But this show is a permission slip for other people to get their stuff out as well. I want to encourage people to, whether you're scribbling on a napkin at a bar, whether you're writing in your journal, whether you're going to the notes section on your phone, in your app, when you've pulled over on the side of the road, whatever it is, at 3 a.m. or 3 p.m., whatever it is. I think that you might meet a version of yourself that you didn't even know existed. I have time and time and time again. And I truly believe that. So I think writing is healing. I think writing is evolving. And writing, I believe, which I'm going to talk to our guest about today, is channeling, whether we know it or not, at risk of sounding woo. But I'm in New Orleans, so let's woo, let's go. Okay, so for our inaugural episode, y'all, we're coming to you live from the RadioNemo Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in New Orleans. What better way to kick things off than with a New Orleans legend, guys. Welcome today, Fred LeBlanc. He is the frontman, drummer, and heartbeat of the crowd-pleasing rock band Cowboy Mouth. He's played Jazz Fest, and we'll see if I have this right, 29 times.
Nope, 34.
He's played Jazz Fest, like I said, 34 freaking times. What have you done with your life? He's written some of the most anthemic jump up, and get down songs that you've ever screamed along to. And he still manages to lead every show like a spiritual gangster experience. Can I get an amen? Amen! Thank you. Okay, so today we're slowing it down. We're talking, we're seeing a side of Fred that maybe you haven't seen or heard before, hopefully. The songwriter, the father, the philosopher behind the drums. Please make welcome to the show, Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth. We should write.
Right.
And that's the end of the show.
Okay, great. That's good enough for me. I'm good.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
I mean this with true sincerity. Thank you for being here. You are the perfect guest on so many levels to be here on the show today.
No, I appreciate it. This is actually really nice atmosphere y'all got here. This is pretty cool.
Well,
getting to meet Dave Nemo, that's the highlight of my day.
Well, that's
don't take
so
it personally.
Cool. No, I listen. Nobody. I get it. I am the least highlight of my day ever. So I totally get it. But we are. Yes, you knew of the Road Gang back in the day.
We lived on Road Gang. I was a couple of traveling bands. First band I was in that traveled a lot was called Dash for Rock from 85 to 90.
Let's go smoke some pot.
Yep,
oh
exactly.
Baby.
And from 85 to 90, and then I formed Cowboy Mouth in late 90. We started doing the touring thing in vans and lived many a night with the Road Gang, believe me.
I believe you. Mm-hmm. And so So New Orleans, though, let's just open up talking about New Orleans. You're from here. It's your co-writer, and so let's start there as an entry point because we're in New Orleans and it's hot, but we're here. New Orleans, nay, I say a muse, but from the New Orleans acting as an inspiration in your writing. Obviously, you sing about it, but you also allude to it a lot. How has it has New Orleans changed who you are as a songwriter?
Oh yeah, definitely. It definitely colors everything about my songwriting. You find yourself, blatantly influenced in songs like Mardi Gras State of Mind, The Avenue, things like that. But it's also very subtle in the way, as a songwriter, that I present situations. It's rare in my songwriting, I think you'll see me say, this is happening and that is happening. And it's always kind of going around. It's adding that sense of mystery. You want the listener to involve themselves in what's going on. And one of the ways to do that is to not give them the whole picture, kind of force them to use their own imagination, which is really nice.
It's super cool. And I think, I don't know, I'd love your take on this. I feel like there's kind of, I don't know, maybe like 3 types of listeners or fans that we have. We have the ones that from a songwriting, that are listening to your lyric. You've got the ones that are taking it in and listening to you literally. You've got the ones that are trying to figure out their own spin on it, which is why songwriting is really important, that you, well, I'll come back to that in a second. And then you've got the kinds that are there to literally jump around, and we need all of those.
Yeah.
But like one of y'all's biggest hits, Jenny Says, as well. And that's a breakup, about a breakup.
It's about a breakup.
But you could also make it, somebody can make it about them, about you, whatever. So what I'd love for you to dive into here is the idea of, because I figured finally at 46 years old, I'm like, oh, the more specific I get in the song, the more general I get in my audience. And I was doing it the other way. I'm like, I'll write really general so everyone will listen. But you're like, then nobody finds you.
No.
Does that track?
Yeah, because the more you invest with yourself into a song, the more it's relatable to more people, because we all basically go through the same things in life: love, loss, ups, downs, positives, negatives. And I find that whenever I'm consciously songwriting, it stinks. When it just kind of comes from the soul or the heart, and you're basically when I'm writing about myself on a personal level, it tends to be more appreciated by more people. Does that make sense?
It does. It makes total sense. It makes total sense, because I think, like, for instance, like Ben Folds, I'm a huge Ben Folds fan, and you listen to his lyrics, you're like, that is so specific, and it's like he's saying something. So, or for me, I wrote a song. My brother-in-law passed away. Ethan Frawley passed away a couple years ago, and the first line of song I wrote about him is, "They say a nor'easter's on its way. Watch it roll in, it's getting gray. He's wearing wool socks in the sand and a belt buckle with John Wayne." Now that's a very specific image of a person, and
it's specific to you.
Specific to me.
Yeah.
So I have the visual in my head of Ethan standing in his sweater and socks in the sand, but I'd be curious what visual someone else or someone you get. Like, you didn't see that because you don't know what he looks like.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's descriptive and evocative enough to where people can paint their own pictures with what you give them. And I think that's kind of the best kind of songwriting. Like you brought up Jenny Says. Okay, it's about a breakup that I had with a girlfriend many, many years ago, but I didn't write it as a direct breakup. I wrote it kind of around the situations. And it wasn't conscious. It was just kind of the way it came to me. Just, what are some of the lines?
Jenny says, turn off the radio.
Yeah, exactly.
Jenny says.
Well, that was actually a mistake, because I was a huge Clash fan at the time.
Awesome.
And they did a version of this old reggae song called Police and Thieves. And the way the singer, Joe Strummer, pronounced it, the line was from Genesis to Revelation. But the way he sang Genesis was Jenny Says. From Jenny Says to Revelation. It's like, hey, I have a girlfriend named Jenny. That'd be kind of cool. And Lou Reed wrote a lot of Says songs, like Stephanie Says, Lisa Says, Candy Says. And I really like the way that he used that to explore other people's lives by kind of crawling in their psyche, but also bring parts of himself in. And with Jenny Says, it was an attempt to kind of write about what was happening without writing about what was happening. It wasn't about Jenny per se. It was about my emotional relation to that moment. And also, and then the chorus just came to me. It was like kind of like, let it go, let it go, let it go. I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. Because songs, I kind of believe that a lot of times the best songs tend to be kind of living, breathing entities that kind of give themselves to you over time. That's just been my experience.
Oh no, we're gonna. Yeah,
You know?
I agree. 100%.
It's just it's like kind of like, okay, all right. Well, you know, people always ask me what's the best way to write songs. And I was like, well, just listen, and the song will tell you what it needs. You know?
So glad you said that because we're gonna dive into the channeling piece of it. But
Yeah.
but first, I'm back to Jenny Says.
Shoot.
There's and I've heard you talk about this before. The amount of Says songs there are.
Yeah.
But I wonder if do you think like by saying Jenny Says, this is a question, not telling you if this is right or not.
Shoot.
Does that take you out of the mix? It's like now it's Jenny's perspective. So whatever I say next is kind of on her. It takes it off of you.
No,
Or is that too specific? No.
The more I think during the songwriting process, the more I screw it up.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like as a performer, as a drummer and a singer, I've learned over the years to take me out of the equation. Because
No matter
like
what.
if I'm playing a show and I think, ooh, that'll be cool if I do this. If I think about it ahead of time, that's the surest way to know I'm going to screw it up. You just have to let the moments happen. And like some of the best songs, some of my favorite songs that I've written have been songs that just completely present themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you know, like I'm getting ready to go to sleep and you just like, damn, I gotta sing this or else I'll lose it, you know. And Jenny Says came to me in pieces like that. It's kind of, you know, the more if I try to bring myself consciously to a song, I'm gonna screw it up, or I'm gonna dilute what's special about it, whatever that inspiration is. So, and it wasn't really about Jenny as much as it was about me. You know, I don't really remember that much about Jenny, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
it was just
you don't even get a shout out, Jenny.
No, but I'm
This
not
is
saying
about you.
I'm not saying that to be
But it's-
detrimental.
yeah,
it
to
was
your
more
point,
along
yeah.
the lines of the song was about me and what I was going through in that moment in a heartbreak, and from there it becomes universal.
Well, but
because
do
we
you
all go
believe
through it.
that also in the moment? When I mean, you can say that now, years after Jenny's been in your life. But do you think you thought that in the moment as well? That it wasn't about? Did you have
no,
the
I
wherewithal?
was just
in the
I was
moment?
just reacting.
Yeah,
I was just
fair.
reacting. You know, like I said, kind of songs write themselves. You know, I'm not one of those people that can sit down and say, okay, I'm going to write a song, because it'll be basically a pile of crap.
Same.
You know, yeah, you know how it is. It's just you're kind of reacting to the moments. One of the things I didn't want to do was that Tom Petty thing of where you find yourself subconsciously creating crises in your life just to get good songs out of it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I don't want to do that, you know? So
Yeah.
my songs, you know, especially with a lot of the New Orleans related stuff, tends to be me kind of reacting to my surroundings and everything going on.
We mentioned it, the crises in your life part's funny because
Mm-hmm.
I grew up, and my parents are listening right now, so shout out, love you. But
Hello,
I grew up
Lindsay's
with,
parents.
Hello, Lindsay's parents. But
You've done well.
It's debatable. It's debatable. Hey, who asked you? But I definitely grew up in Texas in a very loving family, a seemingly great life, and it was, not sheltered so much as just conservative, I guess.
Yeah.
But I remember thinking, especially like, so I found a rock band. And like when I went off to college at OU, I was in a sorority wearing my sorority issued black pants, walking to class one day, and I see a Post-it note on a tree that says, I kid you not, Post-it note on a tree that says singer looking for band. And I was like, I think they're talking to me. I'd never been around really rock and roll. I grew up listening to 90s country and singing in church and country bars. And so I saw that. I was like, I'm going to go. And I show up, and it's a bunch of dudes smoking pot, playing rock and roll music in their garage. And I walk through the cloud of smoke and was like, I am here. And they're like, you can leave. And, you know, it was like, no, ma'am. But then I sang a Led Zeppelin song, and they're like, okay, you can stay.
You can stay.
Okay. But I remember, so that started my dive into
Your journey.
I like that, my journey.
Your journey.
That's that word. But I remember thinking my life was too normal. My life was too loving growing up. How am I going to write good songs? And I realized later in life, I was praying for some shit to happen, so that I could write. So the long story, back to your point. Then when you say, I love that you made that point of we don't want to do the Tom Petty route and ask for it.
Yeah.
How do you then? You've talked openly about depression, going through divorce, and all these things, and we can dive into that. But how do you separate that and be like, I can look back now and dare I say, be thankful for what I went through, but then also realize I don't have to suffer anymore. I can just live life and write from memory versus imagination.
Well, it's life experience. Life experiences kind of taught me, like you said, I don't have to torture myself in order to get this result, and in order to write about life, you have to have one, and when Cowboy Mouth was touring endlessly when we were doing the major label hustle in the 90s and the early 2000s, I would consciously avoid writing songs about being on the road because it just wasn't interesting to me, and so.
It wasn't interesting to you, or you didn't think it was
No, it wasn't
relatable
interesting to
the
me.
road
It wasn't
to you?
interesting to me.
Okay. It's interesting.
As a songwriter, I've always tried to entertain myself because that's who I do it for mostly. If other people enjoy it or they get something out of it, that's wonderful. That's what I hope to do.
Yeah.
But my songwriting career has been more about me presenting a diary of my life. It's like, okay, this is what happened here. This is what happened here. I can tell you here. Pretty much almost any song that I've written, I can at least tell you something about the formation of it because it was always a reaction to something that either was going on in my life or something I was thinking or a place I was at physically, emotional, spiritually, whatever. And I always wanted that to be what my songwriting catalog was all about. I wanted it to be a list of experiences. And that was important to me because, I got kids or, even if, when I'm older, I'm not good at taking pictures. I'm not good at writing diary entries or anything like that, but I can go back to a song and say, oh, I remember that place. I remember that experience, blah, blah, both positive and negative, and, like the old 80s heavy metal thing of just like, well, I just put it out there. What people do with the songs, it's, it's their business.
Who are you impersonating right there?
I don't know. Whoever it
Fill
was
in the
that
blank.
got sued, that, because some kid listened to heavy metal devil music and blew his head off or something like
Right.
that. And so his parents sued them. They're like, hey, we're not responsible. It's like, you kind of are.
Right. Yeah.
What you put out in the world will come back to you, and like during lockdown, it was the first time I'd been off the road since like 25, 30 years. And it was like all of a sudden there I was in Louisiana with nothing to do, and so I started doing these Facebook shows, like online shows, just to entertain myself. But a lot of folks, a lot of the fan base and other people were dialing in, and they did it, and I did it pretty regularly. And it was the first time in my life I'd been able to go back and go through the catalog of my songs because I had to relearn a bunch of stuff. It was like, okay, well, if I'm going to keep doing this, I got to learn some more songs. You can only play Jenny Says and its variations so many times, All right, now
let's
Spanish.
do reggae.
Andiamo. No. But so I went back and learned some of the old songs in my catalog, and it's like, that's not bad. That's a pretty good song. Or I remember writing this, or that I remember having these emotions, the feeling I was going through, and it really kind of broadened my songwriting. Kind of looking back, it was like looking back at a scrapbook of my life, and in doing that for myself, it became a lot more relatable for the people around me. Like the one song we were talking about earlier, a song called "God Makes the Rain," and I wrote that. That song was basically two songs about two important events that were happening at a certain time in my life. One was that I was reconnecting with this woman, and that I really cared about. But I also knew that because of the circumstances of my life and her life, that the relationship wasn't going to go anywhere.
Oh my God, that's heartbreaking to even hear.
Well, the other part was even more. My oldest brother, at the time, he had contracted HIV, and he was going to die. That was just all there was to it.
Yeah.
And these were two distinct elements, and I didn't know what to do with them, so I kind of just put them together, and they became kind of their own thing. This one song, the verses are about this relationship that wasn't going to work out, and the chorus is about trying empathizing with my brother who was going to die. Wow. And so it became its own thing, and that song was really, really special to me. And I'd not to be flippant, but I'd kind of forgotten about it.
Yeah.
And it was during lockdown. I was like, wait a sec, that's really good. And I listened to it on the Are You With Me album, and I was like, wow, that's it's probably the best thing that band ever did, so in terms of performance, in terms of getting that emotion across. And it was really, that song is really, I'd forgotten this story, but in relearning that song back in the early days of the internet, songwriters, singers, we always get these kinds of stories. This is the best part of what we do.
Yeah.
I'd gotten an email from this woman back in the early days of email. She sent it to the fan base, and she said like her life was going nowhere and she was depressed and she was about to basically end it. She was in her car preparing to end it, and she had like the CD rotation on, and then God Makes the Rain came on. Yeah. And then, she put the gun down. She says, my life has gotten better. I'm in a relationship, my job, blah, blah, blah. I didn't know who it was. I didn't know how to find her or anything like that, but just to know that something you do has that kind of a profound effect, on people. That's the best part of this job.
Yeah. I mean, that's why you do it. If no one else ever hears that song again, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Well, I want to play a clip of that song, actually, God Makes the Rain, because since you brought it up, if that's all right.
A one and a two.
It just so happens we're going to do that right now. That's my radio voice.
I like that. That's good. That's pretty good.
Thank you. Bone Master Dre on the ones and the twos. This is God Makes the Rain by Cowboy Mouth, a revisited song from you. You just heard the story leading up to it, and we'll break down a little bit of that lyric. But Cowboy Mouth, Fred LeBlanc, we are here live on We Should Write, the very first episode. Hit it. Okay. So... First of all, so earwormy. I mean, it's like
a little bit of Marty Robbins in there.
Well, I was gonna say, dude. It's all these influencing. I mean, I'm sort of obsessed with throwing genre out the window and just blending. I mean, you can hear your influences in there, obviously.
But there's also like some of my favorite bands have been the Replacements, who could basically do anything on record and it was still them. That's what I wanted for Cowboy Mouth. So it wasn't just the New Orleans thing. It was just basically throwing everything at the wall and seeing what stuck. So,
I want to read that again. So I used to believe in the spirits, hey, New Orleans, that turned all your words into sound.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I heard, I'm still trying to figure out what I think that means personally. Okay. In my head, when I listened to it right before I went to bed again, because I was like, I still want to know, last night.
Okay.
I'm like, I still want to know what I think of that. Mm-hmm. And to me, this kind of goes back to the idea of songwriting as channeling, or anybody who does anything, and whatever you do that comes naturally to you is channeling, I believe. It is.
Yeah.
So is that to you, I used to believe in the spirits that turned all your words into sound. Could I be talking about songwriting there?
Yeah, could be. Could be, or it could be the things that make you want to write songs too.
Oh, that's better.
It's how can I put this? Being a songwriter, whether people admit it or not, you're in touch with different levels of existence, and sometimes they consciously play themselves out through you, but a lot of times they subconsciously play themselves out through you. And like there's been songs I've written. I had a great conversation once with Dan Baird from the Georgia Satellites.
Oh yeah.
This was like back in 1985, but this stuck out to me. And he said, man, sometimes I'll write songs and they'll come true later on. It's like, wow, that's pretty cool. And so I've had that
be careful what you write.
Yeah. I've had that happen to me. Well, you putting that energy out is bringing it back to you. It's like the whole idea of, I always tell, like my son the other day, I said, buddy, either you happen to life or life happens to you. And that's basically it. You can either put yourself in and make your mark, however that is, into this world, this life, whatever, or you're going to find yourself being the victim of circumstance. I personally, life is basically what you make it, pro or con. And so it's kind of one of those things where I just try to make my songwriting be part of that existence of life. Basically just it's difficult to verbalize, especially with these guys putting their fingers up.
Where are you? Stop putting your finger at me right now.
Sorry. That's all right. Don't worry about it. You write the song as much as you are the song. Like one of my favorite songs I ever wrote was about my son, and when he was little, we were just playing in a little blow up pool in the backyard, and he had the hose. He was about 1.5 years old, and he just stuck the hose in the air, and the water hit him in the head, and he couldn't comprehend it. It was like, whoa, what happened? I said, son, you got to watch where the water goes. I was like,
oh,
right back. I was like, there it is. It's
There
right
it
there.
is.
The whole song just literally wrote itself right in my head. It's like a little love letter to my kids, you know. It's like, watch where the water goes, and always smile when the sun goes down, because it's coming up tomorrow, and you'll always be safe and sound.
Oh, what a great lullaby. Fred LeBlanc, the Lullaby album. You have written a children's book, so maybe that you've written a children's story, right? So
I wrote a children's book, yeah.
So maybe the Lullaby record's coming up next. We got to take a quick break on this very first episode of We Should Write. My guest here, Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth.
Is it going okay so far, Lindsay?
It's so good. We are
Thank
locking
you.
the doors. He
Thank
can
you.
never leave.
Yeah, I'm going to run out of stories eventually.
We'll make them up. That's what we do
Thank you,
anyway
man.
around here. We'll be right back. It's We Should Write. I'm Lindsay Lawler. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere because it's so quick you won't even know what happened. Bye.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
We back, we live, but also in case you missed this episode, well, you didn't because you're listening now, so that wouldn't even make sense.
That's professional. That's good. I like that.
I was going to try to be funny, and then I just sounded stupid. Yeah. In case you missed this. So
it's a good look for you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're live. We're live, and this will live back after the fact for all the Cowboy Mouth fans out there, which is everybody. You will be able to hear this. It will live forever. And
fantastic.
Let me just toot the horn of you and I here, Fred.
Shoot.
and our whole RadioNemo team here, because this is people are like, Lindsay, how's your podcast going? And I'm like, not a podcast. It's live. It's very different.
It's very different.
Nothing against the podcasters.
Love
but
the podcasters.
live is, I listen to a lot of podcasts, and when they're talking, and then you can hear the edits, you hear them cut to.
Yeah.
When we decided to do this, I was like, oh, wait, no, that makes sense. If we do it live, first of all, it takes out me having to be like, I've got to figure out when the artist is available and get a schedule. I'm like, no, it's every Wednesday at noon. And it takes a lot. It takes the editing. I don't have to find anybody to cut and edit. It's like, no, we're going raw because I know how to do this as both a radio person since I was 16 and songwriter. You're the same in a sense of you are able to. I mean, you're both your songwriting is off the cuff. You say it comes to you, obviously, the channeling piece, but also on stage, y'all are this is a show we're going to, y'all.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen Cowboy Math, shame on you.
Yeah.
Y'all be playing. What's your next show?
The Red Dress Run in New Orleans.
Oh,
and then we're touring around the country because we're putting out a new album in August.
thank you, Jesus. Thanks for
I like it.
Thank you
I
for
didn't write a single song on it. Speaking of songwriting.
Okay, well, so here we go then. Speaking of songwriting, I don't do it anymore. Thanks for coming.
No,
to
I
We
do.
Should
I do
Write.
it. We just decided to put out a cover album.
Okay, so here's a cover up. Okay, so here's what's interesting. I'm
Shoot.
glad you brought that up because
Thank
we're
you
going to
very
talk
much.
about a song that's inspired you on the cover. But before that, do you feel like Fred LeBlanc and Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth are two different people?
No, I don't. I feel like it's all the same person.
I mean, I feel that from you, but was it ever when the band was in its beginning stages? Were you playing a part, or was the part?
No. All the things that I do on stage, they're definite, real parts of my personality. But as I've gotten older and you get those things out of your system, you become less crazy and desperate. I mean, you know what that is, being a performer.
I know so well what being crazy and desperate is like in my whole
exactly.
first half of my life.
Yeah, exactly. And I've pretty much accomplished everything I've ever wanted to. And I didn't.
Let that land though. What a cool thing to be able to say, and not just like I'm good.
Yeah, the thing about it is I don't really have anything to prove anymore. The biggest obstacle in my life as a performer, as a songwriter, as anything creative was myself, and I got over it. I got over it. It's just enjoy life, take it as it comes, roll with it. There's going to be bumps, there's going to be highs, there's going to be lows. Just roll with it. Just enjoy as best you can. And, it is kind of a cliche these days, but the more I learned how to be grateful for my life and all of it, the better it got. Once again, it's the energy you put out there is the energy you get back. And as a performer and as an entertainer, I learned how to use those parts of my personality in a constructive way, as opposed to having all that energy and angst inside of me and doing stupid things. Like I did my share of stupid things, but having a place to put all that energy in a constructive way and having it coming back to me in a constructive way. That's what it's always been about. I can take different parts of myself and put them in different places, but it's all just me.
It's all just you. And so then
I don't really think about it too much.
And that's the key.
Yeah.
You don't think about it, and therefore it gets more profound in its own. I think life is equal parts. So we overthink everything. Everything.
Yeah.
And you realize the more basic, the more, well, no shit, Sherlock, we get, the more profound we get. Right?
Exactly. Less is more. You
Yeah.
know? I mean, it was like, I was telling my kids recently, I said, your dad's played in front of 150,000 people, and he's also played to an audience of one. And they went, wow. I said, you know what I did in both of those instances? And they said, what, Dad? I said, your dad kicked fucking ass is what he did, and that's important, because
he turned around to see if his kids were listening, by the way. They're here
of course I had
in
to.
the back room.
You only get out of life what you put into it. And if you're not willing to dive into the deep end, then you shouldn't be a creative individual anyway. And it's unless you're willing to invest yourself in that moment, in that performance, in that song, whatever it is, then what are you doing? There's easier ways to make money. There's saner ways to make money.
Oh my God, they're way easier.
And it's unless you give of who you are, then it's kind of pointless. I mean, I don't do this for anybody else but me. And it's not about, I mean, I hope people like what I do. I hope they enjoy what I do. I hope they love the songs and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, I just do this for me. I've figured out how to make, an okay living at it, But, it's more about me just trying to express myself, trying to use these parts of my personality constructively. And that's kind of what it's all about.
It's kind of too, I feel like it, well, first of all, I said my definition of success is when my dad stopped asking me what my backup plan was. And I stand by that to this day, It was just this morning that he said, no, I'm just kidding. But but also I think, you're talking about the doing it for yourself. I think we need to take the word selfish back, and like if mama ain't happy, no one's happy. The put your oxygen mask on first. Like all those things are cliches for a reason.
Yeah.
And it's like the moment I make sure that, like you said, I'm doing it for me, that I'm happy.
Yeah.
That's the trickle effect. Then everyone else around you is
Everybody
happy.
else, yeah, exactly. What you put out in the world is what you get back. Not always in ways you expect. In fact, in a lot of ways you don't expect, but it does come back. And so that was kind of my thing with this band. When the band first formed and I realized I was going to be the front guy, it's like, okay, well, I've never been a front guy before. What do I do? And I didn't want to do the typical, lead singer things of like the late 80s and early 90s. Everybody's going to get drugged, too much drug. It's stupid. It's like I was reading things like Norman Vincent Peale at the time.
The power of positive thinking.
Yeah. Stuff like that. And so I would throw that in shows, at the end of a song. All right, everybody having a good time. Believe in yourself and everything. Anything's possible. Just throw it out there. And the reaction I got was so visceral and immediate. It was like, oh, okay. They want this. They need this. How can I incorporate this, more of my own ideas and personality into this thing that I'm creating? And it was really, it turned into this thing, kind of like the rock and roll preacher that people say that I do.
Yeah.
It's honestly just parts of my personality just coming out. But I know where I can use them, where I can use them, and when I shouldn't.
Yeah.
Like if I'm at a nice dinner with somebody, I'm not going to go, "Hey, are you with me?" or anything like that. It's like, no, But I can put that, huh?
He peed a little when that happened. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a good way to not get
You're
invited.
supposed to.
That's by design. That's a good way not to get invited back to the dinner. So
It's happened many times.
I get
I
it.
have not been invited back to many, many dinners.
I get it.
And I'm a man who likes to eat.
It's a compliment.
Thank you.
Take it as a compliment.
I'll take it as
Those
one.
people don't deserve your
I
presence.
didn't want to eat their crappy food anyway.
Stupid food.
And their mustaches.
You stupid mustaches and
Those
crappy
ladies.
food. Those ladies. Okay, so good. We're gonna play. It's funny. This is what's so interesting. That's inspired you, that you've written, but then also that somebody else has written that inspired you. And what you sent to me is not. I didn't see it coming. I don't know why. Now that when I thought about it for 2 seconds, I'm like, oh yeah, this makes total sense. And then I listened to, I actually hadn't heard this song before. You sent me a Bo Diddley song called I Can Tell.
Mm-hmm.
And so I listened to it over and over and over. And I'm like, and this is similar for you too, because after we talk about this Bo Diddley song, I'm going to relate it to, because I think when we talk about inspirational lyrics, or we should write, it's about the healing power of writing.
Yeah.
But we don't think about it in a rock song, or at least I don't. I personally don't. You probably did, because you've grown up on different music than me. But I think of it. I was 9 years old, Fred, singing "Is It Over Yet" by Winona and the Dixie Chicks, "If You Were Mine." Songs about divorce that at 9 years old I was singing. I'd wait till my parents left the house, or whatever age you're legally allowed to be alone. So my parents don't, whatever it was, that's what it was. And I just remember singing it at the top of my lungs and being like, "Why I am so moved by the heartbreak of these people."
Yeah.
And so the Bo Diddley song, I Can Tell, I'm like, it's delivered in this, you'll hear the song in a minute, but he is desperate.
He's going for it. Yeah.
He's going for it, and he's desperate. Let's play it first, and then we'll come back to why and how songs like this, and how we can sneak in meaningful lyrics, but keep it light and bright musically. Okay, here's a Bo Diddley song that inspires Fred LeBlanc. We'll find out why on the other side of this. It's called I Can Tell.
You won't have
basic,
Yeah.
simple,
Yeah.
yet not.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Keep it simple. The more basic you are, the more profound you get.
It's so funny you say that. This is off the cuff, but I'm going to tell the story.
Please.
One of Cowboy Mouth's first big shows ever was opening up for and backing up Bo Diddley in Charlotte, North Carolina in early 1991.
Wow.
It was just a fluke, right? And we were his backup band, and we opened up, and the place was packed, like 1,000 people. And we had just started literally like 5 months before. We just got this gig. We were so lucky. And so we did the show, and he was only supposed to play an hour. And he was having so much fun with us that he ended up doing 2 hours, just having a great time. And after the show, we were hanging out with him backstage, and he used to, he's of those artists that would bring his own like skillet and his own oven and things like that, and he'd cook fried chicken for himself after shows. And so, and I remember after the show, we were talking. I was like, "Excuse me, Mr. Diddley," or whatever. And I said, "Do you have any words of encouragement you can give, a young band starting out?" He goes, thinks about it. He goes, "Keep it simple and think of church." And I was like, at first it didn't make sense. I was like, "Keep it simple." He said, "And think of church." I was like, "Okay, that's great." Okay. And over the years, it's kind of become a lot more apparent to me that that's some of the best advice I've ever received in my life. Just that kind of keeping things simple and allowing yourself to be grounded. Still, be in touch with, whoever it is your deity is or whatever, just keep yourself spiritually open and aware, but keep yourself grounded. And that's one of the best things I've ever heard in my life.
That's amazing. And you got it from Bo Diddley himself.
From Bo Diddley himself.
No
Mr.
wonder
Diddley.
No wonder
Mr.
you sent me
Diddley,
a
yeah.
song of his. Talk about inspiration. Yeah. So when you say whoever your deity is in that regard, I do want to talk about this. This is important to me because I think I
did write a song called "God Makes the Rain."
You did. You sure did. Yeah. So I want to talk about intuition as it pertains to songwriting.
Mm-hmm.
And here's where we say whatever you want to call it: intuition, channeling, psychic, whatever. If you want to get really weird and freak people out.
Yeah.
God, universe, again, wherever you want to go with these things, spirit, bigger force. I think songwriting is channeling, and I don't have any other way to explain it other than when we moved out into the woods a couple of years ago, and I'd never not lived in a city or suburbia. It's my first time having some space. Not a ton, but we've got a couple acres, enough that I was like,
"That's great.
This is a different way of life."
That's wonderful.
And so how I can explain channeling is that now I walk outside and all of a sudden a full song is dumped in my head.
Yeah.
So it's a verse.
It's just there.
The whole thing. It's there. And a download, as I call it, from God is my term, the great unknown, whatever universe. Yeah. And so, there's a book by, I don't know if you know Elizabeth Gilbert. She wrote Eat, Pray, Love.
Oh, yeah.
She also wrote a book called Big Magic. And I want to read it because she talks about how ideas spend eternity swirling around us, searching for available and willing human partners. We can say yes or we can say no. Most people say no. An idea drops in your head, you say no, whether that's to invent something, to write a song, to whatever it is, go move somewhere.
Inspiration.
Yeah. We can say yes or we can say no.
Yeah.
If we say no, you're like 90% of the world and then you move on. If you say yes, now you're in this partnership in the dance with inspiration.
Here's what I think the secret is with songwriting and musicians in general, creatives in general, right? There's a reason why most of us, if not all of us, are batshit crazy.
Yes.
Because we realize, I know this is, my story. I realize that I really don't do anything in terms of songwriting. You just kind of sit around and wait till the gift is given to you. It's either give it to you in whole or in pieces, And people make such a big fuss. Oh, this song, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's
What's
great.
your process?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I just sit around and wait, They seem to show up when I need them. And just kind of, trust the ride. But, and I think that's why creatives tend to be crazy, because people make such a big fuss over the things that we do that we have no control over. Like as a performer, I have no control over what I'm doing. I can choose to do it or not do it. But once I dive into that deep end of that, I'm wondering what the hell I'm going to do as much as, anybody else is. It's like songwriting. I don't really know where I'm going with songwriting. A lot of times I'm just kind of listening, like I said earlier, listening to what the song tells you it wants or what it needs. So for me, that's kind of the thing with songwriting. It's always been that thing of songwriting of just, listening. If I find myself doing something, I mean, I can craft a song if I'm given the right parts. But in terms of creating the essence of what makes it special, I have no idea of what I'm doing. None.
Would you agree with this or not?
Shoot.
Prayer, I'm going to use the word prayer, but it can be whatever. But I like to say that prayer is talking, meditation is listening. And I think that could be used here.
It's a conversation.
It's a conversation.
Yeah.
When you're having that conversation that's not really real, but yet it's the most real thing you could ever know. Are you aware? Because I'm going to say, do you know a difference when you're writing? And it sounds like you only have the latter that I'm about to say, but writing for you versus through you, is that a thing?
There's so much noise in life today. It seems like the world is kind of designed to keep us at a distance from the best parts of ourselves. There's so much noise, and a lot of the noise is built, as I see it, to create doubt, to create worry, to create lacking in confidence.
Look over here, look over here.
Yeah, look over here, look over here. And I have this and you don't. I look this way, you don't. I'm this person, you're not. Right. There's a lot of that out there. And, all I knew about myself as a performer and a songwriter was that I didn't want to be part of that noise. It's we're all just trying to get to the end of the finish line, and, it's just a matter of, and if there's anything I've learned, is that the old idea of whoever gets to the finish line with the most toys wins. It's like, no, it's not bullshit, And that's kind of the world we live in, and it seems to be becoming more intense as time goes by. And it's, for me, the conversation is basically listening in terms of songwriting. Let me go back to this part. I don't tell people this a lot. When I mentioned earlier that song "God Makes the Rain," when my brother was dying, and he and I were
about how many years ago?
30.
Oh wow. Okay.
25, something like that. That album came out. Yeah, I wrote that song in the early 90s, about 93, 94, and it kind of sat around for a while. It was in a pile of songs. But when my brother died, he and I were very, very close. And long story I won't get into here, but when he died, it kind of broke me.
Sure.
It was really the first time I'd ever dealt with somebody really that close, and it seemed like his death had been so senseless and pointless and all this type of stuff.
And how old is he when he passed?
He was about 5 years older than me, so he was about 40, I guess, at the time. And I'll never forget, it made no sense to me. And it wasn't just the loss. I could deal with the loss. I could deal with a lot of things, but just the whole idea that it just didn't make any sense, right? And I had given my he had given me some money to buy my parents like a kind of proto version of like an old iPhone, like those old little hand computers with the pencils and stuff like that. And so, I bought them because he was on his way out, and so I went and bought them, and I lost them, and I couldn't find them anywhere. I searched all over my house, and I lost them, right? And so he asked me, hey, did you give those things to Mom and Dad? And I lied to him. I said, yeah, I did. And that was, okay, that's it. And so a few months later, he passes away, and I'm just kind of lost in grief. Just I can't function. And all of a sudden, and I had looked all over the house for these things, right? And all of a sudden, I'm sitting there sobbing. And then all of a sudden, I heard his voice, plain as day, just like listening to you. It's like, and it said, hey, I'm all right. I said, what? And the girlfriend at the time was sitting next to me. She goes, who are you talking to? I went, shh, hold on. And I heard the voice said, yeah, I'm all right. And I thought I was going crazy. I said, what do you mean? He's like, well, you didn't give those things to Mom and Dad, did you? And I'm like,
you heard that?
Yeah, I heard it, plain as day.
Wow.
And I said, no. He said, yeah, I know you didn't. They're in the front room on the third shelf below the pile of papers. Go get them right now. And I was like,
shut up.
Yeah, and I stood up, and my girlfriend's following me, and she's like, what's going on? I said, hold on. Because I was literally sobbing 1 second and then just stopped. And I walked in the front room. I was looking at the piles of papers, and I said, I don't see it. And he goes, right-hand side,
Oh my God.
lift up the pile of papers. And I put my hands under there and lifted, and I lifted up the pile of papers, and there they were.
Oh my God.
And I held him, I was dumbfounded. And he said, okay, now give those to mom and dad and relax. I'm fine. And that was it.
Wow.
That was it. And it was like, and, I went over it and over and over and over in my head, it's like, okay, I had to have seen these somewhere. But I remember I tore the house up looking for these things. I had no idea where they were. No idea. Sometimes I find like songs coming from that place, that same level where I heard that voice. And it's just, it's pretty, that's why I tend to look at some songs, a lot of songs, as, as energetic entities that kind of present themselves to you, and you can choose to take them or not. And so after that experience, I have a lot more respect for the whole process of songwriting in that it can be the song in and of itself is an entity with its own life, with its own experience once you put it out in the world. Because like once I write a song like God Makes the Rain or I Believe or Jenny Says or something like that, you put it out there, people have their own relationship with it.
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with
you
me
anymore.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with me,
Yeah.
And I've always kind of found that to be really interesting. People having relationships with my songs that I had no
People
idea.
making love to your music or
Well,
breaking up to your music or getting in fights over your music.
I've heard a lot of stories.
Well, no, but that story, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about moving. That's all you need to know. I assume that was a very pivotal point in your life and changed everything.
It was.
But again,
Very
this show, because I want to play I Believe, since you mentioned I Believe, play that. But before we do, because I want to end on I Believe, I want you to talk, if you will, to our listeners, because again, I want to encourage people they need to write. No one has to ever see it.
Yeah.
Ever. You don't even have to tell people if it's silly. Don't even have to tell people you've done it. But I've written some stuff down, found it years later, and been like, "Wow, you see the other version of you." It's somebody that was crying out, had something to say.
Yeah.
I believe that people.
You sing that really well.
Oh, thank you. Can we do a duet? People can find new versions of themselves, can grow, can evolve, can be like, I wasn't writing, and then I started writing. Oh, turns out I'm a painter. I don't know, whatever it may be. So just talk, if you will, before we play, I Believe, to our audience. We've got truck drivers, a lot of truck drivers listening, a lot of aspiring songwriters listening, wannabes, or a lot of people, moms at home. Why should they write?
I think any sort of creative endeavor is worth pursuing, not because of what you can attain from it, but in terms of tangibility, in terms of like, oh, I want to be a songwriter, I want to be this. I think the creative act tends to put us in touch with the other, the part of ourself that we may not be available of. They're part of somebody else, It's like, and it can be anything. The person who made this chair, the person who made that door, or did that Dave Nemo sign up there that's so badass. It's creativity isn't just writing songs. It isn't just doing what we typically look at as creative. Somebody fixing an engine on a car is just as much of an artist as I am, And I think being a creative individual and kind of pursuing that level of creativity puts you in touch with pieces of yourself that may actually help you be a better person in the long run. Does that make sense?
It makes complete sense.
Because being in touch with that creative center can help you grow in ways that you can't even imagine.
Boom. We're going to end. I can't believe we've only got like 2 minutes left. This
Sorry.
hour went by like in the blink of an eye. So you have to come back,
Okay,
please.
I'm game.
But I want to leave with I Believe, because this song is the perfect example to me of sneaking profound thoughts into a fun, upbeat, I believe in the power of love.
I remember when I wrote this song, and I'm sorry to cut
You're
you off. I remember having the conversation with myself, because, it was like, it was very important to say, not to say I believe in rock and roll. It's like, I believe in the spirit of rock and roll, the impetus behind it, the energy behind it. That's what it's all about. It's not like, I believe in rock and roll, put another dime in the jukebox. Nothing wrong with that, but in terms of the spirit, and that's kind of like the creative urge. That's what that's all about. In the spirit of rock and roll, the energy behind it that got people like Little Richard or Bo Diddley or Elvis or Jerry Lee to create great rock and roll in the first place. It wasn't just the song, it was the drive. It was the energy that made the person go beyond who they were before and brought them to this new place.
Play a quick clip, if you will, Phone Master Dre. Here's I Believe, Cowboy Mouth, Fred LeBlanc.
I believe in the chance of love at first sight, that your life doesn't always have to be a fight, and if you do it at all, you ought to do it right. I believe in the power of love. I believe that sometimes you gotta take a stand, that you're holding my heart the when you're holding my hand, 'cause everything eventually is in God's hands. I believe in the power of love.
This
Right?
is the end of the first. I'm gonna make you say that at the end of the show, so
Right?
you know. Cue you.
Right?
Just keep saying right for the last 2 minutes. Final thought.
Right.
Music is channeling. I think we've established
To a
that.
certain extent, yeah.
Both for you and for your children, because I didn't even get to dive into songwriting as a parent and not. What would you say to your children who are here, your 11 and 13-year-old, amazing, wonderfully well-behaved, beautiful children? Why would you say to them writing is important? To journal, to...
You asked me what I would say to them?
What would you say to them
What
why
would
they
I say
should
to them?
write?
Get the hell out of the bathroom. What have you been doing in there for so long? Yeah. No, Young Frankenstein.
Yes.
Just, they're both creative. I don't really push myself or the band on them. In fact, the way they found out about the band was some of their friends' parents were fans. And they asked me, I was like, Daddy, do you do this? And it's like, yeah. I just try to let them be who they're going to be. It's not about me. It's never been about me. It's about, we're all music is connected, says Mick Jones of The Clash. All music is connected. So they're on their own creative journeys. And that's, wherever they go, I'm just a link in the chain.
Amen to that. Thank you. Episode 1 in the books. My guest, Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth. Let me ask you a question.
I never touch you. You can't prove a thing.
Oh, next episode, we'll dive into that more.
Right.
Hey, Fred, what do you think? We should write.
Right?
Right.
Right!
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.